Today we are going to see. What if Renesmee became the target of the Volturi? So let's get started. Bella Pav. Edward left 3 weeks ago. The nightmares are getting worse and there's nothing I can do to stop them. They'll keep coming. A knock came from my bedroom door before the creaking sound alerted me to it being opened. There was only one person it could be. The only person who I could fathom talking to longer than necessary. I didn't turn, instead I kept my eyes on the street outside. I hadn't moved in hours, the only thing I was interested in at the moment was the orange leaves that were falling from the trees outside. I just got a call from the station, I'll be back in a couple of hours, okay? The only indication he got that I had actually heard him was a simple nod. My door closed moments later and I watched his cruiser retreat from the curb and down the street. My stomach growled at me in anger. It had been days since I had eaten something other than stale crackers. I rolled my eyes, not wanting to give in to the craving. I let my head fall back against the wicker chair and my eyes fluttered shut. When I closed my eyes I could see him. As clear as day. I got flashes of my birthday whenever I closed my eyes. Not visions of Jasper attacking, visions of Edward giving me everything I wanted for my birthday. "I'm so selfish," he whispered to me, tucking a stray hair over my ear and placing a soft kiss to my jaw. "Please let me be selfish tonight." I hadn't known what he was talking about, but I let him. I let his hands roam my body, I let him touch me in sinful ways. Every time I shut my eyes I could see his hands running up my thighs, taking my dress with them. His soft icy touch set my body into flames. My dress came off quickly and was crumpled at the end of my bed. His hands explored my chest, undoing the clasp to the front of my bra and pulling it open. My face and chest heated under his gaze, I heard him let out a small moan. Before he dipped his head to my breasts, kissing down the valley between them before making way to my stomach. I remember being embarrassed about my choice of underwear, even though they were just simple white cotton. I had imagined something more risque for our first time together. He made love to me that night and the next morning when I woke up he was gone. My clothes were on and I was tucked into my blankets. The only trace I had of him actually being there that night was the ache I felt between my legs. I expected to see him at school but he didn't show. The next time I saw him he was standing in the lining of the woods next to my house, ready to tell me he was leaving. I opened my eyes, not wanting to see any more. He took everything with him, my pictures, my CD with my lullaby on it, my heart and my virginity. The only thing that told me he was actually real were my memories. My stomach growled louder this time. Maybe something small wouldn't hurt. I pulled myself up from my air and draped the blanket I had laying over my legs onto the back of the chair. I hadn't gone shopping for Charlie in days and I knew he hadn't gone shopping either. That was confirmed when I stuck my head in the fridge and saw a few beers, Harry's fish fry and a few pieces of uncooked chicken. I pulled the chicken out and placed it in a pan. I had no patience for seasoning it or cooking anything else with it. I had no patience for anything lately. I sat by myself at lunch, not wanting to have to deal with the questions and stares from my friends. It was easier that way. I stabbed a fork into my chicken and took a bite. It was a bit bland without seasoning but it'd have to do. I took another bite before catching a whiff of the chicken. My stomach turned, it smelled foul. My stomach turned ague before I could feel pressure rising up my chest and into my throat. I sprinted up the stairs and into the bathroom before emptying what was in my stomach into the bowl. My throat burned as the loss of the chicken and crackers left my stomach. The feeling subsided quickly and I slumped against the counter. I reached up to grab the towel that was left on the sink when a small box I knocked accidentally fell onto the floor. I stared at it for a few moments, my mind calculating the past few weeks. I closed my eyes, trying to figure out what I hoped wasn't true. The visions came back. I could see Edward on top me. I could see him slip into me, nothing separating us. My eyes snapped open and shot to the box in front of me. The tampons screamed at me, telling me something I didn't think was possible. But the calculations in my mind were correct. I was late. I jumped up, wiping my mouth roughly with the back of my hand and rushing out of the bathroom and down the stairs. I slipped a pair of flip-flops onto my feet, not caring that it was freezing outside, and grabbed my purse and keys. I jumped into my truck and sped down the street. My brain was still going crazy, the voice in the back of my mind repeating impossible things. It wasn't possible, he made that quite clear to me. I passed the Forks welcome sign in record time. I needed to get to a gas station out of town. If anyone in town saw me buying what I needed, everyone would know within minutes. I pulled into the gas station and parked. The young clerk eyed me suspiciously when I entered. I made my way into the aisle that held what I needed. First response, clear blue, crystal clear, confirm. How many brands did they need? Did they not all do the same thing? I grabbed one of each and rushed to the counter, chucking them all up in front of the young boy. His eyes widened as he scanned my purchases. He opened his mouth to tell me my total, but was silenced when I slapped down a $50 in front of him and muttered a, P the change, before rushing out and speeding back home. I didn't know what results I was hoping for. My mind shuffled through memories over the past months. I 100% hadn't been with anyone but Edward. But that didn't stop my brain from considering otherwise, or maybe an immaculate conception. Both things impossible. When I pulled back into my driveway, Charlie's cruiser wasn't out the front, thank goodness. I didn't really want to have to explain my purchases that would be hard to hide in the translucent shopping bag I held. I made a beeline for the bathroom before reading the instructions on every single box. 5 minutes is all the time it took to tell me my fate. I got to work and finished up my business, before clipping on the lids of all the tests and placing them in a row on the counter. I sank down onto my knees and rested the side of my head on the glass door of the shower. Time tickled slowly on my watch. It felt like it had been hours rather than minutes, and then my time was up. I raised myself up and checked every test. Pregnant. I was pregnant with Edward's child. Edward's vampire child. My head was spinning, but I couldn't help but smile and cradle my stomach in my hands. My stomach was firm and I could already feel a small bump starting to form. At least Edward hadn't taken everything when he left. I needed to get out of here. No one could know I was pregnant. I needed to run, take my baby somewhere away from here. I didn't know if this was going to be a normal pregnancy. Either way, I couldn't stay here. I gathered the boxes and the tests and brought them with me, chucking them onto my bed, and rushed over to my wardrobe, pulling out a small duffel bag which I also chucked onto the bed. I needed to be quick. I didn't know when Charlie was coming home, and I didn't want to be caught on the way out because I know I wouldn't be able to leave even if I tried. I stepped towards my bedroom door when my flip-flop got caught on a loose piece of wood near my bed. I stumbled and fell to my knees in front of my bed. I cursed as I picked up the piece of wood I lifted from the floor and turned to place it back into its spot when my breath got caught in my throat and tears welled up in my eyes. He didn't take anything. All of my birthday presents were beneath me this entire time. My CD, my pictures, the plane tickets, everything. I quickly gathered all the items and shoved them into the bag, along with some pajamas and a few changes of clothes. My toiletries were last to go into the bag, along with the blanket that was draped over the back of the chair. The last thing I needed to pack was in the safe in Charlie's bedroom. I always knew the combination, just in case. Charlie left a few grand in there in case of emergencies, along with our passports and other documents. I grabbed my passport and the documents that related to me, along with $1,000 from the stack he had. $1,000 would get us some fuel, food and a few small things for the baby. I could stretch that amount of money for a few months, hopefully figure something out by the time the baby came around. I wrote a note for Charlie, explaining what I took from the safe and telling him that I needed to leave. I pleaded with him not to search for me, and when the time was right I would contact him. I signed my name and folded the piece of paper. I lifted myself into the truck and placed the bag beside me, before rubbing my stomach lovingly. "Well, be all right, little one. Bella Pav." It had been weeks since I had seen home. I was growing weaker, food wouldn't stay down and I needed to eat. I needed to feed my baby. I had quickly come to realize that this pregnancy was not going to be a normal one. My stomach was the size of someone in their 3rd trimester, even though I had been pregnant for only 2 months. I slept in my car on the side of the road or in abandoned cabins that I came across. I kept away from motels. Someone would recognize me. I should have known better than to think Charlie wouldn't search for me. It took 2 days for news of my disappearance to hit as far as Alaska, which is where I headed first. I was close to Anchorage, about a mile out of town. I tried to stay out of the public eye, only venturing out when I needed to, but it's been days since I left the cabin. I stopped heading to stores on the outside of town. My appearance caused more than a few people to stare, so I started stocking up on food. Less visits means less people I have to see. But I was starting to run out. I was onto my last bottle of water, the only thing that I could keep down. I needed to get more in soon. I looked down at my watch, which was like a bangle around my small skinny wrists now. It was getting dark, probably the best time to get supplies for the next few weeks. I lifted myself up from the couch and winced at the pain I felt in my back and in my ribs. My little one had cracked a few over the past few days. If he didn't have a gift for baseball, he certainly would in soccer with the way he kicks. I hobbled over to the door, I felt so tired and weak. But I needed to push myself, driving was beginning to be difficult, I didn't have the strength to change the gears. I pulled myself up into the driver's seat and started the beast. I pulled out onto the highway and headed towards town. The roads were empty at this time of night. I was focusing on the road when I was hit with a sharp pain in my abdomen. He was kicking again. I beamed down at my stomach before I was hit with another sharp pain, sharper than before. This pain was different, and then my body was on fire. I felt my back crack and I suddenly was not in control of my body, like something else had taken over. I could hear shrieking, and it took me a moment to realize it was coming from my own mouth. The pain was unlike anything I had ever felt before. My body convulsed and the car swerved, right off the side of the road. My hands immediately flew to my stomach to shield my child from the crash that was about to occur. I felt my skin being pushed against, my baby fighting its way out. My body was thrown around the inside of the vehicle, glass shattered all around me. I vomited up a waterfall of blood onto myself. Everything was spinning before my eyes. I felt my bones cracking, my body bruising. I heard loud scrape, what sounded like metal on metal, before I was met with startled red eyes. Looking down at me and I felt my body being pulled from the truck and laid onto the soft grass on the edge of the woods. You have to keep him alive, I panted, another wave of vomit threatening to erupt from my throat. I know what you are. Her eyes widened further. Get him out now. My eyes kept fluttering open and closed. In and out of consciousness. The pain I felt though. The bewildering pain. I felt ripping and tearing. I heard another sickening crack and I knew it had come from me. My legs, that had been curled up in agony now lay unmoving on the ground. And then everything went black. In the darkness I didn't know what was happening, but when my eyes opened for the small moments I remembered. My baby was struggling. He was dying inside me. That much I understood. The rest I didn't. His strange woman who pulled me from the wreckage of my car. I didn't know her, but in turn I had just given her all of my trust. My throat felt dry. I tried to speak but couldn't. I didn't know where I was, but I knew I was in a house. Get him out, I choked, unable to continue. Her, I heard from the twinkling voice. It was the first time I had heard her speak. She held this tiny figure into my line of sight. Her, not the boy I was expecting, the boy I spent months dreaming of in the middle of my nightmares. My eyes fought hard to adjust. Her eyes were opened, staring right at me. She did not cry, instead she smiled, reaching her tiny hand towards my face. My eyes brimmed with tears. She was perfect, and just as quickly as she was in front of me she was gone. And my eyes shut unwillingly. I pushed hard against the darkness, wanting to see my baby. I pushed so hard it felt like my head was spinning. But it didn't lift, I felt myself drifting. Almost as if I was falling. Old sea light and I knew what was happening, this is what death was. It had to be. It was getting closer. I wanted to go in the other direction but I felt so weak, so close to giving up. But almost like an electric shock. The white light disappeared and I was suddenly on fire. My chest was covered in flames and they were starting to spread down my arms and my legs. It had engulfed my body quickly. It was hot, too hot, breaking my arms and legs. Falling down the stairs. Hell, even having the baby play soccer against my ribs would be heaven. I could do that forever. That was nothing. This pain was unlike any other. I wanted to scream, I wanted to cry, my body was unmoving. Unresponsive. I wanted to die. I wished for death over and over, praying that the red-eyed beauty would end my life. It could have been years, days or even seconds. The fire spread over my body and continued to burn, continued to torture me. And just as quick as it started, it was gone. In an instant, like it got sucked up and out of my body. Everything sounded so loud, like I had a speaker on full volume next to my ears. I opened my eyes slowly, becoming adjusted to the light. I was on a bed, looking up to the roof. I could see the dust that lined the light pendant on the roof as if I was looking at it under a microscope. Everything was clear, so sharp and defined. I sat up and was startled when I saw He woman who saved me sitting in the corner of the room. She gave me a small smile. Hello, she started, getting up from her position slowly and moving towards me. Do you remember what? Yes, I answered, cutting her off. Where is my daughter? She's just in the next room, she's asleep at the moment, I listened closely, I could hear the thump of her heart. I relaxed and focused on the woman in front of me. She was young, but older than me, early 20s maybe. Her blonde hair reminded me of Rosalie, long and full of volume. She was a petite girl, probably only a few inches taller than Alice. Her kind eyes were a bright red. Evidence of her hunting not too long ago, humans, not animals. I inhaled and regretted it immediately. The burn of my throat was unlike anything I could have imagined when he explained it to me. I thought of a dull ache at the back of your throat. But I was unbelievably wrong. It was like a hot branding iron had been shoved down my throat. It begged for attention. I groaned at the pain and the woman smiled sympathetically. I know it hurts but we can fix that. When I went out earlier I noticed there was a small group of humans camping not too far away, would make for the perfect first meal. I immediately shook my head. I don't feed from humans. She smiled at me again and sat next to me on the bed. I wish there was another way, but we need to get you fed. I shook my head again. Animals. Only animals. Her eyes widened for a moment. I can feed of animals and survive. She sounded shocked. I didn't blame her. Not everyone had Carlyle to guide them into a better life. How do you know about this stuff? Not to be rude, I know you saved my life and took care of my baby, but I don't know you. I felt bad for being rude. She obviously meant well, but my INCTS were telling me to be wary of this new vampire. Oh yes, of course. I'm Mia. She held out her hand to me, obviously inviting me to shake it. I grasped hers and have it a quick shake. I was shocked. I didn't know what I was expecting. Her skin was warm, not cold as I was used to. We were the same temperature. Bella, I replied softly. She walked towards the bedroom door and motioned for me to follow her. The instant I thought of being standing and moving towards the door I was there, standing in front of her. I was going to have to get used to that speed. There's someone who has been dying. To meet you. She took me down the hallway towards a closed door. I know you haven't hunted, but I imagine you'll be fine with her. She opened the door and I saw her. My daughter was wrapped up in a white blanket. In between two pillows so she didn't roll on the bed. Almost like she could sense I was in the room, her eyes snapped open. I was next to her in a second. Mia was right, I was fine, my daughter's blood holding no desire for me. She looked up at me with curious eyes. My eyes. I recognized those chocolate irises. I had them when I was human, as did Charlie. Passed on generations to my own daughter. She had grown since the last time I saw her. She looked like she was weeks old rather than a newborn baby. Did you have a name in mind? Mia asked from the doorway. I've just been calling her, the baby, for 3 days. Renesmee. I had chosen the name days after I found out I was pregnant, playing around with the names, even though I was sure I was having my little EJ. Pleasant surprise. Renesmee, it's different. I shot her a look and she gave me a grin, different but unique, just like her. I looked back at my Renesmee, very unique. I picked her up and cradled her in my arms. She wiggled around and I was suddenly worried about the temperature of my skin. She didn't seem to mind and nuzzled herself closer to me before closing her eyes and drifting back to sleep. She's perfect. I could see so much of Edward in her already, the hair being the first trait from him that I noticed. The auburn tuft of hair on her head was an exact replica of Edward's. I know you're just getting acquainted, but I think it's time for you to hunt. You can bring her with us. I think she's going to need to feed as well. Bella Pav. I cradled Renesmee to my chest as we walked through the forest. Mia was the first to speak. How did you know what I was, when I pulled you from your car? I took a deep unneeded breath before confessing. I knew a family that was like us. And they told you what they were? Did they have a death wish? I couldn't help but chuckle at her. No, I figured it out, through a friend and with a bit of research. I saw her roll her eyes in my peripheral. You figured it out with a bit of research? Soon the entire bloody world is going to know what we are with the help of Google. I smiled down at the small bundle in my arms. She was silent in her slumber. No, enough research apparently, because I didn't know this was possible. She nodded her head, but didn't say anything. Her father was the first vampire I met. Where is he? Her question struck a chord. Because I didn't know. He could have been anywhere, most likely with his family, happy and carefree. Living well knowing they don't have to shield a weak human anymore. He left, before I found out I was pregnant. Her eyes widened and she went to open her mouth to say something but kept it shut. I didn't think this was possible. He made it clear that it wasn't and I believed him. I don't think he even knew it was possible. I was changed 20 years ago and I have never heard of a, what would you even call her? A hybrid. I shrugged. What have you been doing while I was out? I couldn't. I'm Og. In her sitting next to me the entire time, she would have been looking after Renesmee. I took her hunting every day, obviously didn't let her catch her own prey. I snuck into the clinic in town and stole a blood pack and a bottle. I made sure to take her with me every time I left and made sure to put her in a safe place when I hunted for myself. Thank you, I meant it. She could have killed me when she found me. But she didn't, instead she helped me and my daughter. She kept me alive. I know it may not mean much, because I don't really have anything to offer, but I owe you. She threw her head back and laughed before running her fingers through her blonde strands. You don't owe me anything, Bella. I was happy to help. She stopped suddenly and stuck her nose to sky. I can smell a pack of deer close to us. I'll take Renesmee while you feed. Surprisingly, I willingly passed her Renesmee. No fear of handing her off to this stranger. I felt like she was safe with Mia. If she wanted to hurt her, she could have done so easily days ago without a newborn in her way. Give over to your instincts, don't overthink it, it'll come naturally to you, she advised, walking around me. Taking a seat on a fallen tree nearby, she gave me a reassuring smile. Go, I'll be here when you get back. I headed in the direction she told me and soon I could smell them, the deer. There was 4, maybe 5 close by. They were by the stream drinking. I stood nearby with the deer in my sights. The back of my throat burned in anticipation. I stepped closer and listened. The forest was silent apart from the heartbeats of the deer and soft rushing of the stream. The wind direction changed suddenly and the scent of the deer wafted my way, and that's when I felt my instincts take over. I crouched before springing off the balls of my feet and sailing through the air, taking down the small deer close to me. My teeth ripped through its neck like a knife cutting through butter. I felt a rush of liquid flow into my mouth. It was tangy and bitter, but I felt it coat the ache in the back of my throat and it soothed the itching. I sucked the deer dry before standing up and looking down at the state of my dress. My t-shirt was covered in blood and the jeans I was wearing were ripped and not in a fashionable way. I heard Mia laughing from behind me. I turned to see her sitting on a boulder by the river watching me. If I had known you were going to be such a messy eater, I would have brought you a bib. I couldn't help but laugh with her, but I couldn't ignore the itch in the back of my throat. Why am I still thirsty? You're a newborn. Will it ever stop feeling like this? I looked up at her and she nodded. You'll learn to ignore it. I haven't fed from an animal before, so I'm not exactly an expert on it. But I know with my own experience on feeding on humans, it's much easier to control my thirst. I didn't want to feed on humans. I didn't want to turn into a monster. She obviously saw the expression on my face because she continued, I know what you're thinking, Bella, but I didn't know there was any other way to survive. I nodded thoughtfully and walked towards her, taking my daughter from her arms. Well, now you know. I nodded my head towards the trees. Go give it a try, you might be pleasantly surprised. She walked past me, towards the direction I motioned to. I really doubt that. But maybe I'll feel less like a monster feeding from animals. You might. I'll be back. And then she disappeared through the trees and I was left alone with my daughter. Her eyes fluttered open as I stroked her rosy cheeks. She was perfection. She started wiggling again before her right arm made its way out of the blanket and extended towards my face. I was immediately shocked. Colors burst in front of my eyes. I could see me, covered in blood, my own blood, but I was smiling a small smile before my eyes fluttered closed. More colors and scenes played out. Mia was holding Renesmee next to my unconscious body. She'll be awake soon, darling. You've both got lots of catching up to do. I blinked rapidly and stared down at my gifted daughter. Was that you who did that? I asked her, not expecting an answer. I held her up to my face and kissed her little nose softly. You defiantly inherited some more things from your father. She surprised me more and more every second. My head shot up to the sound of branches cracking. I was seconds from getting into defensive mode when I saw Mia's head pop out from behind a tree. You were right, it wasn't that bad. You've converted me to your vegetarian ways. She headed over to me and motioned for me to follow. Come on, we've got lots to talk about. Bella Pav. 5 years later. It's been years since Mia found me in my truck. Renesmee grew so quickly in that time. It's almost her 5th birthday and she looks the age of a 10-year-old, although the mind of an 18-year-old. We moved around for a while, staying in abandoned cabins before settling in Two Rivers, Alaska. It was far enough from Denali to avoid any unwanted meetings. I didn't want to see any of them, not wanting them to tell the Cullens I'm still alive for one, and I certainly didn't want them to see Renesmee. After an incident while we were wandering, I was sure to keep her existence from the vampire world a secret. Others didn't understand her and they never gave me a chance to explain before trying to end her. She wasn't an immortal child, as everyone had thought. We soon discovered she was almost a perfect half. She was human in a sense that she could eat and survive off human food. It never fully sustained her, but she understood that she needed both to keep her strength. She slept as well, not needing much to keep her going. Her vampire side was weak but still there. She hunted with Mia and I once a week. She could keep up, getting her speed from her father obviously. Her strength was not up to par with mine, but she could lift an elk twice her size easily. She was perfect. I could see more of her father in her every day. Mia and I both homeschooled her. She was so intelligent, excelling in everything we taught her. We were currently working on a senior level course and she was doing great. In the abandoned cabin we settled in there was a small piano that was kept in the living room. She quickly taught herself with a few books I bought her with sheet music. She got so good that she wanted to learn my lullaby. A tune she heard play to her every night since she was born. She spent hours a day by the piano, listening to the lullaby on repeat, wanting to replicate the chords she could hear, and she did it. I remember standing behind her as she mastered it, crying tears that wouldn't fall. She was so happy, wanting to show Mia when she returned from a supply run. Mia soon became a part of this family, becoming like a sister to me and an aunt to Renesmee. I owed her my life for saving me and my daughter. I would have died in the truck that day and Renesmee would have been alone. In turn I gave Mia all my trust. I told her everything, about my short time in Forks and my love story with a vampire. She listened and let me vent all my frustrations and fears. She asked if I was going to tell Renesmee about her father and I told her I wouldn't hide it if she asked. But she never really asked. She knows she has a father, but knows he isn't around. She deserved a father and I know Edward would have made a great one. He would spoil her like she deserved, like I couldn't. She had to spend her life away from civilization, in an abandoned cabin with her mother and aunt. I was too protective over her to let her in the city alone. If anyone like us spotted her, she wouldn't stand a chance. It was obvious, just by looking at her, that she wasn't exactly human. Her beauty was out of this world, her heartbeat was irregular and her scent was as sickly sweet like a vampire, but still smelled close enough to a human to pass her off as one. Mia shared her story with me not long after I shared my own. She was 24 when she was changed in her hometown. She was becoming a meal for a hungry vampire when they were interrupted. She was taken to the woods and left there alone to change. She wandered alone for 20 years, coming across other vampires who explained to her everything she needed to know to survive and about the Volturi. She was going into town to hunt when she saw me crash my truck. She could smell the blood and came over, intending to make me her meal, but helped me instead when she saw I was pregnant and knew what she was. She told me she was more curious than anything, but then came to love Renesmee and I as family. She changed her diet quickly and learned to love it. She never wanted to be a monster but didn't know any other way to feed. I'm happy I didn't have to do this alone. Her being there to help made everything so much easier. She was on another supply run at the moment, bringing home food for Renesmee and some new clothes. I went through mine quickly. 5 years later and my eating habits didn't get any cleaner. I could hear Renesmee's heart thumping softly downstairs along with the soft melody that she was playing on the piano. She moved through different songs fluidly before moving on to my lullaby. I couldn't help but smile, but couldn't ignore the pain I felt when I heard it. I would explain what happened with her father soon. She deserved to know where he was and why he wasn't around. If she wanted to seek him out, I wouldn't stop her. I pulled out a piece of paper from the drawer and started writing everything down. Starting from the beginning and telling her all about her father and why he left. I retrieved the picture I had of him and shoved it into the envelope along with the letter. Her birthday was 2 weeks away. I would give it to her then. If she decided that she wanted to meet him, I would never object. I had kept her away from him from too long now. She needed to know where she came from. Edward Pov. As soon as I left Forks I ran, heading as far away from that town as possible. I knew in the back of my mind that I was doing the right thing. She deserved a human life. I was selfish before I left, taking something that didn't belong to me. But I couldn't leave, knowing she would give that to someone who didn't deserve it. I tortured myself with images of that night, her soft body beneath my own, fire against ice. I had never felt a pleasure so intense. I indulged in her body and her heat for once last time. I made love to her, selfishly giving myself one last happy moment with her before leaving. I foolishly made her believe I did not love her any longer. Beneath my hard exterior I was shocked that she could have believed me so easily. It didn't take long for her attitude to change. At first she was determined to follow me, before I told her that I was leaving because I no longer felt the love I should have. It was a blatant lie. I was crushed when I watched the fire in her eyes fade and turn to understanding and disappointment. How at that moment I wished I could read her mind, but I'm afraid if I did, I wouldn't have been able to walk away. I listened to her follow behind me. My hearing caught her calling for me over a mile away. Her cries shook my entire body. It took all the strength I had not to turn back and gather her into my arms and take it all back. But I knew I was doing this for her. I fled to Anchorage first, taking refuge in an abandoned hunting cabin. I did not feed for days. I felt myself grow weaker and my eyes turned darker. But I still refused to feed. I didn't deserve it. I soon ventured out to feed, leaving it too long. I wandered past a storefront whilst I was crossing through the town and was horrified when I saw a flyer hanging in the window. Her face was smiling back at me. The smile killed me inside, like I didn't see that face in my mind every second of the day. The flyer told me she was missing, contact information on the bottom. Of the flyer said to contact Charles Swan with any information anyone had. I needed to go back. So many thoughts ran through my mind. Had Victoria decided to return? I was close to the treaty line when I was stopped by the pack. Their thoughts showing nothing but hostility. What the hell is this bloodsucker doing back here? He better not be back because Bella is gone. I answered their suspicion. And told them I had returned to help find her, concerned that a vampire from our past had come back to find her. I shouldn't have let my guard down. I knew I should have been hunting for Victoria. He pack leader informed me of a redhead crossing over their lines a few days back along with a dark-skinned vampire that they had managed to take down, but the redhead had avoided them and escaped. That confirmed it for me. I needed to find her. I hoped she kept Bella alive and simply fled with her. I got out of there quick, tracking her scent all over the US. I traveled as far as Brazil to track her. She was hard to catch. She was smart, masking her scent when she could, but still leaving enough evidence around for me to find where she was heading, like she was playing a game with me. I was tracking close to Rio when I heard the news that they had found Bella's truck crashed into a tree in Anchorage. The same town I hid myself in for weeks. The inside of the car was covered in her blood, and the door to her truck had been pried open. The authorities assumed she was dragged from the car after her crash by a bear or another animal, but I was sure it was Victoria. She had evaded me so that while I was down in Rio searching, she was in Alaska hunting my mate. I knew instantly that my love was gone. I fled instantly, knowing that I couldn't live on this earth without her. I was on my way to the airport when I was stopped by my siblings who I hadn't seen in months. I remember thrashing against them as they carried me away from the direction I was heading. Alice must have seen what I was planning and came after me. I fought against them, pleading with them to kill me. Rosalie held me down with Emmett and the others helping her. I remember her telling me that I deserved this. That I deserved to stay alive and live with what I'd done. She was right, I didn't deserve the easy way out. I stopped struggling and let them take me home. The family moved to a small town in Alaska. It had enough cloud cover for most of the year to keep everyone shielded without risk of exposure. It didn't matter much to me. I refused to leave the confines of my bedroom. The rest of my siblings returned to their normal routines, going back to school and Carlisle returning to work at the local hospital. After 5 years, it was time to move again. We relocated to a small town called Fort Nelson, in British Columbia, and the cycle started again. I only left to hunt, and that wasn't often. I didn't deserve to feed, to feel sustained and comfortable. I regret leaving her unprotected. And though my family was a danger to her, at least I was able to keep her away from them when needed. Except I stupidly left her alone and open to Victoria's attacks. I would spend the rest of eternity alone and in agony. But I deserved every second of it without a doubt. Bella Pov. I watched her from the downstairs window. She was sitting on a blanket in the snow, reading a book. A vampire novel, one of the cheesy ones, where the vampires had fangs and would burn if in contact with sunlight. She found those books fascinating and hilarious. I looked down at the overflowing pot in front of me, cursing. I let it off the hot plate and drained the water out, before straining the pasta and putting it in a bowl. Renesmee, I called softly, knowing she would hear me. I looked up and out the window. Shish. Was smiling at me and gathering her blanket. I placed the bowl on the dining table and stood by the fridge waiting for her to enter. Seconds later she did and rushed to the table. Juice, milk or water, missy? I asked, opening the fridge. She pondered for a moment. Juice, she grinned at me. I poured her a glass and placed it next to her meal before she dug in. Now I know I let you off the hook. With class today but tomorrow or cracking down on your studies, she rolled her eyes at me as I ruffled her bronze curls. We did some work today, I'm exhausted, she sighed loudly for effect. She done 10 minutes of her math work today before I let her go outside and play. The sky showed us a bit of sun, there was no way I could keep her inside with me whilst it had turned into such a beautiful day. Okay lazy bones, how about this? She looked up at me, a pasta strand hanging from her mouth. How about I give you one more day off, in return for a full day of math and homework? She groaned, and slurped the pasta strand into her mouth. Mom, your trade-off deal is too high, it is simply not worth it. She hated maths, it wasn't that she was bad at it, she just hated having to put more effort into learning than she usually did. Fine new trade deal, I announced, pulling the seat out next to her and sitting myself in it. I'll give you the entire week off. Her eyes widened in excitement. If you give your mom one big kiss. She burst out into giggles and leaned over to me, giving my cheek a slobbery pasta kiss. You make good deals, Mom. I wiped my hand over my sticky cheek and kissed her forehead before getting up and walking back into the kitchen to get started on washing up. So it's your birthday in 2 weeks, I said as I got to work scrubbing the pot I had used. Have you thought about what you wanted? I looked over my shoulder to see her shaking her head. You don't have to get me anything, Mom. She was always like this, every birthday. She knew we didn't have much in refu. Said to let me buy anything for her birthday, claiming I gave her everything by loving her. Don't be silly, it's your 5th birthday, it's practically my celebration more than it is for you. She raised her eyebrow slightly in question. I've had you in my life for 5 years now, let me celebrate. Her confused face changed to a bright smile as she brought her bowl and cup over to the sink. Placing them on to the bench before wrapping her little arms around my waist and burrowing her face into my back. I love you, Mom, she projected to me. Something she did often instead of speaking. We found out about her gift very early on. Her ability to project her thoughts and memories to another person by touching them. It had shocked me at first. The first thing she showed me was seeing me after she had been born, her first memory of me. Skinny, dying and covered in blood. I squeezed her arms that were around me softly. I love you too, baby. She released me slowly before picking up a tea towel and drying the pot I had just finished washing. She was such a good girl. I was lucky with her. There were never any screaming matches over me asking her to clean her room or do her homework or to brush her teeth. She either just listened when I asked or simply did it on her own. She was my best friend. I began washing up her bowl and we washed and dried in a comfortable silence before I heard the front door open and slam shut. Honeys, I'm home, I heard Mia call from the living room before sticking her head into the kitchen with a bright smile. Hey Mimi, Renesmee greeted, dropping the towel and running to give her a hug. Mia embraced her instantly, which was awkward with the groceries she held in her arms. Hey Rennie. Renesmee instantly helped her with her armload of groceries, unloading them as soon as they were placed onto the counter. How's that book going that you started reading? Mia asked her, picking up the paperback from the dining table and turning it over in her hands to read the blurb. It's so good, and really funny. Anna just found out that Henry is a vampire because she tried to drag him outside while it was sunny and he started to burn. Mia rolled her eyes and dropped the book back on the table. I hate those goddamn books, burning in the sun. PFFT, stupidest thing I've ever heard, she scoffed. Yeah, just about as stupid as turning into a disco ball when you're in the sun, she muttered in return. Picking up her book and clutching it to her chest. Mia laughed. Touché Rennie. She started unloading the remaining bags. You go read some more, hun, I'll finish the rest of the bags. She was about to protest when Mia lightly kicked her bottom and told her to go. Thank you for getting those today, I could have done it, I said, finishing up the last of the washing. She waved her hand. Don't worry about it. I was happy to get out of here for a bit. She stuck her head out the kitchen door to check that Renesmee wasn't still around, before she continued quietly, besides I caught that scent again. For weeks now there had been a scent that we've been catching close to the cabin. When we tried to track it we would lose it close to town. We always caught it about a mile away from the house so we weren't too worried, but this vampire had been passing through for weeks and it wouldn't taken them long to figure out we were close by if they hadn't already realized that. How close? She leant back on the counter and turned her head to me. Same distance as last time. I don't think they know we're here, she answered. I knew she was as worried as I was. The last thing I needed was some random vampire finding us here with Renesmee and attacking her. I'll go out tomorrow, see if I can catch them passing through. I nodded. Did you want me to come? No, stay here with Rennie. I'd hate to leave her here unprotected. She was right, I knew Mia could handle herself, but that still didn't make me any more comfortable with her going alone. I am going to go for a quick afternoon snack, I'll see you soon. She kissed my cheek before heading out the back door and into the woods. I went in search of Renesmee and found her curled up in bed reading a book, a different one this time, my favorite. It was one of the only things I brought with me when I left home, other than clothes. When I couldn't get her to sleep at night I would read to her and she soon fell in love with it just as I had. I could hear the soft tune of my lullaby playing through the small CD player beside her bed. She smiled at me as I entered and sat next to her on the bed. I didn't say anything, Jew. Saint leant back on her headboard and ran my fingers through her hair. Mom, she whispered after a few minutes. If you didn't have me and didn't get changed, what do you think you'd be doing right now? It was an innocent and unexpected question. To be truthful, I didn't really know. The state I was in before I discovered I was pregnant wasn't exactly healthy. My attendance at school was SL-ipping and so were my grades, so I imagine I wouldn't have been too keen on college. I honestly think I would have been dead, but I wouldn't tell her that. At college, I would have been close to graduating at this time. I think I was a liar. But she didn't need to know about how depressed I was before she came into my life. Do you regret having me? My eyes almost shot out of my skull. I couldn't help but chuckle at her stupid question. Of course not, darling, you're the best thing that could have ever happened to me. I didn't care too much about my human life to want anything more. I am happy where I am now. She nodded against my chest, satisfied with my answer. I wasn't lying about that. She truly was the best thing to happen to me. The only light in my life. Her breathing slowed not too long after our conversation ended. I looked over to the clock, 8 o'clock. I had been sitting here stroking her hair for hours. I slowly moved out from under her, careful not to wake her, and tucked her blankets around her and removing the book from her clutches. I settled myself across the room in the window seat and propped my legs up to my chest. I stared out at the trees. I wondered where he was. If he was happy, if he knew what I was now. Surely Alice would have seen my change, surely she would have seen Renesmee. Although if she had, I imagined she would have told him about her existence. I wonder if he's close. If he had visited Denali in the last year that we had been living here. We would have been mere miles from each other and he would have had no idea, I would have had no idea. I contemplated visiting them myself, explaining who I was and asking if they knew how to contact the Cullens. But every time the thought crossed my mind, I dismissed it instantly. They probably wanted nothing to do with me. I watched the sun rise over the trees and wondered how long I had been sitting in this exact position for. Time was nothing to me anymore, mere months passed like seconds. I looked over to my daughter's still form. She looked so peaceful. I walked over to her bed and knelt beside it, taking her hand in my own. I discovered years ago that whilst she was sleeping she unknowingly projected her thoughts, showing her dreams. I watched the scene unfold in front of my eyes. There was a young girl that I recognized. It was Renesmee when she was younger, and a man, a faceless man who was holding her hand, pulling her through the forest. The scene changed and her and this man were lying in the snow, laughing with each other. I pulled my hand away, feeling like I was invading her privacy. I didn't have to see the man's face to know who he was. It was her father, the father she didn't know. This wasn't the first time I caught her dreaming of him. The faceless man made many appearances into her dreams. Her eyes fluttered open moments later. It took her a few seconds to adjust before she gave me a small smile. "Morning, Mama." "Good morning, darling." I leaned forward to place a kiss on her small hand. "I'm hungry," she murmured, closing her eyes again and snuggling into her sheets. I couldn't help but laugh. "What kind of hungry?" I asked, pushing a stand of her hair out of her face and over her ear. "Hungry, thirsty." She opened her eyes again and grinned. "Get up and get dressed, we'll get breakfast out today." She jumped up from her bed quick, running to the bathroom and brushing her teeth. Whilst she got ready in the bathroom, I walked over to her dresser and pulled out a simple pair of black jeans and a gray t-shirt for her and chucking them on her bed. She came out moments later, hair and teeth brushed. She threw on the clothes I laid out and pulled me out of the room. She loved hunting. I took her once a week and it was her favorite time of the week. I didn't have to talk. Eat her often as the blood satisfied her for quite a while. She could easily go a month without feeling the effects of not feeding, but I made sure to take her at least once a week because I knew how much she loved it. We were in the forest running after saying a quick bye to Mia and telling her where we were going. I could smell a small herd of deer close by. I pulled Renesmee by the hand over where the scent was coming from. I jumped up into a tree and pulled her up with me, before peering over the small creek to where the small family of deer were. 3 adults and a baby. I glanced at Renesmee. She had a small crooked smile on her lips, just like her father's. She looked up at me seconds later. "Which one can I have?" she whispered. "Take your pick, darling, I'll wait for you." Her eyes lit up. Before she crouched on the branch we were perched on and leaping to the next tree, closer to the family. She waited a few moments before dropping down and taking the largest deer to the ground. The rest scattered. A change of wind direction pushed the breeze towards me. I caught the scent Mia and I had been hunting and searched where it was coming from. A sliver of color up in the trees caught my eye. If I had been human, the distance from her to me would have been a complete blur. But my eyes focused on her perfectly. She stared at me and I stared at her. Her eyes the same color as my own. Her blonde hair perfectly straight and cut off just under her jaw. I watched as her gaze shifted from me and onto my daughter who was feeding meters away from me. Her face contorted in anger and seconds later she was gone. Denali, the only family other than the Cullens who held the same diet choice. It had to be one of them. I quickly shot down to Renesmee, landing next to her. "Come on, let's get home," I spoke in an even tone. As to not frighten her when all I was feeling was fear. She finished up and gave me a grin, completely oblivious to what had just happened. "I'll race you." Her competitive nature was showing. Something she inherited from her father. I nodded and took off towards home, still thinking about the vampire I had just saw. She was a few strides in front of me, by my choice. I didn't want my eyes off her. We arrived home soon after and she announced she was going to grab a book and a blanket and lay outside for a while. I offered to sit with her and she smiled, agreeing before rushing upstairs. I took this time to run to Mia in the living room. She looked up at me with a smile before it faded from one look at my expression. "What happened?" Her eyebrows furrowed in concern. The scent was one of the Denali. I sat beside her on the couch and buried my face in my hands. She saw Renesmee and ran in the opposite direction. "That's a good thing," I imagined she do. Saint ran back home and is minding her own business. We would be more worried if she attacked, which she didn't, so I think we're in the clear. I thought about it for a moment and she had a point. She would have seen that Renesmee was feeding from an animal and she wouldn't have missed the color of my own eyes, realizing that we were no harm. I calmed down slightly, but couldn't shake the feeling that something was about to go wrong. "Stay calm, the worst thing she could possibly do is come down here and attack and we both know she wouldn't stand a chance." I smiled back at her. "You're right, I need to chill out." I jumped up as Renesmee walked into the room and I followed her into the yard. Only leaving her when I went in to make her lunch, keeping my eye on her the entire time. She ate in style, and read her books while I sat there stroking her hair. Every so often she would read aloud to me, letting me know what part she was up to. When I walked inside to make her dinner, Mia noticed I was still jittery. "I can see you're still freaking out. I'll go check her out tomorrow, see if I can follow her scent back to her home and explain." I calmed momentarily. "Thank you, Mia." She smiled in return and wrapped her arms around me. "Everything is going to be fine. I'll call you when I get there and let you know how it goes." I rested my chin on her head and thanked her again. "Anytime, what can I do to help?" We chatted and laughed in the kitchen as we cooked Renesmee's dinner. Mia worked on the small salad and I worked on cooking the chicken. She came back inside around 6 o'clock, going upstairs and returning with a zip-up hoodie on. She took her seat at the dining table and waited patiently, sipping on some juice that I left on the table for her. "So I've been thinking," I started, glancing at her from over my shoulder. She looked up curiously. "Since your growth is starting to slow down, maybe we can look at sending you to school next year." Her eyes widened and she jumped up, banging her knee on the table and almost spilling the cup of juice she had on top. "You're joking." "Really?" she exclaimed, running over to me and almost knocking me over. I looked over at Mia who chuckled silently. "Yeah, really. I think you should be out in the world like a normal human girl, besides why not show off how smart you are to all the silly humans?" She looked up at me with wide eyes. "Yes, oh god yes, I would love that." She jumped up and down on the balls of her feet in excitement. I couldn't help but chuckle at how ecstatic she was. "We'll talk about schools closer to the new year, okay?" She nodded rapidly, grabbing her plate from Mia and almost inhaling it in seconds. Her excitement was not going anywhere for a while. She was vibrating in her seat, a bright smile on her face while she ate. I had been thinking about sending her to a school in the town for a while now. She was becoming bored with her homeschooling and it killed me to keep her cooped up this house with me all day. She deserved to be normal for a bit. Making friends of her own that wasn't just me or Mia. She had asked me so many times why she couldn't go to a normal human school, as she called it, getting frustrated every time I said no. It was hard to explain that her quick growth would probably frighten everyone, coming into school looking 6 one day and 10 the next. She stopped asking for a while, but I started to notice lately that Mia and I hadn't needed to get new clothes for her as she hadn't been growing out of the ones she had. I was terrified when I realized how quick her growth rate was. I didn't know how long I would have with her. There were legends of hybrid children that I had found online. All cultures and beliefs were different, so it was hard to find a solid answer. So I've lived the past 5 years unsure of how much time she had left. She left me to wash her plate and cup, running upstairs to shower and prepare for bed. I went upstairs after I had finished to see her on her bed reading the same book she had been reading all day. She was close to finishing and probably wouldn't sleep until she did. It was only 8 o'clock. After a hunt she was always tired, so it shouldn't be too long before she fell asleep. I went into my own room, curling myself in my sheets and resting my head on the pillow. How I wished I could sleep, one of the only things I missed about being human. Closing our eyes and being dead to the world for a few hours. I indulged myself sometimes, closing my eyes and pretending to sleep. I listened to Renesmee's heartbeat slow along with her breathing before closing my own eyes and relaxing. When I opened my eyes it was just after 10 a.m. I listened to Renesmee's breathing. She was still asleep. I got up and went down to the kitchen, seeing a note addressed for me perched on the counter. Belle, heading out to track the scent, might head south to have some lunch before going after her. Should be back around Rennie's dinner time. See you soon, Mia X. I was nervous for her. Nervous how they would react when she confronted them about what one of them had seen. I hoped their reaction wouldn't be a bad one. I wouldn't be able to forgive myself if anything happened to her over something that should have been my problem. She was more than happy to do it, being so protective over Renesmee and I, her only family. I tried to shove the thought into the back of my mind. If I didn't, I know it would ruin my day. I got to making some banana pancakes for Renesmee, knowing they were her favorite. I poured the batter to form the shape of Mickey Mouse, the only shape I had been allowed to make since I started making her pancakes. I heard her yawn from above me and her little feet creak on the stairs. She emerged from the living room door moments later with a tired smile on her face. Morning, Mama. Her eyes lit up when she saw what I saw making, my favorite. I nodded, placing a plate in front of her. I hadn't made them for you in a while. She shoved one into her mouth. Not even using the knife and fork that was next to her plate, she groaned at the taste and smiled at me with her mouth full. You're the best, Mom. Less talk, more eat, I announced with a gr. And shoved the utensils into her hand. We don't live in a barn, honey. Next you'll be eating your food on the floor. She rolled her eyes and cut the pancake dramatically, stabbing it with the fork and flying it around her face like an airplane before shoveling it into her mouth. Piggy, I muttered, turning back to the stove. I could hear her giggling from behind me. Can we play outside today? The snow has gotten higher. I hesitated. I didn't know if I wanted her out in the open today, especially with what happened yesterday. I agreed anyway, telling her we could make snowmen all day. And that's exactly what we did. I sat on a blanket and watched her build these large people-sized snowmen. She ran inside to grab accessories, claiming each one was one of us. We spent all day outside, having a picnic on the snow-covered grass and making snow angels. I watched her jump all over the place, grabbing snowflakes that fell from the sky. She was blissfully happy and so was I. She was so full of life. I was cut out of my thoughts to my phone ringing. It was Mia. She told me she would call me if things went well. I smiled before answering. Hey, am I? Bella. She cut me off. She sounded frantic and suddenly I was on alert. I could hear the wind rushing through the speaker. She was running. Bella, get Renesmee and run. My undead heart clenched in my chest. I looked over at my daughter, who was still jumping all around the yard. Bella, listen to me. I am so sorry. I was wrong. I was so wrong and I'll never forgive myself. I don't understand, Mia. Calm down. No, Bella, they're coming. I shish. Old have realized when you told me she ran, that's what wouldn't have gone home. No one could just ignore an immortal child. But she's not, Mia. I don't understand. She went to the Volturi, Bella. It felt like my head was spinning. My biggest nightmare was coming true. You need to get out of there now. They came straight here. When I followed her scent back to her home, I saw them, I heard them talking. Irina is going to lead them to the cabin tonight. I'll be home in a few minutes, you need to run. They're coming, and then the phone beeped to signal the end of the call. My mind and body jumped into action immediately. Renesmee, I yelled, using a tone I knew I had never used with her. She stopped immediately and ran over. I gathered the blanket and picked her up like a child and ran inside and up to my room. I shot around the room, grabbing a backpack from my closet along with some cash, her passport and some of her clothes. The letter I wrote for her was the last thing I shoved in the bag. Giving it to her on her birthday was something that wasn't going to be happening anymore. Mom, what's happening? She looked scared, as she should be. I hadn't stopped for a second to explain anything to her. I rushed into her bedroom, grabbing the book she was reading in Wuthering Heights and shoving that into the bag as well. Mom, stop and talk to me. I moved quickly and grabbed her shoulders. There is no time, honey. I have to move quickly because there is no time. Her eyes widened at my words. My eyes snapped to her bedroom door. Mia was standing there. She had a look of terror I had never seen from her before. Bella, they're close. Blank, underscore, blank. Renesmee Pav. I had no idea what was happening. Mom was tearing my room apart, shoving things into this black backpack. Mia was talking rapidly to her, talking about things I didn't understand. I didn't know who they were, but they were coming in soon. Mom and Mia looked out my bedroom window and their eyes widened. I'll try hold them off, get her out of here, then she was gone. I looked out my window and saw Mia walk out of the back door to confront whoever had arrived. Mom grabbed my arm roughly, but not enough to hurt, and pulled me into her room at the front of the house. She pulled open her bedroom window and turned to me before pulling me into her arms and releasing me at arm's length, still holding onto my shoulders. You need to listen and you need to remember, okay? I nodded, terrified at what she was about to tell me. There are people here, and they're here for you. I was about to open my mouth to speak when she cut me off. I packed some of your clothes, your passport and some cash, along with a letter I wrote you for your birthday. Why can't you just give it to me on my birthday? I rushed out. I was scared. Because I don't think I'll be with you to give it to you. I want you to only open it on your birthday, okay? You have to promise me. I promise. She sighed and pressed a kiss to my forehead. I love you so much, more than you could ever comprehend. You'll need to run, honey, and I don't want you to stop, not until you are certain that it's safe. My mind was spinning. I was trying to understand what she was saying, but my fear was clouding everything. I want you to try and find the call. The sound of the back door slamming open cut her off. She looked at me with wide eyes. You need to run. I panicked as she pushed me towards the window whilst shoving the backpack into my arms. You need to run now, Renesmee. And I did as I was told. I climbed out the window and jumped off the roof before running into the forest and not looking back. Tears clouded my vision and I tried my hardest not to run into anything. I just left them there, all alone with these people who were obviously dangerous. But I did as Mom said and ran. I had just passed the Canadian border when I stopped to catch my breath. I knew I was all alone. Now I had no one. Renesmee Pav. I'd been running and hiding for what seemed like forever now. The small amount of money Mom gave me went to food and water. I didn't have much left. I stayed in abandoned cabins and condemned motels, knowing no one would find me there. If I wasn't sleeping, I was running, stopping only to rest. I passed through a few cities. Vancouver was the first one I hit. It was the first one I'd ever seen. The buildings were insane. I felt so tiny. I walked through the city in amazement. Mom had never taken me to a place like this. The only big town I had seen was Anchorage. There were people everywhere, people talking on phones. Businessmen rushing around with briefcases. That was all so new to me. The next city I hit was Seattle, which was even more insane than Vancouver. I tried to make my way down south, stopping and resting when I could. Last time I looked at a map I was heading into Oregon. I didn't know where my mom was and I was terrified. In the back of my mind I knew she was dead. She see me, terrified before I left, and my mom was usually fearless. So if these people could make my mom and Mia freak out, they had to be really dangerous. And it was all my fault. It was my fault that Mia and my mom was dead. If I just hadn't been born, Mom would be off to college and probably really happy. But no, she was stuck taking care of me. I slowed to a walk and took a seat on a fallen tree nearby. I pulled my knees up to my chest and cried. I was responsible for everything and now I was alone. My crying halted when I heard a branch snap from behind a tree. This was it. They had found me. I should have kept running like Mom said. I didn't listen. My eye caught sight of a blonde fleck in my peripheral. My head snapped to it. He came out from behind the tree slowly as not to startle me. He was a vampire obviously. He had dark golden eyes, blonde wavy hair that was hanging down past his ears. He showed me a kind smile, but that didn't stop me from being wary. He obviously shared the same diet I did, but I wouldn't tell him that. Hey, he spoke softly and moved towards me with his hands held up in surrender. What are you doing all the way out here in the woods? So he didn't know what I was. Mom always said my scent and heartbeat would give me away, but obviously to him I was looking like a simple human. I could ask you the same thing. I backed away as he got closer and I felt myself calm down instantly. Was this his gift? Changing emotions. It's alright, I am not going to hurt you, he soothed, taking another step closer. I am Jasper, I live just over the river with my family, I was just out for a walk. In other words, he was out for a hunt and found me. He seemed genuine enough. He looked over at my backpack, which had old clothes spilling out the top. Whilst I was running I accidentally ripped it. My clothes and belongings flying everywhere, only a thin piece of fabric held the opening together. His eyes softened at the sight. My family is back at the house, making some lunch, would you like to join us? He asked. I knew it was a blatant lie. A wave of emotion washed over me and I suddenly walked over to him and nodded. I think my mother is making pasta for lunch, my favorite. My mouth was salivating at the thought of a real meal. I hadn't sat down and ate something proper in weeks, eating candy bars that I got from convenience stores out of town. I'd like that. Eared it come out of my mouth, but my brain was screaming at me to not go with him. I don't know why I trusted him, but I did. Jasper Pav. When we brought Edward back we were thrilled to have him back with us, knowing he was safe with family. But it didn't take long for it to take a toll on me. His guilt, underlying anger and depression killed me. I couldn't stand being in the room with him for longer than a few minutes without wanted to go on a rampage. He was fighting with Alice this morning. She wanted him to get out of his room and start attending school with us. She wanted him to go back to normal. And while she was grieving as well, she knew that wallowing around the house wouldn't bring Bella back. He made a mistake and now he had to live with the consequences. I didn't need Edward's guilt when I already had my own. Him leaving his mate was my doing. If I could have just controlled myself, Bella would most likely be with us, like us. I did the best I could to calm him. But the more I did, the more enraged he would become. This morning had to be the worst I had seen him, his grief almost knocking me off my feet. I needed to get out of there, so I left. Alice tried to follow, but I knew I needed time alone and asked her not to accompany me. It was nice to be alone sometimes, to feel no other emotions but my own. I had just taken down a bear for lunch when I smelt the sickly sweet smell of a vampire. I went to investigate. It could have just been a nomad passing through, but I didn't want to risk ignoring it. As I got closer, I could hear the faint beating of a human heart. I peered around a tree to see a small human girl sitting on a fallen oak, sobbing. Her knees were pulled up to her chest and her head buried in her knees. I noticed her state of clothing. Her familiar colored hair was tangled and knotted, her clothes dirty and crumpled. I took a step forward and I felt a branch crack under my foot. It alerted her of another presence. Her head snapped up and darted to where I was hiding. I couldn't help but let out a small gasp. She looked so familiar. Her chocolate brown eyes, her small nose, plump lips, strong jawline and her bronze-colored curls were what I think Edward would look like if he was a young girl. The resemblance was insane. She couldn't have been older than 10 at least. I listened to her heartbeat, irregular pumps. Not something I had ever heard from a human. She had striking beauty that told me she had to be something different, obviously not a vampire but defiantly something else. I stuck my head out from behind the tree slowly. She noticed instantly, her gaze snapping to me. I felt her fear as she slid off the tree and retreated further away. Hey, I tried to speak as calm and as soft as I could so I didn't spook her. What are you doing all the way out in the woods? I could ask you the same thing, she replied softly as she backed further away. I sent a wave of calm her way and I nodded. Iced that her frame visibly relaxed a bit. But not as much as I hoped. It's alright, I am not going to hurt you. I took a chance at taking a step closer. She didn't back away this time. I thought it might be best to introduce myself. Show her that I wasn't a threat. I am Jasper. I live just over the river with my family. I was just out for a walk. She obviously didn't need to know I was out hunting. That would have scared her to death. She turned slightly and I caught sight of the black backpack she had with her. It was mangled beyond repair, dirty clothes and a book spilling from the top, a small L thread from the broken pack holding the broken zipper closed. She had obviously run away from wherever she came from. I felt sorry for her. This poor girl looked like she hadn't showered or eaten in days. My family is back at the house, making some lunch. Would you like to join us? I asked, in hopes that she would follow. It was a lie obviously, but when I was close to the house for the family to hear me coming, I could tell Esme to start cooking or Alice would see us returning and tell Esme herself. I tried to think what we even had at the house, since we didn't keep a lot of human food around. I think the only thing we had around was a measly box of pasta. I pushed a wave of trust over her and she took a step towards me and not back. I think my mother is making pasta for lunch. Her eyes widened a bit and I felt some excitement from her. She nodded and took another step towards me. I'd like that. Renesmee Pav. We walked in silence towards his home. I felt silly for following him. My mother would kill me if she knew I was doing this. But I was so hungry and for some reason I felt like I could trust this stranger named Jasper. He was the first one to speak up, just after we crossed the river. My family is quite large. I live with my mom and dad, my 2 brothers and my sister and my girlfriend. That was quite a large family, or coven so to speak. The quantity of his family should have scared me. But for some reason it didn't. I could see a large house in the distance when Jasper spoke at a pace that he probably thought I couldn't hear. Esme, could you start making some pasta? I've brought some company. I almost laughed. I wasn't surprised that he was asking her to start cooking now. It was quite obvious she wouldn't have been making lunch. We started to climb a SMALL hill making it to a clearing behind what was obviously his home. And by home I mean mansion. I hadn't seen a house like this before, well on movies and in books but never in real life. You live here? I marveled at the size of the house. It was 3 stories and was covered in large floor-to-ceiling windows, letting in all the natural light. He chuckled as we neared the glass sliding door on the patio. Everyone is home. So you'll get to meet everyone. He opened the door for me and I stepped in, towing off my shoes and shrugging the backpack off my shoulders and placing it next to them. How can you afford this house? My mouth quickly shut. I knew it wouldn't take me long to bring on some work vomit. Sorry that was rude, I muttered. He chuckled next to me and he kicked off his own shoes. Don't be. My father is a doctor and my mother an interior designer. My eyes almost bugged out of my head. A doctor. His father was a doctor. How could that even be possible? Come, let's go meet everyone. We climbed a set of stairs that took us to the 2nd floor. This house was so open and bright, the artwork that donned the walls were like nothing I'd ever seen. My feet pattered on dark oak flooring and I was suddenly feeling nervous. Jasper walked a few paces in front of me. I could hear murmurs as we got closer. To a human it would have been almost silent, but to me it sounded like they were in the same room. One was furious, I could tell by the tone of her voice. A human? Jasper, are you kidding me? Don't tell me you're turning into Edward now. I didn't know what she meant by that. But it's obvious she was frustrated I was here. We rounded the corner into the kitchen and was met by 5 curious eyes. All a shade of gold. I was thankful we all shared the same diet. A woman Ho was behind the kitchen counter when I first entered, moved towards me. She had kind eyes. She was beautiful. Her caramel-colored hair was just past her shoulders and full of volume. She smiled at me and bent down to my level. Hello darling, I'm Esme, Jasper's mom. She spoke softly. I took notice of her name now and how close it resembled to my own. You guys don't look alike, I stated. There I go again being rude. I was nervous. I had never been around this many people at once before and I was saying stupid things. But she didn't seem offended at my statement. She only laughed and returned to her cooking. All of my children are adopted. I knew this wasn't a lie. It was obvious she was the mother figure in the household. And the man with short blonde hair next to her was obviously the dad. He smiled at me when we made eye contact. I'm Carlisle, he introduced himself before motioning towards the blonde-haired model across the room whose eyes held nothing but disdain. This is my daughter Rosalie. My son Emmett. The big bear-looking fellow was next to her. His curly brown hair and wide smile made him look like a huge harmless teddy bear, although his arms were probably the size of my entire body. He waved slightly and wrapped an arm around Rosalie's shoulder. They were obviously mates. He motioned to another small girl, who would have only been a few inches taller than me. She had short black hair that was styled into a spiky bob. She took her place next to Jasper and gave me a soft smile. This is my daughter Alice and you've obviously been acquainted with Jasper. I nod. Dean smiled at everyone I had been introduced to. He sighed slightly. My other son Edward is upstairs in his room. Was something wrong with this Edward? Had he not come down because I was here? Jasp. Motioned for me to sit at one of the stools by the kitchen counter. Lunch will be ready soon, he informed me, placing a hand on my shoulder before sitting at the stool beside me. I found her out. Past the river alone, Jasper informed everyone around me. Carlisle came closer and rested his elbows on the counter in front of me. Do you have a name, honey? I couldn't help but laugh at his silly question. I'm Renesmee, I introduced myself, trusting the kind doctor in front of me. Weird name, I heard Emmett mutter from his spot beside Rosalie. You're one to talk, Emmett. I shot him a look which. He grinned it before making his way over to sit beside me at the counter. I think we're going to get along just great, Squirt. I giggled at this new nickname. So Renesmee, where is home for you? Carlisle asked. He looked concerned. They all did as they gathered around me. I felt crowded. Maybe they could help me. I felt safe here and it's obvious they didn't want to kill me. Unless they always make their victims lunch first. I decided to keep my secret for a little while longer. I didn't want them to think I was an immortal child. A long way from here, I ran away from home. Esme sighed as shish. He placed the bowl of food in front of me. It was just simple spaghetti with some pesto. It smells exactly the way Mom used to make it. Maybe we should try and contact your family. I shook my head rapidly. Trying to get the point across that was something I didn't want to happen. I can't go back home. After I eat, it'll get out of your hair and you won't have to worry about me anymore, I said in between bites. Esme looked frantic as she gazed at Carlisle. Nonsense, he said, smiling down at me. You'll stay with us whilst you figure out what you need to do. I'd rather you be here than in the wilderness alone. I nodded slowly, slurping the pasta into my mouth. Maybe you'd enjoy to have a shower after your lunch, maybe get some clean clothes. This was the first time I had heard Alice speak up. Her voice was like bells. When she asked, it sounded like a question, but I knew I didn't really have a choice. I was staying here with them whether I liked it or not. I thought about how good it would feel to clean the dirt from my skin and run a brush through my hair. I agreed and finished up my lunch. Alice directed me to the guest bathroom and told me they'd be right in the kitchen if I needed anything and that there were clean towels, soap, a hairbrush and a blow drying if I needed it under the cabinet by the sink. She brought back some pajamas a few moments after she had left. If I was human I would have questioned how she was so quick to fetch them, but I knew she was up in her room and back down to me in seconds because of her speed. Call if you need anything. She blew me a kiss before closing the door and leaving me alone. I could hear them talking outside, something I wouldn't be able to hear if I was a human. Jasper, why did you bring her here? Rosalie snarled. I could hear Emmett calming her down. We're just going to be a danger to her. She's just a human. Can't you see that she's different? She doesn't small human and she sure as hell doesn't look like one. They were all silent for a moment before I heard Carlisle speak up. You're right, Jasper. She does seem different. Maybe we ought to keep an eye on her for a while. It's obvious she had been away from home for a while. Her hair was matted. I heard Alice sigh. The poor thing. I grabbed her bag from downstairs and she only had a few salvageable clothes that I could wash for her. I didn't touch her books or her other belongings. I instantly relaxed at that, but I smelt vampire on the bag and on the letter that was in there. I stiffened. It would have been Mom's scent all over that letter. A vampire, are you sure? I assumed she nodded, because she didn't say yes or no to his question. It wasn't a scent I recognized. I realized I had been standing here eavesdropping for too long and soon they would get suspicious. I stepped under the flow of the warm water and groaned when it came in contact with my skin. It had been weeks since I showered. All the places I stayed had never had any run-in. Water, so the best I could do was swim in the lakes and rivers I found along my travels. The white tiles below my feet were turning to a murky brown from the dirt and dried blood that was running off me. I poured a hefty amount of shampoo into my hands and massaged it into my scalp. It felt amazing to be clean. I could feel my hair becoming less matted under my fingers. I grabbed one of the POOFs that were hanging on the wall and squeezed some of the strawberry-scented body wash on it before scrubbing my entire body. The poof came back brown every time I pulled it away to rinse it. When as satisfied with my newfound cleanliness, I stepped out and wrapped one of the fluffy white towels around my body before grabbing another and ruffling over my wet hair. I looked at my curls in the fogged mirror. They had returned to its original color. The dirt and mud, along with the leaves that got stuck into my hair, had masked the color, turning my hair into a brownish red than my usual color. I felt clean and happy for the first time in weeks, finally seeing myself as I used to be. I took the brush through it and was satisfied when I finished. My hair was not free and soft once again. Lice had left me some flannel pajamas and some clean underwear on the toilet seat and I quickly chucked them on, loving how the clean fabric felt on my skin. Maybe I could stay here for a little while. It couldn't hurt, could it? Renesmee Pav. I wandered their home, sticking my head into rooms and having a quick peek. Bedrooms, a few bathrooms that I knew wouldn't ever be used. I came to a door at the end of the hallway. The door was closed. I could hear music coming from inside, soft classical. I reached out to turn the door knob. Renesmee. I jumped at someone calling my name. I turned quickly. I felt like I'd be caught with my hand in the cookie jar. She smiled, but it faltered slightly. Come, I'll show you where you'll be sleeping. I followed her down the hallway, looking over my shoulder to the room with the door closed. It was the only room in the house with the door closed. Was that where this, Edward, was? You'll be staying in here, across from Jasper and I. She gestured for me to enter the room. It was beautiful. It had the biggest bed I'd ever seen in my life in between two white wooden bedside tables. I noticed there was a CD player next to the lamp and I mentally cursed myself when I realized Mom didn't pack it when she got my bag. There was a bookcase against one wall, filled with many titles I'd never seen before. I couldn't wait to read them. On the far wall was a window seat just like I had back home. I hope it's enough. I nodded and smiled up at her. I love it, thank you Alice. She beamed and gestured to a door across the room. Your walk-in wardrobe is in there and the bathroom is just next to my bedroom if you need it. I nodded before following her out of the room and down to the living room where everyone was gathered. Their eyes widened when I came down the steps. Was there something on my face? I looked up at Alice, confused. She chuckled slightly as Carlisle. We're sorry for staring Renesmee. You just look so much like someone we used to know, he explained, giving me a soft smile. Used to know? Jesus, she looks like a girl Edwa. Emmett was cut off by Rosalie smacking him against the back of the head. Who was this Edward? I imagine you'll meet Edward soon. My son is a bit shy. Carlisle spoke again, before wrapping an arm around Esme, who spoke next. I'm just about to leave to go to the store. Is there anything specific I can get for you? I thought for a moment. I felt awful that she was going out to get me things, especially when I know no one else but me in this house eats more pasta. I replied sheepishly. She nodded and gave me a bright smile before heading out the door with Rosalie. Emmett was in front of me moments later. Do you like Xbox, kid? He crouched down to my level and gave me a grin. I couldn't help but furrow my eyebrows at him. Obviously I knew what an Xbox was, but I had never played one before. His grin died as soon as he saw my face. I've never played one before. He gave me a small smile before holding out his giant hand to me. Come on, I'll show you how good I am at Need for Speed. I had no idea what that was, but I was slightly excited to see it. I noticed Carlisle had slipped away as Jasper and Alice joined us in the living room. Emmett quickly got the Xbox started and began to teach me how to play. I was loving it. Mom never had the money to get us one of these, and even if she did, I never saw the need to play it. But at Emmett it was so much fun. I beat him in a couple of races, but I knew he was going easy on me. He had just started another race when I noticed Alice and Jasper slip out of the room and into the kitchen. They were speaking in hushed tones, but I could still hear them as if they were in the same room. I can't see her at all, Jasper. It was silent for a moment. What do you mean? He replied. I didn't see you bringing her home this afternoon. I didn't see what shampoo she picked in the shower. I didn't see her decide what foods she wanted Esme to get. I can't see her in my visions at all. She's just one big black cloud. It's obvious she was talking about me. So her gift was visions of the future. I knew there was something different about her. I don't think she's human, Alice. I refocused on the game when I heard Emmett call my name. I turned to him immediately while he looked at me with concern. Hey, you okay? You've been driving into that wall for about 5 minutes now. I looked at the TV screen to see my race car, stuck in between a wall and one of the track guards. I was too focused on their conversation I hadn't even been paying attention to the screen. Whoops. I righted my car and gave him a reassuring smile. Yeah, I'm fine, just a lot on my mind, I guess. He didn't look convinced and looked as if he was about to ask me something else when Esme stuck her head into the room and told me dinner was ready. I followed her from the living room into the dining room to see the table filled with food. I hadn't even noticed her return home, let alone cook this huge meal. Are there other guests joining us? I looked up at Esme, eyes wide. I don't know if she expected me to eat all this food, because I know for sure they wouldn't be. She pulled out a chair for me and shook her head. My boys eat quite a lot, dear. Yeah, I bet they thinned out the bear population real well. Everyone piled into the room moments after, and I noticed once everyone had seated that there was one seat still empty. Is Edward not joining us? I asked as I filled my plate up with peas, potatoes and some meat. I noticed the rest of the family doing the same. No, Edward has already eaten dinner unfortunately, Carlisle explained, but I knew he wasn't telling me the truth. What was wrong with this Edward anyway? Did he not want me here, like Rosalie? I nodded thoughtfully and dug into my meal. It was delicious, for a woman who never has to eat. She was a marvelous cook. This is amazing, Esme. Her smile brightened. Thank you, Renesmee. I'm glad you like it. I noticed everyone shoveling the food into their mouths and I couldn't help but let out a small chuckle. They'd be bringing this food back up in no time. I quickly cleared my plate and filled it again. Before my stomach couldn't handle any more. I offered to clear the table, but Esme wouldn't hear any of it, making the boys clear it. They were being too kind to me, especially to a girl they thought was human. When the table was cleared, Alice let me know that she had left some clean pajamas and some clothes for tomorrow, in the bathroom across from the guest bedroom if I wanted to have another shower. Which I defiantly did. After weeks of not having a shower, 2 in 1 day was a definite luxury. I quickly scrubbed my body and hopped out before rubbing myself down with the fluffy white towel and slipping on my new pajamas. A sleep in that comfy-looking bed would do me and my back wonders. I was so stiff from having to curl up on uncomfortable wooden floors and hard tree trunks when I couldn't find shelter close by. I softly closed the bathroom door after cleaning my teeth and brushing my damp hair, when I saw a flash of bronze out of the corner of my eye, before I saw the door that was closed before slammed shut. So Edward really didn't want to see me. I couldn't help but feel disappointed that he didn't like me that much to not even leave his room. I wandered back to my room quietly and scurried under the covers of the huge bed. The mattress was perfect. I wasn't sure I'd ever want to leave it. A knock at the door alerted me to someone's presence. Alice stood there with a glass of milk and a cookie and a small smile. She placed them onto the bedside table before taking a seat onto the bed in front of me. I hope everything is to your liking. I'd hate for you to feel uncomfortable here, she asked, placing a hand on my knee. I shook my head and took a sip from the milk. Everything has been perfect. I wanted to thank everyone. You guys didn't need to take care of me, but you are anyway and it means a lot. We wouldn't have let you stay out there even if you wanted to. And she paused for a moment and brought her legs up to cross them in front of her on the bed. When you're ready. Maybe you can tell us why you ran away from wherever it is you've come from. I wasn't ready to divulge that secret yet, too painful, and I was comfortable where I was right now. The last thing I needed was to be alone again and have this family hate me too because of what I was. Maybe, I murmured. Alice gave my hand a squeeze and was about to get up when I stopped her. Alice. She settled back into her spot onto the bed and waited for me to continue. Why doesn't Edward want to see me? Her eyes softened. Oh honey, Edward is very complicated. She caressed my hand, trying to comfort me. You remind him a lot of someone he used to know very well. I was confused. He hadn't even seen me yet. I would have defiantly noticed if he had been around. Alice obviously noticed my confusion because she answered my unspoken question. He saw you whilst you were playing with Emmett. He came downstairs but you were busy playing so you didn't notice him. I knew she was lying. Maybe he had a gift as well. I nodded, satisfied with her answer, and sunk down into the bed. She lifted the covers up to my shoulders and tucked me in before placing a soft kiss on my forehead. When I closed my eyes, I pretended it was my mom. The chill on my forehead lingered and for a second I thought I was back at home in my own bed. Except I wasn't. I was thousands of miles away with people I hardly knew, in a bed that was 1,000 times better than my own. I didn't have my mom or Mia, I didn't have my books, I didn't have my stuffed lion that mom got me for my first birthday, but the one thing I really noticed as I laid here trying to fall asleep was the absence of my mom's CD. I felt a tear slide down my cheek and disappear into my pillow as I drifted off to sleep. Mom. I was outside in the snow, sitting on my blanket. It was dark outside. In front of me I could see her. Her long brown hair was flowing in the wind. It looked as if everything was in slow motion. Mom, what are you doing? I asked, standing up from my blanket and dropping my book from my hand. Every time I called, she never turned to me. That's when I noticed that she wasn't the only one here. In front of her were 3 men. I could tell by how they were dressed. But I couldn't see their faces, I didn't know these men. But they knew me. "Hello Renesmee, we've been waiting to meet you," one of them spoke to me, but I didn't recognize the voice. And then my mom was on the ground, one of the men had pulled her head off by her shoulders, I did all I could do. I screamed, "Renesmee Pav, blank, underscore, blank. Mom." I was outside in the snow, sitting on my blanket. It was dark outside. In front of me I could see her. Her long brown hair was flowing in the wind. It looked as if everything was in slow motion. "Mom, what are you doing?" I asked, standing up from my blanket and dropping my book from my hand. Every time I called, she never turned to me. That's when I noticed that she wasn't the only one here. The scene changed this time. They had my mother held to the ground. One of the men tried pulling on her head and her arms. "Oh Renesmee, if you would have just stayed, this wouldn't be happening," the one holding her down spoke to me. And then my mom's head was face down in the snow at the base of my feet. I screamed. I woke up screaming, again. As I had every morning since I had been here. Jasper brought me here on Sunday, it was now Friday. Every day I gradually gained more comfort in the Cullen house. I hadn't met Edward yet, but in the middle of the night I could hear his music from my room. He was still here, but hadn't yet left his room. Jasper, Emmett and I spent most of the day playing games, the other half after lunch was spent with Rosalie and Alice, who I'd grown closer to after the past few days. Rosalie's hate for me disappeared as she spent more time with me, but she apologized for the way she acted when I came home with Jasper, telling me yet again that I reminded her of someone they used to know. I didn't know who this person was, but it seemed I reminded the whole house of her. I laid in my bed trying to calm myself down as my chest heaved and my face was covered in a light sweat. I shot up in my bed when my door creaked open. It opened slowly and I quickly scurried under the sheets and hid. Blankets certainly wouldn't do much to protect me. I felt my bed dip beside me and a voice I'd never heard before spoke. "Renesmee." I pulled the covers away from my face and peeked out. This man stared down at me in concern. His dark eyes filled with worry, lilac circles around his eyes displayed his lack of feeding. His skin was so pale, shades lighter than my own, strong jawline and plump lips. But it wasn't his face that shocked me, it was the shade of his mop of hair. A shade that matched mine almost identically. He spoke again. "You had a nightmare." His voice was soothing. I nodded slowly. "You're Edward." His worried features smoothed out into a small smile. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I was surprised at his apology. I hadn't been expecting to meet him so soon, let alone meet him in the early hours of the morning in my bed. "Do you want to tell me about it?" Did I? I wanted these nightmares to go away. I'd tried to maybe manipulate my dreams, watching cartoons and videos on the internet of bunnies and cute dogs. But every night, I was faced with the same nightmare about 3 faceless men and my mom dying in front of me. "Are they about what happened when you left home?" I shook my head. "The dreams, they're not real," I spoke softly, eyes trained down to the duvet that covered me, "but I think they're what would have been if I stayed." He nodded slowly, giving me his full attention. "I think my mom was taken, or worse, killed." I leaned my head back against the headboard and stared at the roof as a tear trailed down my cheek. "She's dead because of me." "You don't know that," he spoke firmly, almost as if he knew that she wasn't. "The me and that came to my house wouldn't have left her alive, if they were as dangerous as she made them out to be." The tears flowed freely now. It was the first time since I'd been here that I had let it all out. "My mom told me to leave." He waited for me to continue, knowing I had more to say. "These men came to the house and she told me to run because she knew they were coming for me." "Where did you run from?" "Alaska." I spoke so softly I was surprised he even heard me. "Did you get a bus down here or?" "I ran." I sunk back down into my bed and let my tears soak my pillow. "I want to go back to sleep now." He tucked me in and closed the door behind him. I drifted back to sleep and prayed my nightmares wouldn't come back this time. Blank, underscore, blank. Edward Pav. For days I had been seeing snippets of her mind. It was strange, sometimes I could read her mind like I could read everyone else, and then other times she was as blank as my love was. I could see her in everyone's NDS since she arrived with Jasper over a week ago. She reminded me so much of her. Her bright brown eyes were almost identical to hers, and I didn't know if I could look into them for real and not through someone's mind without breaking down. So I kept my distance. That was until I witnessed her nightmares. They were terrifying, even to me. There was something about the 3 men and the woman in the dream that I recognized. But I couldn't figure it out. We'd be trying to figure out what she was since she had started living with us. Emmett suggested every supernatural being he could think of, but none of them seemed plausible, and we had never encountered anything but vampires and the wolves. I was sitting in my room when I could hear her whimpering from down the hall, then the whimpers turned into screams. Her nightmares changed over the past few days, the woman in her dreams dying in violent ways every time, but her dreams never revealed her face. I closed her door and walked down to my family, who were gathered at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for me to report what had happened when I entered Renesmee's room. They knew about the nightmares and knew I had been seeing them as well. They knew they were getting worse. They discussed what they should do around me, but my mind kept drifting back to Renesmee's thoughts. I shouldn't have left it so long to meet her. I could see why everyone was infatuated with her. She was a beautiful young girl. I felt an unnatural and unfamiliar pull to her since she arrived. A need to protect her came over me, and that was something I had only experienced with one person in my lifetime. The family wanted to talk with her, try and get her to divulge what happened to her before she came here. Esme objected, telling everyone that we needed to let her tell us. Men in black cloaks stalked towards her, stepping over the body of the woman on the ground. Renesmee had slipped back into the nightmare. "We're coming for you, Renesmee." My head snapped. Towards the stairs up to her bedroom door. Her screams came moments after. I didn't waste a second running up to her room and flicking on the light and gathering her into my arms. The need to comfort her came so naturally that it freaked me out for a second. Her legs were tucked up against her chest and her head was burrowed into mine. Her screams died down as her eyes fluttered open. Tears were streaming down her cheeks and soaking my shirt. I didn't mind in the slightest. She continued to cry and all I could do was hold her. Even having just met me, she seemed comfortable with me consoling her. I hummed a tune to her, trying to calm her down, which she did. Her sobbing died down but tears still slipped down her cheeks. "I don't want to go back to sleep," she choked out. I nodded, resting my chin on her forehead and holding her tighter. "Do you want to talk about it? Would that make you feel better?" She hesitated. "I mean everything, Renesmee. I know there are things you're not telling us about what and who you are." She looked up at me, eyes wide. "They will kill me," she thought. I shook my head. "We would never do such a thing, we just want to know what's going on so we can help you," I answered her thoughts, not caring about our own secret anymore. "I suspected you could read minds, I just never knew for certain." My eyebrows furrowed down at her in confusion. She had only met me tonight. How could she have known? "Alice told me that you had seen me, that you had come downstairs when I was playing with Emmett and Jasper, but you hadn't. I would have known if you came downstairs." She didn't seem scared or concerned with knowing my secret, she didn't even seem surprised. "You're right, I saw you in their minds," I confessed. "I'm sorry," she murmured. I had expected running, screaming, her freaking out but defiantly not her saying she was sorry. She continued, "I'm sorry for reminding you of someone you used to know." Alice had told her obviously. I sighed. "I'll tell you what." She looked up at me and waited for me to continue. "I'll tell you about that, if you explain to me what you were and why you were wandering on your own in the forest." She led in over for a moment before she nodded. "You first," she whispered. I couldn't help but chuckle. I shifted my position with her in my arms, pulling her further up the bed so I could lean back onto the headboard and pulled the duvet up and around both of us. She shifted her own position so she was laying more comfortably in my lap, her head still resting on my chest. "Where should I start?" I huffed. "I met someone about 6 years ago. Back when we lived in a town called Forks. This girl I met infuriated me at first, but I soon fell in love with her." She looked up at me, enthralled with my story like it was some sort of princess bedtime tale. "She became closer with my family and that made it dangerous for her to be around us." "Because you're all vampires." I heard the rest of my family gasp downstairs at her question. I wasn't surprised that she knew. She never questioned why we never ate with her or why we never slept or why we were always going out at random times of the afternoon to hunt. I didn't even try to deny it. Simply nodding. "Jasper accidentally tried to hurt her one day and I knew it would be best if we left." She gasped. "I said a lot of things I didn't mean and lied to her. I ran away and about 5 months after I left her I found out she had passed away in an accident." A tear slipped down her cheek. "That's so sad," she mumbled into my shoulder. I nodded, feeling a weight somehow lift off my chest. Talking about it to this tiny mysterious creature made me feel better. Not taking away any of the pain I felt away but simply feeling at peace where I was at that moment. I'll regret it forever. Because it's my fault that she passed away, She shook her head erratically. It's not. You left so she'd be safe. You weren't the cause of her dying, you were trying to protect her. I smiled down at her. It was strange how this small girl could make me feel the best I'd felt in over 5 years just by a few words. We sat in silence for a few moments before I nudged her. Before we move on to your story, Missy, you want to tell me how you figured out what we were? Can you read minds too? She giggled when I tickled her stomach at my last question. I knew as soon as I met Jasp. In the forest, she sighed, and I took the moment of silence to ask her what she was doing out in the forest. I was resting, but before Jasper interrupted, I was going to do exactly what he was there for. I froze at her words. My family's minds downstairs were going crazy. You were hunting? I asked slowly, to which she nodded. I'm half human, half vampire. My mind just about exploded at her confession. You're going to kill me now, aren't you? I squeezed her in my arms. No, of course not. Why do you keep thinking that? She looked down. A stray tear dripped onto my shirt. Because that's why the men came. They came because of what I am. That's why people could never find out about me, why I waited so long to tell you guys. You're safe here, Renesmee. I was just with my mom one day when E took me to my room and started packing a bag for me. She looked scared, and then these men came to my house and she told me to run and not look back. These men obviously wanted her. Maybe that's why her mother was so scared. They won't find you here, and even if they do, we wouldn't let anything happen to you. Mom always said that I wasn't allowed to tell anyone what I was. She said that they'd think I was an immortal child. But I don't know what that is. It makes sense. Her scent and her beauty would defiantly make her look like an immortal child. Was your mom human? I asked. How was this even possible? Female vampires couldn't reproduce. She shook her head. Mama is a vampire. And your father? She shrugged, telling me that her mom never discussed her father and she never asked, not wanting to upset her. She was becoming upset again, the tears trailing down her face starting to stream. I decided to leave this conversation for the moment and try to take her mind off it. Would you like to go downstairs? See the rest of the family? I can hear Esme making some pancakes just for you. She smiled through the tears and nodded. I shifted off the bed, with her still in my arms, and was about to place her feet on the ground when I heard, "Don't let go, please." It wasn't like I was reading her thoughts. It was different, like she sent it to me. She giggled at the startled look on my face. Before she raised her hand to my cheek. You have your mind reading. This is my gift. That's amazing, Renesmee. She grinned sheepishly at the compliment as I hoisted her onto my hip, her arms wrapping around my neck. I walked with her downstairs and into the living room. I couldn't ignore the stares my family gave me. I took her into the kitchen and placed her on the stool just as Esme ate a plate full of pancakes in front of her. I heard Esme's thoughts moments later. I've never seen you like this, Edward. You look happier than I've seen you in a long time. I smiled at her in return. And leaned my elbows on the bench in front of Renesmee. Maybe when you finish eating we can go for a quick hunt. She beamed up at me and nodded. I would love that. I haven't hunted in weeks. The rest of the family joined us in the kitchen, staring at Renesmee while she ate. Carlisle was the first one to speak up. How does it work? Can you live off human food and not have to hunt at all? Trust Carlisle to turn into doctor mode and start questioning her. I glared at him and shook my head, silently telling him to stop. Renesmee noticed and placed her tiny hand atop of my own. It's fine. I can eat human food for a while, but without blood my body kind of starts to get weak. But it takes a few months for it to get to that stage, he nodded. Fascinating. I wonder how it is possible. I never thought that a vampire could successfully impregnate. I tried to ignore his thoughts after that, not wanting to listen to his inner monologue of science and trying to figure out how it was possible. It's obvious her mother carried her successfully to term somehow. Maybe her father was a vampire. I was angry at myself. If I had known that having children would have been possible for me, for us, I would have stayed. That being one of the reasons I left. I didn't want her to turn bitter like Rosalie after I changed her, regretting becoming like us when she decided she wanted to become a mother. But now she didn't have to worry about that at all. Renesmee noticed my mood shift and squeezed my hand, giving me a light smile. I was surprised at how just a simple smile brought my mood up instantly. This strange girl who I'd only met a few hours ago had already captured my heart. I got a new game for us to play, Rennie. Maybe we can play it when you get back from your hunt. Emmett spoke up. Yusin. The nickname he gave her a few days ago, saying her name was too big a mouthful. I knew she didn't like it. her expression falling for a millisecond before it disappeared, and she nodded excitedly at him. She noticed me looking at her with concern and placed her hand on top of mine. My Auntie Mia used to call me Rennie. The name obviously made her upset, but she never told Emmett to stop. She finished her pancakes in record time, before grinning up at me. "Can we go hunting now?" I held out my hand and she took it eagerly. "I'll race you." Renesmee Pav. We jogged to the back of the house before Edward turned to me. "You sure you want to do this? You're going to lose," he sung with a mischievous grin. My competitive nature was showing. My mom always said I was fast. "Maybe you're the one that's going to lose." 3, he counted, setting himself up into a crouching stance. 2, 1, I said quickly and taking off. He didn't know I was going to take off so quick, which gave me a head start. He was a few strides behind me, but close on my heels. "Cheater," I heard him yell, and I threw my head back in laughter. It was still a bit dark outside, but I could see the sun rising in the distance. I could see the river ahead. Our agreed upon finish line. I was so close. Edward overtook me seconds later, pushing himself further. I groaned when I saw Edward jump the river first, and I followed behind, leaping over. He caught me midair and swung me around in a circle, laughing carelessly before placing me on my feet. "Cheaters never prosper," he said, holding his hand up for a high five, which I ignored with a giggle. He ruffled my hair. "I can smell a few deer up ahead, but there is some big game a bit further up the mountain if you're up for it." I was excited. It wasn't too often that I got to feed from a carnivore. We mostly had bears in Alaska, but Mom didn't take me out far enough to hunt to find them, but sometimes we were lucky enough to have one wander into the area. Defiantly up for it, we took off running again, Edward taking the lead. I followed him over, under and around trees before he slowed to a walk in front of me. I didn't have to ask why. I knew it's because he didn't want to scare them away. "How does it work?" he asked, turning his head to look down at me. "It's obvious that you can run like a vampire, but what other traits do you have?" "I can hunt, I can run just as fast. But I don't really have the senses. My eyesight is pretty good, but I can't see things from miles away like you can, and I can't smell things from far away like you. It makes it difficult to who. And takes almost 3 times as long because I actually have to search out animals to feed from." "But you feed from animals, which is good. Did your family?" he asked. I knew Mom did and Mia didn't at first. I remember her eyes being a bright red when I first met her as a baby. I simply nodded in reply. He slowed to a stop and peered around the tree we were standing behind. "There is a pack of 2 ahead. I'll let you take lead. Think you can handle it?" I was instantly excited, taking a step out in front of the tree. I thought I was moving pretty stealthily when I felt the crack of a branch from under my feet. One of the bears fled and I panicked and sprang towards the other, taking it down quickly and sinking my teeth into its neck. It struggled for a few seconds, making me lose my grip on it and my mouth releasing from its neck. It stilled after my hands wrapped around its neck. I drained the bear and stepped back, looking down at the pajamas I was still wearing. They were covered in mud and soaked with blood. I groaned and span around when I heard Edward laughing. I glared at him and his laughter got louder. "It's not funny," I huffed, crossing my arms over my chest. "Come on, we'll go home and get you cleaned up," I frowned. "But you haven't fed yet." The other bear ran away. I felt bad that I made it run, but all he did was chuckle and hold out his hand for me to grab. "I'll go for a hunt when you go to sleep tonight. Let's go home," I grabbing his hand and followed his lead home. It was strange how quickly I bonded with Edward. I felt a weird pull to him, which made me unnaturally comfortable with him. It was like I had known him my entire life. My trust in him was instant. We took the jump over the river hand in hand and raced the rest of the way home. I think he let me win this time. I held up my hand at the back porch for a high five, but he ignored it like I did with his. I couldn't help but giggle at his childishness and jumped on his back, soaking his own shirt with the blood I had on mine. "Get up into the shower, Missy," he growled playfully, shrugging me off. I ran upstairs into my room and gathered some new clothes, chucking them onto my bed and heading straight to the bathroom. Over the past week I still hasn't gotten over how good the showers here were. Still feeling dirty from my weeks spent running, I wrapped myself in a fluffy towel and wandered back to my room. I caught sight of my mangled backpack in the corner of the room. I felt awful. During my time here I practically pushed the thoughts of my mom into the back of my mind. I shouldn't have left, I should have been with her. I walked over to it and kneeled in front of it. Some of my belongings were still in there. My clothing had been removed and either washed or thrown out by Alice. But, the one thing that caught my eye was the white envelope in the bottom on the bag. It was slightly crumpled now. I remember my mother giving this to me to read on my birthday. I would only have to wait about 17 hours to read it. I wanted to open it now. But deep down I knew I shouldn't. I stood up with it and shoved it in my bedside drawer before changing into some comfortable clothes for the day. I jumped when I heard a voice from my bedroom door, "You ready?" I turned to see Edward's head poke through the door with a crooked grin. "Emmett and Jasper are downstairs with the Xbox ready when you want to join them." I nodded and let him know it'd be down in a minute. I couldn't help but think of my mom. I wished so badly that she could be here. I hoped wherever she was happy and safe. Blank, underscore, blank. Bella Pov. It had been weeks since Alec, Dimitri and Keys had brought Mia and I back to Volterra. They kept me alive only because they knew if they killed me, Renesmee would never come to them. They kept Mia and I in one of the towers. After about a week of not feeding from whatever poor human they brought us, they started to bring thermoses of animal blood. Tea tasted disgusting, but it was going to keep me fed. I couldn't complain much. I prayed Renesmee would be alright. I wish I told her about the Cullens sooner. She would have been safer with them, not off on her own God knows where. Arrow was a despicable old man. He never believed me when I told him that Renesmee was no immortal child and that Irina was wrong when she saw her. He told me he would. And he believed me until she was right in front of him. I would never let that happen. Dimitri was the only one who believed me. Surprisingly, he was on my side. He was a tracker. Arrow had tasked him with finding Renesmee, but he declined, saying that he could not find her because she was an unknown being. He told me days later that he had been lying. He knew exactly where she was. He took a trip back to America a couple of days ago with the sole purpose of leaving a message back at the cabin in case she returned. The note simply told her I was still alive, but that I didn't want her to try and find me. Dimitri wrote something else on the letter, but I didn't know what it was. I hoped she found shelter, somewhere to settle herself down. I would leave this place soon and then I would reunite with my daughter. Everything would be back to normal. I can only hope. Renesmee Pov. We played games for hours. I thought my eyes were about to go cross-eyed when Esme called me in for dinner at around 5 o'clock. Edward came into the kitchen and joined me not too long after I had started eating and went straight to the fridge before turning to me. "Juice, milk or water, missy?" He grinned. My heart clenched in my chest and the smile that was on my face fell. It was weeks ago since I last heard that exact phrase from my mom. I felt awful. Here I was enjoying myself with this new family while mom is probably out there suffering. Edward noticed my change in mood straight away and came over to my side instantly. "Hey, what's the matter? Do you ever feel awful even feeling happy, whilst the person you love most in the world is suffering?" I felt my eyes brimming with tears. He nodded, "All the time. But you shouldn't feel guilty by feeling happiness. Your mother would rather you be happy and safe, not worrying about her." He was right. I know all mom wanted for me was happiness and she wouldn't want me to feel guilt over what happened. I know she'd be scolding me right now if she was here. I nodded and told him I wanted juice. "Be happy. If there's anything your mom would want, right, it would be for you to be happy." He told me as he brought me my juice. "You probably won't see me before you go to bed. I'm going to go hunting tonight. See if I can find that bear." I laughed with him as he exited the room and left me to eat the rest of my dinner. Alice danced in seconds later. "Okay, so you're louned. Rye has been done for the day and I got you a few surprises upstairs waiting for you in your room." My eyes widened. "Surprises? What do you mean surprises?" "A little birdie told me it's your birthday too. Tomorrow." I don't know what little birdie this was because I hadn't actually told any of them when my birthday was. She rolled her eyes at me. "It was Edward. He heard you mention it in your mind this morning." I kept on forgetting he could get snippets of my mind, and it seems he was getting snippets of parts one didn't want him to see. I didn't want to celebrate my birthday this year and I certainly didn't want the Cullens making a big fuss over me. "You didn't have to do that, Alice. Thank you." She beamed at me and motioned for me to follow her. "It's only something little, just an early birthday present. The real fun begins tomorrow." She was almost vibrating with how excited she looked. "We've got a special party planned for tomorrow, just us." I heard Emmett pipe up from his spot on the couch as we walked past. "Yeah, because last time you planned a party it went so well." The brightness in Alice's eyes died after Emmett spoke. Rosalie made sure to smack him on the back of the head as she murmured for him to shut his big mouth. Jasper looked upset also. I imagine this was about the girl they used to know. I'm looking forward to it, Alice, I reassured through the silence, taking her hand in my own and pulling her up the stairs. When I opened my bedroom door, my eyes almost bugged out of my skull. Alice, you said it was only something small. My bed was surrounded in bags with designer labels. Ones I'd never even seen before. She shrugged. It's just a few outfit choices for tomorrow and it is only something small. I was very upset when Rosalie told me I needed to stop. She crossed her arms and huffed as she jumped onto my bed. Open them. I can help you pick out your outfit. The bags were filled with more clothes than I'd seen in my life. Dresses, skirts, blouses, shoes, accessories. I spent almost 3 hours with Alice trying to decide on an outfit when I settled with a simple blue strapless dress. The hemline came to just above my knees and flowed from a cinched waist. Perfect. My work here is almost done. She taped her finger to her chin and grinned suddenly. I have the most beautiful necklace that would go with that. I think it's in here. She was opening the bedside drawer seconds later and paused when she saw the letter from my mom laying on top. Honey, you have a letter here. I chuckled and took it from her. I'm not opening it yet. My mom said to open it on my birthday and I'm going to. Since I'm not going to get any birthday presents from her, this is pretty much the closest thing and I want to respect her wishes. I didn't know what was in the letter. The fact that she told me to open it on my birthday pretty much tells me it's a birthday message or a card. Alice smiled. That's sweet. She turned back to the drawer and brought out a velvet box and handing it to me. Inside was probably the most beautiful piece of jewelry I had ever seen. A diamond choker with a small teardrop crystal hanging in the middle. It was perfect. I keep it in here because it's one of my favorites and because no one comes in here ever. I stared at her with my eyebrows raised. If it was one of her favorites, shouldn't she have it in her room? I know what you're thinking. Why not just keep it in my room? I nodded slowly as she continued. Emmett has this annoying thing of whenever I've done something to annoy him, he'll steal my jewelry and hide it somewhere. He's figured out a way to work around my visions now, so I haven't been able to find some of my pieces. She huffed before bouncing over to me, her mood changing instantly. I'll go run you a relaxing bath. Before I could even reply to her, she was out of the room. Being around her for too long gave me a migraine. I loved her to death already, but she was too intense sometimes. I loved the whole family really. They were all so kind to me during my stay. Always making sure I was occupied and having fun. Emmett played heaps of games with me, teaching me all the tactics to win. Jasper taught me things with his vast knowledge of history. Always having something new to teach me. Alice and Rosalie were constantly shopping for me, showing me new outfits and accessories they could dress me up in, while I find it annoying most of the time. I love spending the time with them. Esme, despite her never needing to eat, was a fantastic cook, always making my favorites just the way I like them. Carlisle was kind and calming. Always so mellow when I was around him. He would come home from the hospital and tell me all about his day, and it was so fascinating hearing about his patients. Then there was Edward. While I only met him officially not even 24 hours ago, I feel like we bonded instantly, getting along like we'd known each other forever. I wandered over to the bathroom and saw that Alice had set up my bath at a perfect temperature and had even left my book just beside the tub. The warm water was relaxing. I could feel my muscles loosening with every second I sat in there. I let my eyes flutter closed for a moment. When I opened them again, the water was ice cold and my fingers looked like prunes. I must have fallen asleep. I didn't realize how tired I actually was after today. I emptied the bath and dried off, padding back to my room and getting into some comfortable pajamas. The clock read 11 o'clock. How long was I asleep in that bath for? After my nap I didn't really feel tired anymore and went to see everyone. I walked quietly down the stairs and into the living room. It was empty. I knew Edward was hunting still, but where was everyone else? That was strange. Usually during tea night at least one person was in here. I wandered around a bit when I came to a stop in front of some double doors. When Alice gave me a tour of this place about a week ago, she told me this was Edward's music room. She gave me the impression that I shouldn't go in here, but I let my curiosity get the better of me. When I slid the doors open, my eyes instantly were drawn to the black grand piano in the middle of the room. I could see dust bunnies floating in front of my eyes. Obviously Edward hadn't used his music room in a while. I tiptoed over, sat on the bench and lifted the lid, which was covered in dust. The keys were still pristine. My finger lightly pressed onto a key and the noise echoed through the room. I pressed another and then another before my fingers flowed into the rhythm of a familiar tune. My mother's lullaby. My heart swelled at the thought of her. It had been weeks since I had heard it. I missed it. It was so comforting and falling asleep without it was difficult. At my eyes close as my finger danced over the keys. It wasn't until the last second, I realized I had company. I was suddenly lifted from the bench by my arms and held in midair. Edward stared back at me enraged. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been playing on your... How do you know that song? He hissed. I let out a whimper as his hands tightened on my arms. How do you know it? Suddenly I was rocked to the floor and gathered into the arms of someone. I looked up to see Emmett glaring over the top of my head. Everything was happening so fast. Edward was being held back by Jasper and Carlisle. Esme, Alice and Rosalie stood in front of him, snarling words too quick for me to understand. I was hurt, not physically. Physically Edward hadn't hurt me, my arm stung but not enough to care. No, I was hurt emotionally. Just when I thought I had grown close to him, I thought maybe he felt the bond I felt as well. But obviously I was wrong. I hadn't seen someone so angry before. Emmett tightened his arms around me as my tears and sobs got heavier. Emmett, get her out of here. Carlisle turned his head for a fraction of a second to look at Emmett and I before the room around my blurred and I was sitting on my bed. Em was kneeling in front of me, worry etched on his features. Are you okay? Did he hurt you? I shook my head rapidly. I'm sorry that I was playing on his piano. He looked confused for a moment. I don't think that's what he was angry about, Rennie. Now it was my turn to be confused. I didn't know what else there was to be angry about. I know he asked how I knew that song, but it surely couldn't be about that. Who gets angry over a song? I'm going to go downstairs and check on everything. Will you be okay up here for a few minutes? He asked, wiping away my tears with the pad of his thumb. I told him it was fine and he left. The room was dark, the only ounce of light was coming from the digital clock. 12 o'clock. Happy birthday to me, I murmured angrily, rubbing my palms into my eyes. I picked up Mom's letter and sat back against the headboard. The letter was about a page long. There was a small rectangular piece of paper left in the envelope, but I left it there for a moment and started to read. Renesmee, when you read this you will have just turned 5. I'm only writing you this letter in the unlikely chance that I would chicken out and not want to explain this all to you face to face. I know you deserve that, but talking about this has always been a tricky subject for me. Before I start with my little story, I just want to say happy birthday and I hope your day is wonderful and as special as you are to me. You are the light of my life and I'm so thankful to have you by my side every day. So here goes. When I was 17 I met the most amazing person to enter my life until I met you, and he was perfect. I met him in my biology class in high school and quickly fell in love with him. I won't bore you with the little details, but this boy I met was A.V. Empire and unknowingly soon to be your father. After my 18th birthday he left me, not knowing I was pregnant with you. I know he would have stuck around if he knew, and he would have been the most wonderful father. It is crazy how alike you are, with things that I didn't even know could be passed on in hereditary. The way you both run your fingers through your messy hair, and when you're frustrated you pinch onto the bridge of your nose. And when you stare at me so intently with your father's eyes, my color of course, but his intensity, it's like he's staring right at me all over again. I wish so badly that you could have met him, because I know you would have loved him as much as I do. His name is Edward. I probably should have started with that. Edward Cullen. His father is Carlisle Cullen and mother, Esme. He has 4 siblings. Alice, Jasper, Rosalie and Emmett, and I know they would love you as much as he would. If after you finish reading this letter you decide you want to meet him, I won't stop you. I shouldn't have kept him from you for so long. I'm sorry for that, darling. You deserve to have your father's love even though I couldn't. I love you, Mama XX. My eyes were clouded with tears. I shoved the tear-stained letter out of the way and pulled the rectangular piece of paper from the envelope. It wasn't just a piece of paper. It was a photo. My breath got stuck in my throat when I laid eyes on the two in the photo. It was my mom and Edward. Well, my dad. I was angry at my mom for not telling me sooner, but I was angry at myself for not disobeying her wishes and just reading it. I could have saved myself from the past hour if I would have just read the stupid letter. I leaned forward and shoved my head into the thick duvet and screamed. I let it all out. All my frustration and anger into one scream into my mattress. My door creaked open seconds later. It was Alice. Hey, are you okay? I looked up at her. She was my aunt. All along I was with my family and I had no idea. I jumped up and hugged her, squeezing her with all of my strength. Honey, are you okay? I'm sorry about Edwa. I cut her off. Where is he? I didn't care about the last hour, he needed to know. She rolled her eyes. Oh, don't worry about him, he can't hurt you again. No, Alice, I spoke with more conviction this time. Where is he? She looked shocked before pointing in the direction of the stairs. He's downstairs in the music room being a baby. I grabbed the papers off my bed and ran. I heard Alice call after me, but I didn't care, I needed to get to him. I found him on his knees in front of the piano. He didn't look up, but he would have known I was there. I walked towards him. How do you know that song? I spoke quietly, scared that he might react badly. I wrote it, he whispered after a few minutes. I had no idea. After all these years I had been listening to a lullaby my father wrote and I had no clue. I've been falling asleep to it for the past 5 years. I sunk to my knees in front of him. I expected him to look up but he didn't, so I continued. My mother found the CD and has played it to me every night since I was born. I placed the photo of him and my mom on the floor between us and slid it towards him. He looked up at me after a few seconds. You're Bella's daughter. Your daughter, I whispered, my eyes blurring from my tears. Yo, you can't be, you look 10 not 5 inches, he stuttered. Picking up the photo and clutching it in his hands. My growth has always been very quick, it only just started to slow down. It's my 5th birthday today. I slid the letter my mother wrote towards him and waited for him to read it. He looked up at me with wide eyes before bringing up his hand to stroke my cheek. You look so much like her. When Jasper brought you home I thought God sent you here to torture me. To remind me of her. He pushed a lock of my hair behind my ear. You look exactly like your mother. I gave him a small smile. That's weird, because she always said I looked exactly like you. His face broke out into a smile before his gaze drifted downwards and stopped at my arms. He gasped. I followed his gaze and saw that my arms had already started to bruise from where he held me. Renesmee. I'm so sorry, I can't believe the way I reacted. I will never forgive myself for this. Stop, I hushed him, grabbing one of his hands and cradling it in mine. It was an accident, it doesn't hurt. He pulled me to his chest and sobbed, whispering that he was sorry into my hair. I pulled away from him and cradled his face in my hands. He looked so broken. Dad, I tested the word. I didn't feel weird or awkward coming out of my mouth, it felt natural, like I'd been calling him that for years. His face softened. It feels surreal to hear that. I couldn't help but giggle softly. Will you better get used to it? His calm face turned into one of joy, before hardening seconds later. We need to find your mother. He stood and lifted me up with him. I won't rest until she is found. We'll go back to your home, see if there's any trace of where she may have been taken or. He trailed off then, but I continued for him. Or find an ash pile in my backyard. I closed my eyes and leaned into him before the tears could come again. We'll find her, Renesmee, I promise. Bella Pav. Arrow said he wanted us to be comfortable in our new home. I almost laughed when he said that. Mia hated him just as much as I did. They brought us down from our tower every day and questioned us, seeing if we would crack. Sometimes they'd separate us, trying to get Mia to give up her location. They still asked her even though Arrow could see in her mind she didn't know. They were useless. Besides, I trusted Mia. Even if she did know, she would never give up Renesmee. I didn't want Arrow's slimy hands anywhere near my daughter. Dimitri knew where she was and let me know every time he sensed her location change. He never explained to me how his gift worked. He tried to stay out of Arrow's sight, although Arrow had no reason to look into his mind, assuming he was as loyal as ever. It was her birthday today. It killed me to be away from her. She had never spent a birthday away from me ever. Perhaps now that she knew about her father she might try to track him down. I hoped so anyway. I'd rather have her with him and his family than alone and unprotected. If I got out of here alive, I knew I would have to face him again. There is no way I could live on this earth for eternity and not cross paths with him. There are only so many places with constant cloud cover. I knew I still loved him. I don't think I could ever stop. But would I see him and be happy about it? No, probably not. A part of me wishes Renesmee never tries to seek out her father, but another part of me knows she deserves that. The wooden door creaking open broke me from my thoughts. Arrow glided into the tiny cell he would call my room. Bella darling, it's time to feed. Are you going to be difficult today or shall I bring you a real meal? My answer will never change, Arrow. My eyes cast downwards, not wanting to look the monster in his face. If you're sure. I heard the door creak open again. Jane, he greeted, as a silver thermos clanged to the floor and rolled to my feet. This was how my meals were given to me. I didn't bother looking up at her. no doubt she would be wearing her signature glare for me. We discovered early on that Jane's torture tactics did not work on me. Good news for me, bad news for Mia. She used it on her for interrogation strategies, thinking I might crack if I saw Mia in pain, but I know Mia wouldn't want that. They threatened to kill her, but I told them that they might as well kill me too because they would lose every chance of finding her if Mia was gone. Well, except for Dimitri, but he was doing a good job of keeping it from Arrow. Mia wasn't even aware that Dimitri knew where she was. I drank in silence, praying that I would be out of here soon and back with my daughter. Renesmee Pav. It came as a shock to only a few of the Cullens about who I was. Alice said she always knew, saying that she'd have to be blind not to see that I wasn't Edward's daughter. You could see the resemblance. My father and I looked exactly the same. When I explained everything, well, everything I knew anyway, they all started discussing what they should do, speaking at such fast paces I couldn't understand what they were saying. I looked at my father, who was across the room, forehead resting against the window. He looked frustrated, one hand pinching the bridge of his nose, the other resting against the glass. "Daddy," I asked in my thoughts. He looked over at me immediately, concern written over his face. "What's going on?" He walked over to me and sunk to his knees in front of me. The room was quiet now. They were watching us. He grabbed my hand in his own and brought it up to his face. "Show me home." I flashed pictures of him in my mind. It made him smile, the first smile I had seen from him all day. "Your house, Renesmee." I pictured our little cabin in the woods. I pictured my bedroom, my mother in the kitchen cooking me dinner. I pictured the river behind our home and the national parks nearby. His eyes were closed. "You live near Denali?" "Yes," I answered. "Do you think you could take us back to your home, if we took you to Denali?" He asked, looking up at me with pleading eyes. All I could do was nod. I looked up at the rest of the family who were observing us. Esme looked like she was about to cry. Esme, my grandmother. This was my family. I was so used to it just being me, Mom and Mia. Dad stood up abruptly, bringing me up with him and holstering me on his hip. "Everyone pack what we need, we're going to Alaska." Everyone started moving, rushing around Grandpa Street. I'd in the living room and walked towards us. "Esme and I will drive to Denali, visit our cousins, see if they have any knowledge of any vampires passing in the area." He placed a hand on Dad's shoulder before cupping my cheek gently. "We'll find answers, Edward." He was gone before I could blink. I rested my head on Dad's shoulder as we walked towards the stairs. "We'll pack you a bag too." I was silent for a few moments before uttering, "You're good at this." "Good at what?" he asked, settling me down on my bed when he got to my room. "Being a dad," I responded, watching as he pulled out a small pink bag from my wardrobe. I watched a smile creep onto his face. He was in front of me seconds later, kneeled beside the bed. "It's strange how naturally it comes to you, to want to protect your child." He stroked my cheek with the back of his fingers. The chill was comforting, an automatic reaction, almost as if my mind and soul knew you were mine. I knew what he was referring to. I felt it when I first met him. An unnatural connection, a bond that could only be held with parent and child. He went back to packing my bag after placing a kiss on my forehead. "Dad," I probed, watching as he turned his head to look at me over his shoulder. "Yes, Renesmee." He walked over to me seconds later with a woolen jumper, motioning for me to put my arms up so he could put it on me. "Do you still love Mom?" I muffled through the fabric of the jumper before squeezing my head through the neck hole. He smoothed out my curls before pulling the backpack onto my arms. "I don't think there will ever be a day I don't." I nodded thoughtfully and raised my arms for him to pick me up, which he did before standing still to let me maneuver my way onto his back. "I know you already told me this story, but if you loved her so much, why did you leave her?" He sighed and shut my bedroom door behind him when he made his way out. "I left because I loved her. I left her so she could have children of her own and get married to someone who she deserved." He squeezed my arms and planted a kiss on one of them. "If I had known that she was pregnant with my baby, I would have stayed. It was the one human experience I didn't want her to miss out on, and yet she didn't miss out on anything at all. And here I am," I declared, burrowing my head into his neck with a giggle. "I never knew you were possible," he sighed. "I never knew having a child was what I desired until I met you. I got a chance of my own family and I ruined it. I missed every chance I had at watching you grow." I placed a kiss onto his shoulder and squeezed his neck tighter. "I know it probably won't be the same, but I can always show you." I flicked through all the memories I had, showing him my first steps, my first words, my first hunt with my mom. When I taught myself Mom's lullaby on the piano, you're right, it's not exactly the same, but God, that was extraordinary. I giggled as we came to a stop in front of the rest of the family who were gathered out the front of the garage. The plan was that Esme and Carlisle would drive to see their cousins in Denali, hopefully finding some answers, whilst the rest of us would run most of the way, leaving our cars in a place called Forks. What a stupid name for a town. Esme and Carlisle kissed me on the cheek and gave me a long hug before saying goodbye to myself and everyone. Me and Dad were riding with Alice and Jasper in my father's car. Jasper was driving so my dad could sit in the backseat with me whilst I slept. As all the cars sped in different directions, I started to get scared. I only just found my family. I didn't want to lose them because of what I was. Maybe I wasn't cut out to have a family. Renesmee Pav. We were getting close to this town they called Forks. Rose, Allie and Emmett took a different exit off the highway and Dad told me they'd meet us in Denali. I could see the "Welcome to Forks" sign in the distance, but just before we got close Jasper veered into a thin gravel road that wound through the trees and took us deeper into the forest. I stared out the window and watched the blur of green. Dad, where are we going? I asked, not looking away from the view outside the car window. There's somewhere I'd like to show you while we're here, he muttered as the car slowed. We were stopped outside a large, graceful home, painted a dark gray and covered in large windows. It was beautiful. My father was opening my door before I could blink. The house looked so open and bright. I turned to see Jasper wind down the driver's side window and Alice leaning over the console. You don't have long, Edward. Get in and out before the dogs catch wind of us being here. She gave us a wave before speeding off. I didn't know what she meant about the dogs, but I don't know if I want to. I looked up at Dad. He was staring at the house with a blank expression. I grabbed hold of his hand. What's wrong? I asked. He looked down at me and smiled. This is where it all began. This is where I met your mother. So, this was the town where my parents fell in love. We can't stay here for long. There are a few places I wanted to take you and then we'll head up to Alaska. He dug around in his pocket before pulling out a set of keys. The garage door opened seconds later to reveal a multiple-car garage with only one car in it, a Volvo. Do you want a tour of the house before we leave? I nodded and let him lead me inside through the garage door. The house was as beautiful inside as it was outside. Most of the furniture was covered in white cloth. But even without seeing the furniture, the interior was perfect. The walls a clean white, the modern chandeliers and warm oak complemented the floors and the railing for the stairs. We stepped into what looked like the living room first before he took me through the pristine kitchen, with stainless steel appliances that looked like they should be in a five-star restaurant. He directed me upstairs and pointed to every bedroom individually and let me pop my head in and have a look around before taking me to the last door at the end of the corridor. I looked up at him. He was staring at the door with a pained expression. What was in this room that brought him so much pain? Daddy. His gaze snapped to mine, his expression changing once he looked down at me. He took an unneeded deep breath before turning the knob and pushing the door open. This is my room. I stepped in. Well, it was. The room felt so open, floor-to-ceiling windows bringing all the light from the forest into the room. The entire back wall was filled with books and CDs as well as an expensive-looking stereo. A large chaise couch was pushed against the glass, across from it a desk covered in papers, books and small knickknacks. I noticed that nothing in this room was covered in cloth. I walked towards the couch and picked up the light gray throw blanket that had been chucked over it. I watched as the thin layer of dust over it filtered to the floor. It looks the same as it did when I left it, I heard him say softly to me. I didn't even bother coming back. As soon as I left I ran as far as I could. I knew what he meant. It was surreal standing in this room knowing that only 5 years before my mother was here. Maybe when we found her, we could come back here. I would like that, he answered from my mind. I looked at him from over my shoulder and gave him a small smile. There were glass double doors leading out to nothing. I pulled them open and peered down to the forest floor below. We were only on the second floor, so it wasn't a very long drop. What is this for? I asked. He was next to me moments later, staring out at the trees ahead. I'll show you, he murmured quietly. I was still confused. Show me what? Before I could say another word, he had pulled me onto his back with my arms wrapped around his neck. His body was vibrating with laughter. Dad, what are you doing? I giggled. You better hold on tight, SP. Eider monkey, he chuckled before launching himself towards the large tree about 100 meters away. My hair flicked all over my face and I swear I felt a bug go into my mouth, but I couldn't help but laugh carelessly with him as he jumped from tree to tree. He landed on the forest floor and took off at full speed. I buried my head into his shoulder and felt the breeze whip past me before I could feel his movements slow. I looked up from his shoulder and pushed my curls from in front of my face. We were in a place I didn't recognize. We stood at the edge of the tree line, a small white wooden home only meters away. I could see movement in the window and was scared whoever was in this house would see us. We're hidden, he cannot see us from this distance, he answered from my mind yet again. I adjusted my focus to a man who was standing at the window, looking down at whatever he was doing. He was a gruff-looking man. He looked middle-aged, although I could see his hair only just starting to turn gray as it mixed in with the chocolate brown. He looked familiar. Who was this man? I asked, resting my chin on his shoulder. I felt his hands squeeze my arms that were still wrapped around his neck. That is your grandfather. My eyes widened. My grandfather. No wonder he looked so familiar. It is no question as to whose father he was. He looks like the splitting image of my mother, their hair so alike. I felt tears starting to well up in my eyes. A grandfather I would never be able to meet because of what I was. Maybe it was a bad idea to bring you here. I shook my head quickly and brushed away the tears that fell. No. I'm really glad you did. Thank you, Dad. I felt his soft lips press against my arm. Anything for you, love. I heard him huff. We need to leave now. I was sad. NLY just got here and we had to leave already. Not so fast, Cullen, I gasped at this new voice. He spun around and I finally got a look at this new person. He had dark skin and short black hair, a tribal-looking tattoo on his arm. He was a big-looking man, dangerous-looking. Your kind isn't welcome here and certainly not near Bella's home. This man glared at the both of us. She isn't here either if that's what you're thinking. She's gone. We were only here for a visit, Sam. My father spoke with authority in his voice, whilst sounding eerily calm. Sam's gaze shifted to me before he scoffed. An immortal child. I thought better of you, Cullen, but I'm not surprised. I felt his body stiffen. Get lonely, did you? Sam snarled. How dare you? Dad hissed in reply. You know what happens to immortal children, don't you? He directed this question at me, to which Dad snarled in response, hunching into a defensive position. You do not get to speak to her. He sounded furious, although I couldn't see the look on his face. I knew it would have been menacing. You need to end her, Cullen, or the pack will for you, Sam threatened, narrowing his gaze towards me. She isn't an immortal child, Sam. She's my daughter. I watched as his eyes widened. My biological daughter. He straightened from his defensive stance and continued, her heart beats and blood flows through her veins. Unbelievable, he scoffed. That isn't possible. My thoughts exactly, but I have since seen that it is true. She is my daughter. His grip tightened on me. Just let us leave, we were only passing through. He looked like he was deep in though before he stepped aside. I don't want to see you near Charlie's house again, do you understand? Before Dad could reply, I piped up from behind him, if I want to see my grandfather I will do so. Sam looked at me in amazement. You're Bella's daughter. I lifted my face further from my father's shoulder so he could get a better look at me. Unbelievable, he whispered. Believe it. My father stepped towards him. We are leaving now. I stared at Sam as we walked past him. His eyes never left mine. I continued to stare at him until he was out of my view. Are we going home now? I rested my head against Dad's mane of hair and sighed. I felt him nod. We'll be there in a few hours. Try to rest. I felt our speed increase as I drifted off to sleep. In the pit of my stomach. Something didn't feel right. I was not looking forward to finding out what that was. Renesmee Pav. We were getting closer, our terrain and climate changing the further we headed north. It was getting chilly. We're almost in Denali, I heard my father say, his voice muffled from the wind whipping past my ears. We passed through Anchorage quickly, entering the outskirts of the town before we were back in through the overgrown forest that was blanketed in a layer of snow. I could see a large cabin ahead. It looked like the type of home you'd see famous people vacationing in to go skiing. It was beautiful. The closer we got the larger it looked. I noticed the cars out the front of the home. Emmett, Rosalie and my grandparents had already arrived. Alice and Jasper were nowhere to be seen. My father climbed the small staircase that leads to the porch before sliding me off his back and onto the floor. He kneeled in front of me and caressed my cheek softly. Stay behind me, just until I can introduce you. I was worried before I met the Cullens. I hadn't met any other vampires before and now I was meeting another large coven. What if they don't like me? I whispered. His fingers traced patterns over my cheek. I fell in love with you the moment I laid eyes on you, anyone would be a fool to not feel the same. I rolled my eyes and lightly punched his shoulder, you're my dad, that doesn't count. He chuckled, they'll like you, they've just never met anyone like you before. I nodded and let him open the door. My hand clutched the back of his jacket as he led us in. I could hear voices coming from down the hall. I let go of his jacket in fear and stayed behind the wall as he stepped out into the opening. I listened as everyone greeted him. Edward, who have you brought with you? I can hear their heartbeat. A woman with a foreign voice spoke. She thought I was human. I have someone to introduce you to. I looked over at me before directing his attention back to the room. I ask you all to stay calm. She means no harm. He held out his hand for me without looking at me and I stared at it for a moment. Something as simple as him holding out his hand towards me calmed me down. I took it and moved beside him, snuggling into his side. The new people in the room gasped and backed away further into the living room they were seated in. My family stayed calm and tried to console them. You get that thing out of here, one of the blonde women spoke. There was another blonde next to her. They looked like sisters. The older one of the two was standing in front of her as to protect her. Are they afraid of me? I didn't want to hurt them. Why are they scared of me? My eyes started to fill with tears. Stop, my father snarled before crouching down and pulling me into his arms. My head was tucked underneath his chin as he spoke over me. Let me explain. Edward, why would you bring her here? The man of the group spoke this time. His voice sounded calm, much like my grandfather's. The same woman who spoke before piped up again. The Volturi will come for us all. I peeked out from my hair through blurred eyes and watched as my grandpa stood and spoke. Please, Eliezer, let us explain. He motioned for me to come closer to him in the group, but my father's arms tightened around me and I could hear him growling, Edward, please, you're not making this any easier. He loosened his hold on me, but he still held onto my hand and led me towards Grandpa. This Eliezer stepped back, afraid of me. Please, brother, she means no harm, Grandpa spoke to him in a calm tone. A woman with light brown hair and deep golden eyes came to stand next to him. She reminded me of my grandmother, they had the same kind eyes. Renesmee, this is Eliezer and Carmen. I smiled at them both but still felt hesitant as I knew they were both still scared of me. Carlisle, Eliezer warned, stepping in front of Carmen. Grandpa held his hand up and looked down at me. Renesmee is not an immortal child, shish. He was conceived whilst Edward's mate was human. I watched as their eyes widened. Impossible. Very possible. Dad pulled me backward towards him. She's my biological daughter. You'd have to be blind not to see it. Rosalie piped up from the other side of the living room. She's more human than vampire, completely harmless. I don't believe it, one of the blonde sisters hissed. Oh, stop it, Kate, Carmen scolded. I stepped out from my father's grasp and walked towards her before holding my hand up to her face, pausing for a moment to wait for her to nod to say it was okay. I placed my hand on her smooth cheek and showed her my childhood and my mother. Her cooking me dinner as well as me hunting with my father. She stared at me in amazement as I pulled my hand away. Unbelievable, she wrapped a tendril of my hair around her finger and smiled. You're a miracle, darling. She looked back at the sisters and then up to her husband. It's true, she is a hybrid of some sort. I showed them all my memories and patiently waited as they processed them. I showed Kate and the woman named Tanya last. They were surprised to see my gift and learn of my background. They both apologized for their actions, both to me and my father. I forgave them instantly, but I could see from my father's eyes he needed a lot more than an apology to forgive them for the way they spoke to me. It was beginning to turn tea. Oh, nightfall as I cuddled up to my dad on the couch and listened to them talk. It wasn't long before their talking faded out and I was drifting to sleep. Renesmee Pav. I spent the entire night being mind by this new family who was supposedly our cousins. I've never been asked so many questions before. The two sisters, Tanya and Kate, warmed up to me quickly and apologized for their actions towards me, as did Eliezer. Carmen and my grandma went and made me dinner while the rest of the family asked me some more questions. It finally stopped when they told me my meal was ready, and even after that my father wouldn't allow it anymore. Sensing how uncomfortable it made me, I was cuddled up in my father's arms in the living room listening to everyone talk. He wasn't paying any attention to them. He was more focused on looping one of my ringlets around his finger over and over again. Dad, I whispered. This seemed to snap him out of his trance. He looked down at me with a small smile and waited for me to continue. We're going to find something bad tomorrow, aren't we? He opened his mouth to say something but I cut him off. I can feel it, it's going to be bad news. His grip tightened owned me and I felt his head nuzzle into my curls. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I'm not sure, I'm hoping for the best. Me too, I thought. Try to sleep, I'll wake you when we're leaving. I nodded into his chest and let him lull me to sleep until the noises around me became a distant murmur. When I opened my eyes again, it was only Dad and I in the room. Good morning, he greeted. I squinted at the newfound light that streamed through the window. It's 8 o'clock. I nodded and sat up in his arms. I felt sick. I had been dreading this day for weeks. I wanted to go home, but as terrified at what I would end up finding there. Would the home I grew up still even be there? Or just remnants of the destruction that tore through my life? Esme has breakfast for you in the kitchen. After that we'll be ready to go whenever you are. I could smell it from here, the eggs and bacon. It smelled delicious, but my stomach still churned. I'm sure Dad noticed the look of disgust on my face. If you want something else. I shook my head quickly. No, it's fine, I just feel really sick. He nodded in understanding. Maybe something light then, an apple and some orange juice to go. I smiled. Something light sounded like the only thing that would keep me from throwing up. That'd be nice. He stood with me still in his arms and placed me down at the foot of the stairs. Go have a shower and get changed, please take your time. I don't want to rush you. I threw my arms around his neck and clenched my eyes shut, willing myself not to cry. Thank you, Dad. I let go and turned to head up the stairs when I realized I didn't know where my backpack was. I was moments from turning around and running to find it when I heard him call from behind me, "It's in the bathroom, love." I laughed and sprinted up the stairs into the bathroom. This shower was going to be heavenly. I pulled out a pair of black jeans and a gray woolen jumper before starting the shower and letting the room fill with steam. I hadn't showered since we left for our trip to Alaska, although that probably wasn't even 24 hours ago. My shower was quick, my hair needing a speedy shampoo and rinse. I stepped out of the shower and dried myself, standing in the haze of the steam for a few long moments before getting dressed. I sat on the edge of the bathtub and ran my comb through my curls slowly. I knew I was stalling. I needed to go back home, but I was so scared. Not wanting to keep anyone waiting any longer, I stepped out of the bathroom and made my way down to my family. They were all waiting in the living room. Just as I stepped off the last step, my father walked into the room with an apple and 2 drink bottles. We both smiled at each other as I slipped my backpack on my shoulders. He twirled his finger around in the air in silent command for me to turn. "White bottle is filled with water, the blue with orange juice," he informed me, as he unzipped my bag and put them in there with the rest of my things before handing me my apple. "Are you ready?" he asked, cupping my cheek in his hand when I spun around. "As I'll ever be," I replied, taking his hand in mine. "All right everyone, it shouldn't take us long to get there. Renesmee, will you lead us?" my grandpa asked, standing up for his position on the couch. I could only nod. "I lead them north, following the small river as a guide and watching out for landmarks I remembered. Like rock formations and the trees I used to soar through when I went hunting with my mother and Mia." My father kept up, staying by my side the whole time. I slowed when I came to the large rock I used to lie on and read in the warmer days. The canopy of trees and foliage opened up enough for the smallest ray of sun to filter through, and on those rare sunny days, the rock would be so warm. I placed my hand on the now cold stone and remembered back to older, happier times. "What's wrong?" my father asked, watching my movements carefully. I nodded towards the tree line ahead. "We're close." And we were. This rock wasn't far from my home, in close walking distance. I lead them through the trees and stopped when I could see the back of my home. It was still standing. My stomach dropped. I felt like my shoes were filled with rocks, holding me in place. A strong force pushed me forward and willed my feet to move towards the back porch. I was calmed by the fact there was no ash remnants anywhere, a good sign. I wrapped my fingers around the handle for the glass sliding door and pushed it open with little force. I gasped and let out a sob. The kitchen I once spent my days in had been ransacked. The table split in half, my homework from the day before this nightmare happened covering the floor. There were holes in the wall and broken furniture everywhere. I looked towards the stairs and took off running. If they did that to the kitchen and living room, I was not looking forward to seeing what state they left my room in. My bedroom door was off its hinges and resting on the hallway wall. I stepped into my room and groaned at my belongings thrown all over my room. My bedsheets ripped in half and my desk in pieces around my room. I ran to my bedside table and retrieved the only thing they seemed to have left alone, my CD. I sat down on the edge of my bed and noticed a piece of jewelry hanging from my brass headboard along with a note. My heart clenched in my chest. The piece of jewelry was a necklace. A simple gold locket that my mother held quite dear. I would recognize it anywhere. I opened the note and felt my heart rip in two. I was shaking to the point that the paper was crumpling in my hands. I placed it down on the bed before unleashing my anger. I grabbed the first thing I could grab a hold of, which happened to be my lamp, and chucked it across my room and through my window. I screamed, a scream so loud that my lungs felt dry and I thought I may never speak again. And then I screamed again and again until my throat was aching and all I could do was sob. I felt arms wrap around me and pull me almost roughly to their chest. I thrashed and I kicked like a real 5-year-old would. My tears burned my cheeks. Renesmee, I could hear my father trying to console me. Trying to calm me. No, 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 I moaned, throwing my head back against his shoulder and wailed. Tell me it's not true. What, Renesmee, what isn't true? He wiped my cheeks. Renesmee, talk to me. She's dead. The words felt heavy, they made me feel numb, saying them out loud. I closed my eyes and whimpered. She's dead. Renesmee Pav. I reached up to my bed and snatched the piece of paper. I read aloud, choking on my words. Dear Renesmee, if you're reading this, which I'm hoping you are not, it means you have returned home. I sniffled and continued, I wish it didn't have to end like this, but I am dead. They gave me a few moments to myself before they sentenced me to death to write you this note. I didn't want to go without you knowing what happened to me. I'm so sorry, I love you. Mom. I crumpled the note up in my hands and sobbed, it's from her, it's her handwriting. I motioned to the necklace that was still hanging from my headboard, that's her necklace. She wouldn't be caught without it. My father was silent as he unwound his arms from around me and left the room. Had I done something wrong? Was he leaving me? Seconds later I heard a loud crash. I heard sounds of wood breaking and glass smashing. I quickly bolted out of the room and down the stairs to see Dad destroying everything around him. Jasper looked pained in the corner, no doubt trying his hardest to calm him down. Alice tried to get closer to him, but Jas held her back. Edward, please, you need to calm down. She's gone, he muttered over and over before he finally collapsed in the center of the room. Alice, she's gone. I watched in silence as she approached him. His head was down, his mop of hair covering his face. When he finally looked up at her, I saw a side of my father I hadn't yet seen. He was distraught, his eyes filled with tears that wouldn't fall. Edward the First can see what you've decided and you can't do that, you know you can't. And why not, Alice? He roared. Her features were soft and sympathetic as she approached him. There's no point in me living in a world she doesn't exist. Was he talking about killing himself? Leaving me? Edward, you've got someone else to worry about now. His gaze snapped to mine. He looked shocked that I was standing there, almost like he forgot I was even here. Renesmee, he whimpered. I'm so sorry. I walked towards him and sunk down to my knees in front of him. I felt tears streaming down my face. I lost her, I don't want to lose you too. He pulled me towards him and sobbed into my hair. I could hear him uttering, I'm sorry, over and over again. Thank you, Edward, I heard Alice sigh. I don't see your stupid decision in your future anymore. I think I stayed wrapped in my father's arms for over an hour. When my tears subsided and I finally looked around the room, I saw that it was empty. Alice and Jasper had left to give us some privacy, but I didn't know where the rest of the family was. I want tea. Oh, go home now. I looked around at what used to be my happy place, my real home. Please take me home. He stood and brought me with him. Let's have a look around, we'll take some stuff back with us. I nodded. I could hear him moving up the stairs behind me and following me into my mother's room. Her bookcase had been knocked over and her bedside table had been rifled through, but that was the most of the damage. Her bed, the soft maroon sheets were the same as they always were, neat and tucked in under her mattress almost like she just came in and made them. I pulled one of her pillows from the bed and cuddled it to my chest. Her scent lingered. Is there anything in here you'd want to take with us? My father asked from behind me. I nodded. There are some photo albums she keeps under her bed. Her jewelry box, and there are some picture frames and books around the house I want to take as well. I went to place the pillow back down on the mattress, but he stopped me and placed the pillow back in my arms. Let's take that with us, he murmured and kissed the crown of my head. Moments later, some of my family members came in to take some of my mother's belongings. My father righted her bookcase and sorted through her books, taking her favorites and leaving the rest. Wuthering Heights was her favorite book, I stated when I saw him place it on the top of his pile. He smiled slightly and got back to work. I know. I remember her reading it over and over again. I heard him sigh when he lifted his pile of photo albums and books and placed them carefully into a box Jasper had brought it a few minutes ago. Is that all you would like to take from this room? I nodded after taking one quick glance over the room. Can you go through my room? I don't think I want to go back in there. He nodded in understanding and walked me out of my mother's room. Books, jewelry. I have a few picture frames in there, maybe my Polaroid camera and, though for a moment, my bunny slippers from under my bed. A small smile graced his face. I'll be back soon. He passed the box of Mom's things off to me. Head downstairs to the rest of the family. Emmett will take that box from you. I found my family standing in what was left of my kitchen, a box or two at each of their feet. We got all the valuable things from the rest of the house and things you may just want to keep for memories, Alice said, approaching me slowly. Thank you, I whispered, placing the box down on the floor. Alice quickly gathered me in a hug. Your mom was my bestest friend in the whole world and I bet she was yours too. I nodded into her shoulder and let a tear soak into her sweater. We love you so much, we will heal together. I think it's time to go now. I heard my grandpa speak up, unless you'd like to stick around for a bit. His question was directed at me, but I wanted to get out of this house as quick as possible. I want to go home. I heard my father come into the room and asked Emmett to take the boxes. The embrace I was in was passed from Alice to my father, who holstered me on his hip like a little girl and walked out onto the porch and towards the trees. I watched my house get smaller and smaller the further we walked until it was no longer in view. The tears in my eyes blurred my vision and I cried so hard the whole way back to Denali. I don't know how I'm supposed to heal from this. Renesmee Pav. The journey home took longer than I expected. The way there felt so much quicker, possibly because half of that was spent running. It took us a day and a half to get home. Jasper would stop very few hours or so to get me some food. It would have taken two, but with the way Jasper drives he got us home early. The boxes of my mother's things were unloaded from Emmett's Jeep and were scattered throughout mine and my father's rooms. Mine and my mother's books were sorted together on my bookshelf as well as a few of my knickknacks. I stayed in my room the whole afternoon, not even leaving when Grandma called me for dinner. When I didn't come down, she brought it to me on a breakfast tray with my glass of juice. I thanked her when she placed it down on my bedside table. She replied with a kiss on my forehead and left me alone. I hadn't seen my dad since we got home. Jasper and Emmett unpacked the boxes in my room. I was hurting and I knew he would have been as well, so I wasn't expecting him to want to be around me at the moment, but that didn't mean I didn't want him with me. I couldn't believe they killed her and it was because of me. I didn't know who these men were, but they took my mother away from me. The sky outside was getting darker and I was starting to get tired. I heard my door creak open and bring a small sliver of light into my room. Renesmee. I turned in my sheets and saw my dad pop his head in. Can I come in? Always, I mumbled, snuggling deeper into my pillow, my mom's pillow. He gave me a small smile and walked around my bed, getting in the other side and sitting against the headboard. I turned again and traded the pillow for his thigh. He dangled a chain in front of my face and I recognized it instantly. I completely forgot about it when we left. I sat up instantly. You brought it with us. He nodded and clipped it around my neck. I thought you might like to keep it with you. I held the pendant in my hand and unclipped the locket, showing him the photos inside. One of me and the other a small photo of my parents. I didn't know she found those photos. He stared at the photo of the both of them and let a small smile grace his features. She was so beautiful as a human. But in your memories, her as a vampire she was stunning. She was stunning, on the inside and out. She was my best friend. I could feel tears threatening to fall. Dad's RMS wrapped around me and squeezed me tight. I wanted to talk to you. I nodded and let him continue. Are you happy here, with me? Of course I am. How could you think any different? I wasn't lying, I was happy here. But there is a small part of me that wishes I was with my mom. That she was here with us. I just don't want you to be unhappy here. I'm new at this whole father thing and I just want to able to look after you. Well, you're doing well for your first few days I think. I couldn't help but chuckle with him lightly. It just feels weird I guess, like it feels like I'm between divorce. Parents except the other one is dead. He sighed and squeezed me tighter. She'll always be here watching you, taking care of you. I know, I'm happy I have you. I'm happy I have you too darling, I love you so much. He placed a kiss on the crown of my head and laid us both down. Try to get some sleep, it's been a long day. I nodded and let my eyes flutter shut. Good night, Dad. Good night, Renesmee. __. Bella Pov. I was getting sick of this place. Dmitri returned from his trip to America days ago. He tried to keep his distance from me in case Arrow requested to see into his mind. When he returned Mia and I to our tower, I asked him where Renesmee had traveled to. He hesitated. Something was wrong, Bella. I didn't know how to bring it up, but I can't sense her location anymore. I was confused. What did this mean? My mind flicked to the worst possible scenario and I hoped it wasn't true. What do you mean, Dmitri? When I can no longer sense someone's location, it means that they have passed on to another life. He couldn't possibly be telling me what I think he is. She couldn't be dead. I watched his face carefully. He was acting suspiciously. She's not dead. She can't be. She is gone, Bella. I'm sorry. My mind was spinning. My chest felt like it was on fire. The sun was going down, but there would be enough sunlight in the town square for people to notice me. I needed to be with her. I needed to follow her. I shoved him into the stone wall and ran down the steps of the tower. I could hear his heavy footsteps behind me and Mia's protests. I willed myself to go faster. To push myself through the large wooden doors into the town center. If the humans saw me, Arrow would end my life. The doors whooshed open from the force of my exit. Before I could thrust myself under the sunlight, I was pulled backward. Back into the castle and into the shadows. Bella, please, you need to calm down, my love, Dmitri whispered into my ear. I thrashed more, kicking at him. I released myself from his arms and lowered myself into a crouch. Don't call me that, I hissed. Bella, please, you must forget about her now. Now we can love one another without her interference. I let his words stew in my head. My blood was boiling. You did something to her, didn't you? I watched his face contort into an expression I didn't understand. He did something to her. I know he did. Bella, you must understand. I did this for you, my love. Did what? I yelled. My tone made him step back instead of approaching me like he was trying to. I disposed of her, for us, that was all I needed to hear. I lunged forward, grasping his head in my hands and twisting it. I felt a satisfying crunch beneath my fingers and felt his head come loose from his shoulders. His large body fell limp to the ground. I could hear the guard rushing down the corridor. Finish the scum, Bella. I heard Mia pipe up from behind me. I chucked his head to the marble floor and retrieved an iron torch that was hanging on the castle wall and ignited his body and his head. Purple smoke filled the corridor, as did the guards that arrived to take me to Arrow. A few members of the guard stood around the throne room whilst Arrow stood in front of his throne, a small smirk on his face. Bella, he tutted, walking down the small steps to stand in front of me. I flinched away from his touch when he tried to caress my arm. You've taken quite a valuable member of my guard from me, Bella. He killed my daughter. His eyes widened for a fraction of a second before he shook his head. I do not believe he could be capable of such a thing. From the corner of my eye I saw Mia shrug out of the grip one of the members of the guard had on her. I heard everything. She held out her hand for him to grasp, he confessed. He took her hand eagerly and watched through her memories. I see, he murmured. He stepped back and walked back to his throne. He has his back turned to me when he spoke. It seems my dear Dmitri did what you have accused him of, but rules are rules, you will join him for your crimes. Arrow, she may be of value to us, Marcus spoke up, before the guard could tear me to pieces. Arrow narrowed his eyes at his friend and turned back to me. I will spare your life, Bella. He was in front of me seconds later, only an inch from my face, if you will do us the honor of you joining my guard. I refuse, I spat, thrashing in my captor's arms. Very well then, you will be placed in the dungeons until you decide to change your mind. With a flick of his wrist, the guards dragged me away. Down a dimly lit corridor and down a flight of stairs. The dungeon area held no natural light. The soft glow from an iron torch was the only source of light. It didn't matter much, I could see perfectly down here anyway. I was thrown into a cell which had nothing in it, just a simple box of a cell with iron bars for a cell door. I curled up into a ball in the corner of the cell and sobbed. My daughter was dead. Renesmee Pov. 3 years later, I held onto my mother's necklace as I ran. I felt free as I sprinted in between the trees. I could hear my uncle's carefree laugh behind me. Met's heavy steps thumped on the forest floor while Jasper glided through the branches above. Normally I would hunt with my father, but I hadn't seen him in about a month. A few times a year he would just disappear, trying to find answers about who killed my mother. He only left for a month or two, but that was long enough. I was scared for him, scared that he was going to get himself killed. But he'd always come back. I begged him not to avenge her death. I didn't want to lose him as well. It took me 3 years to convince him to stop, but he promised me this time he wouldn't leave again. As much as I wanted the person responsible to pay for what they did to my mother, I would rather my father not be in any danger. We moved here about 6 months ago, leaving Portland right after Jasper, Alice, Emmett and Rose graduated high school again. We started fresh in New Hampshire, in a small town of Carroll. Emmett was ecstatic to be back, his favorite meal being of a high population here. I didn't mind it either. I was just happy to be able to go out in public and not be hiding away in a cabin in the middle of the forest. Every Thursday, Grandma and I would do our grocery shopping for the week. And on most weekends Aunt Alice and Rose would take me shopping in town. I didn't enjoy shopping as much as they hoped I would, but I enjoyed spending time with them. My homeschooling still continued. I just gained more teachers. Uncle Jas taught me history and math. Emmett was practically my PE teacher, teaching me the rules and plays of every sport known to man. Dad taught me music, not just stopping at piano as well as teaching me English. We soon fell into a routine and my life became normal again. I sometimes had my bad days. I missed my mom and life without her was hard, but my family supported me always. I could hear Emmett's laughter behind me as we glided through the trees. "You're gonna have to do better than that, Uncle Em." I heard him grunt from behind me and pick up speed, overtaking me for a second before I put some more effort into my strides and passed him. I could see the house up ahead, our finish line. Grandma's architecture skills were like no other. The house an almost exact replica of the one my father took me to in Forks. As I got closer to the finish line I could see a figure stepping out onto the porch. A tall figure, with broad shoulders and wild bronze hair. There was only one person who fit this exact description, the only person I wanted to see. I pushed my feet faster and beamed at him. He ran towards me at a human pace and closed the distance, picking me up and swinging me around so fast my head spun. "You're home." I laughed as he peppered random kisses all over my cheek. "Of course, I always come back to you," he murmured into my hair as he held me tighter. He wasn't wrong about that. No matter how long he was away for he always came back, every time. "How were your travels?" His face fell but immediately brightened again. It was so quick that I might have missed it, except I didn't. He didn't find what he was looking for. "Lonely, without you." I decided to ignore it. I wasn't in the mood to have an argument with him about it because I knew that's what it would turn into. He hated talking to me about his trips, especially since he knew I hated that he even went on them. We walked hand in hand through the back door and into the living room where Emmett and Jasper sat. Emmett narrowed his eyes at me, obviously sour that he had lost again. "Don't be like that, Uncle Em, better luck next time." He rolled his eyes and fired up the Xbox. "Have you had breakfast yet?" Dad asked, pulling us towards the kitchen. I shook my head. Emmett hogged all the bears today. I heard his booming laughter from outside the kitchen and rolled my eyes at his loudness. "I'll make your favorite then and tonight maybe we could have a pasta night and watch some movies." I chuckled at my father's suggestion. "So in other words, I'll have some pasta." He nodded in response. "Exactly. Whenever he comes home from his search he makes sure to cook my favorite and watch a movie with me. I don't know if it's to make me feel better about him leaving all the time, but I'm not sure it works anymore." We walked hand in hand towards the kitchen. I hadn't even entered yet and I could already smell bacon and eggs cooking. Grandma Od with her back towards me working at the stove, a plate and a glass of apple juice sat on the island waiting for me. She turned to me with a bright smile and returned to cooking. "I made sure to make you some breakfast." She flipped my egg expertly and slid it onto my plate with a grin and a kiss to my cheek. "Hunting with Emmett always leaves you hungry." I chuckled and thanked her. "You'll never learn love." Dad laughed whilst taking a seat next to me at the breakfast bar. I ate in silence, humming in appreciation at how good these eggs were. "So," Dad started. I raised an eyebrow at him. He gave me a grin and clasped his hands together in his lap. "We need to have a talk." I groaned and rolled my eyes. "Dad, we've already had the birds and the bees, don't start this again." That was one conversation I couldn't wait to forget. The embarrassment of having your father tell you why you get your period and what your fallopian tubes were and where babies come from, was something I could live 1,000 years without hearing. "No, not that one again." He unfolded a brochure from his pocket and clutched it in his hands. "I've been talking to Jasper and your grandfather." I waited for him to continue. His unnecessary pausing was starting to annoy me. while ultimately the decision is mine, I wanted to discuss it with them to see how your studies are coming along whilst I've been away. I knew where this was going. My eyes widened and I grinned the biggest grin I've ever done. I wanted to ask you if you think you're ready for this. He slid the leaflet in front of me and I squealed. Twin Mountain has great academic record. It's close to home and I cut him off by launching myself into his arms. Oh my god, Daddy, thank you. I was vibrating with excitement. I had been bugging him for years to let me go to school, but he never budged. You're welcome, love. He hugged me to his chest and let me bounce in excitement. The best part is that I'm going to be with you every day. I stopped bouncing instantly. Way to ruin the excitement, Dad. No way. I backed away from him and picked up the brochure, chucking it into the trash can behind me. Count me out. He chuckled and held out his hand for me to take. You won't even notice we're there. You don't mean, we're, and as in everyone. I started slowly and groaned when he nodded. Dad, what makes you think I want to be surrounded by my family at school? I get enough of you guys here. The only time you'll see us is at lunch. We'd be going to school even if you weren't. He squeezed my hand. Besides, after your first day you're going to be glad I'm there to support you. I didn't understand. I can almost guarantee I wouldn't be glad that I'd have my dad looking over my shoulder all day. High school can be troublesome, love. I just want to make sure you're looked after. Well, I wouldn't know because I was never allowed to go. I scowled at him, crossing my arms over my chest. Honey, your growth was too unpredictable to have you around humans. But now that it has seemed to slow, I think it would be a good idea to have you around some other people. With your supervision, of course. I rolled my eyes. I can never do anything by myself. It feels like I have a family of bodyguards. He chuckled and pulled me towards his chest. We just want to see that you're looked after, love. I thought over the concept of having my family with me at school. I would be a freshman, so I wouldn't see them in my classes, and I would probably have friends of my own and wouldn't sit with them at lunch anyway. Fine, but on the condition that you don't hug me, kiss my forehead and call me love at school or around any of my new friends. I felt his chest rumble as he let out a chuckle. You've got a deal, love. I pushed away from his chest and ran to the bin to fish out the pamphlet. I can't believe I'm going to school. This is so exciting. I was finally going to be able to learn things from actual teachers, not my uncles and my dad, and I was going to make friends that weren't my family members. We'll enroll you to start within the new school year, okay? We sat and talked for hours about going to school, researching the extracurricular activities and the teachers. They had so many classes to choose from. Come on, he held out his hand for me to grasp. We'll get to planning. Grandfather popped his head in the study and smiled at my father and I, who were still looking over the school brochure 3 hours later. It was almost lunchtime. We've been invited to Denali to visit with the family. Tanya called a week ago requesting that we all come and visit. My father obviously wasn't here at the time, so I imagine this would be news to him. I've booked you a ticket on the same flight. We'll be leaving early tomorrow. We hadn't been back to Denali since we went to my old home to try and find my mother. I hadn't met this Irina they spoke of, but if she was as nice as her siblings, I looked forward to meeting her. My father nodded and smiled in response to Grandpa before he looked down to me. Are you all packed? I nodded and smiled brightly. All packed, I confirmed. I heard my grandfather's retreat by the click of the door and we were left in silence. Not awkward silence, just silence. I wanted to know about his trip. He refused to talk about any of them, not even telling me where he went, just that he was going to be gone. I'd get a phone call once or twice a week and a postcard the one time I knew where he'd run off to, a postcard from Brazil. How was your trip? I asked nonchalantly, flipping through the brochure. There was a moment of silence before he sighed. Fine. Where did you go this time? I heard him growl. Renesmee, he warned, his grip tightening on the paper he was holding. I could hear it tearing and I knew he was getting angry. You know I don't like. I'm sorry, I just want to know where my father disappears to for months on end. I was getting frustrated. I was sick of being left in the dark when he decided to pack up and leave for a month or two on some mission to find my mother's killer. Sorry, I don't want both my parents to be dead, I murmured, knowing he would be able to hear me. It happened moments after the words left my lips. The brochures and forms went flying off the desk and onto the ground. The chair he had been sitting on flipped backwards and into the bookcase, knocking a few books off the shelves. I looked up at him, regretting those hurtful words. He looked livid. How dare you speak like that about your mother? He paced around the desk and slammed his hand onto the wood. It splintered beneath the force of the blow. I've never heard you say such a horrible thing. I do this for you, for us. Now that's where he was wrong. He didn't do this for me at all, he did this for himself. You're a liar. I spat at him, feeling my rage for him building. You do this for you, if you wanted to do something for me you'd stay home and be with your daughter, But instead you're combing the globe for someone that might not even be around anymore. He growled and knocked a vase off the desk before cracking his fists on the table and leaning over it to gaze down at me. I comb the globe for a woman who would tear you to shreds if she knew you were here. He leaned forward and glared down at me. How dare you be so selfish when the only reason I'm doing this is for you? I'd rather have her rip me to shreds than have a father who is never around. Shock flashed in his eyes and he retreated back from the desk and lowered his eyes. I pulled myself up from the chair and stormed out of the study without looking back. I was too angry to care about what I had just said. I slammed my bedroom door and picked up the closest thing to me and threw it at the wall before screaming at the top of my lungs. My chest heaved as I tried to calm myself down. He hadn't spoken to me like that in years. He'd only spoken to me like that once before and I knew after that the things I said I didn't want it to happen again. We had been fighting, about what I couldn't really remember, but it escalated and I said some hurtful things I didn't mean. Renesmee, you get back here right now. I heard him yell from behind me. Why? I spun around to face him, my blood burning with rage. Why should I listen to you? Because I am your father and I will not stand for your disrespect. I rolled my eyes at him and continued to storm to my room. Renesmee Carly Cullen. I halted instantly. It's Swan, I thought angrily. We'll not anymore, so you better start getting used to it, he yelled. How dare he say that to me? Well, I'm not going to. I'm a Swan. I never asked to be a stupid Cullen anyway. I screamed at him. I was shaking with anger. I wish I never got you as a father. I wish you died instead of her. And with that I stomped off and into my room, slamming the door behind me. Tears flowed freely down my face as I thought of that fight. Hurtful things had spewed out of my mouth. Things I didn't mean. I was angry over something stupid and I was hurting and I was too selfish to realize that he was hurting too. I remember me sneaking into his room a few hours later. He was sitting on his futon, his head buried in his hands. I remember crying and begging his forgiveness. All he did was kiss my forehead and tell me there was nothing to forgive. But I know what I said killed him. I don't know what was wrong with me. Why does my mouth spew hurtful things when I'm angry? To be completely honest, I'd rather not have some random woman murder me in replacement of my father being home. But I said it because I was angry. I wish he would just tell me everything, instead of always leaving me out. I wasn't a baby anymore and I wanted to know what was going on. I had a right to know. I laid down on the bed and closed my eyes, sobbing into my pillow. Oh, how I wish time machines were a thing, because I'd go back 5 minutes and not say what I just said to him. My eyes stung as I opened them and tried to blink away the tears and the dryness around my eyes. My alarm clock read 6:30. I must have fallen asleep after I laid down. I stared at the picture next to my clock. A photo of my father and I on Christmas. It was a candid picture of me on his lap opening a present. That was our first Christmas together. I had gained a lot of firsts with Dad. He took me to my first baseball game. Was the first to teach me how to drive. Unfortunately was the first to teach me about the birds and the bees, and even though I expected this first to be with my mother. He was going to be there on my first day of school. He'd given me a lot of great things and I practically threw it all back in his face. I groaned and shoved my head back into my pillow. I was such an awful daughter. I needed to go and find him. Apologize for being a selfish bitch. I jumped up from my bed and ran towards his room, flipping the door open and expecting to find him sitting in there, but he wasn't. I checked all the rooms upstairs before wandering downstairs. I walked into the kitchen and finally found him. He was in front of the stove humming a tune and stirring something in a pot. I could see something in the oven too. I rushed over to him and wrapped my arms around his waist. I couldn't help the sobs that left me. He turned in my arms and hushed me, soothing down my hair. Placing soft kisses on the top of my head. I am so sorry. I hiccuped and stuttered over my words as I cried into his chest. I pulled back and looked up him, wiping my sleeve over my runny nose. I didn't mean to say what I did. I'm just sick of being kept in the dark. I get so scared when you're gone. I know, love. I'm sorry too. I soothed my hair down my back. I should have just told you. But I thought it would be better if I didn't. He led me to a seat at the kitchen bench and was back moments later with a glass of juice. I'll explain everything over dinner if you want me to. I nodded at him over the rim of the glass. He returned to the stove and switched everything off, opening the oven and taking out 2 trays with his bare hands before scooping my pasta into a bowl. He id the bowl in front of me and placed the 2 trays on the bench. I didn't know what you were in the mood for, so I made your favorites. I grinned at the food in front of me. He had made a big pan of lasagna and garlic bread. There's another 5 types of pasta in the fridge as well in case you're in the mood for something else. I looked up at him in shock. I was upset with myself and also a little bit angry. So I came down here and started cooking to get my mind off of it. Thanks, Daddy. I smiled at him and let one last tear trail down my cheek. Anything for you, my love. He sighed and pulled a stool up next to mine. I've been tracking a woman named Victoria. This was the first I was hearing about this woman. I've been all over the world following her trail, but she's smart. She always knows how to get around me. I have been in contact with friends all over the globe. They let me know if any nomads have been through their territory and I would go and check, but I made sure to come home often, in case she ever came after you. He sighed before continuing. I got close, almost caught her, but she slipped through my grasp yet again. That was the longest I had been away. I remembered that time. He didn't come home for 4 months. I had been worried sick. I picked at my dinner and listened to him, piecing together his information on my own timeline. I believe she was responsible for killing your mother, and I won't have her responsible for taking you as well. I nodded thoughtfully. I understood now. Thank you for telling me. I should have never kept it from you in the first place, he said. Picking up my plate and cutting up a slice of lasagna. I've never understood your obsession with pasta. I rolled my eyes playfully and dug into the slice. I went through a stage of being obsessed with everything Italian, and I begged Mom to take me, but she refused every time. One time she got angry with me for asking and acted like she was almost afraid after I showed her some places I wanted to visit when I was older. To apologize, she made me a huge bowl of pasta, and then it pretty much became our thing. I sighed and reminisced. She said she could give me the next best thing, and she did. I looked up at my father, who wore an unreadable expression. Italy is not a place I would like you to visit, ever. I nodded. Mom said the same thing. Renesmee Pav. The flight to Denali was quicker than expected. I was nervous. I hadn't met this Irina yet. I hoped she was as nice as the rest of her family. I felt uncomfortable in Alaska. I was so close to my old home, and being back here brought memories to the surface. I missed Mama so much, her comforting hugs, her soft melodic voice humming me to sleep. I missed my best friend. I felt bad thinking of her, knowing that it pained my father to see memories of her. He smiled at me from the front seat of the rental car and reached to grasp my hand. He's lectured me time and time again about thinking about her, telling me I had every right to and to not worry about him. But I couldn't help it. Seeing him in pain is the last thing I would want. My amazing, caring father, who spoiled me to no end. What's Irina like? I asked, directing my question to all members in the car. I looked behind my seat to Alice and Jasper, who were snuggled together like teenagers in the back seat. Jasper grinned at me. She is much like her sister's darling. A purist, she would call herself. I crinkled my nose in confusion and looked up at my father. What's a purist? He chuckled. Someone who insists with compliance of all rules and traditions. I nodded thoughtfully. I suppose there was nothing wrong with someone who adhered to the rules. After the death of their brother, the sisters never strayed from the rules. An immortal child, who was killed alongside his mother, Jasper continued, dangerous creatures, immortal children are. So I'm guessing she won't take too kindly to me then. I asked my father, who gripped the steering wheel tighter after my question. You are nothing like those children. I had obviously never seen an immortal child before, but if they were to have rules about them, they must be dangerous. I could see their home up ahead. Despite my fears, I was looking forward to seeing them all again. The family met us outside, waving to us as our cars pulled up. Tanya made her way over to us first, wrapping me in her Ms. and touching Dad's shoulder before moving on to the next family member. I was embraced by Kate next, then Carmen and Eliezer, who ushered us into the warmth of their home. I noticed Irina's absence. Where's Irina? I asked as the family moved into the living room. She's due to arrive within the hour, a short hunt before she met you. Tanya looked around the room and grinned at my family. Speaking of a short hunt, anyone up for one? Emmett jumped up immediately, almost sprinting the back door. Hell yeah, come on Jasper, let's go kick some bear ass. Uncle Jas rolled his eyes before following him out. My father looked down at me. I think I might go as well. I haven't been in a while. I looked up into his dark eyes, evidence of his lack of hunting. I nodded and gave him a small smile. Hurry back. I said as he kissed my forehead and followed his brothers and Tanya out. How has everything been since we last saw each other? Carmen directed the question to the family that was left in the room, but grandfather answered her. We've all been very well. Renesmee will be starting school soon. We look forward to sending her off. Carmen smiled at me, excited. She asked, to which I grinned and nodded in response. I caught Eliezer's eye from across the room. He motioned for me to follow him out of the room. I followed his retreat and left my family to catch up in the living room. Eliza R stopped out the front of a set of double doors and I eyed him curiously. What's going on? He grinned at me before turning the handle. Last time I spoke to your father he told me that you both had been working on your compositions. He swung the door open to reveal a piano. We made sure to add a new one to our music room for when you visited again. It wasn't just any piano, it was a Renesmee Model 186, a beautiful and very expensive grand piano. I can't imagine listening to all those old people outside is very fun. I shook my head sheepishly and he chuckled. Make yourself at home, Renesmee. We'll all be outside if you need us. I touched the keys softly and pressed one down, loving the perfectly tuned sound that came out. Thank you so much, Eliezer. I turned back to look at him. Anything for family, Renesmee. Enjoy, he said as he left the room and closed the door behind him. I could have squealed. Dad's piano back home was beautiful, but nothing compared to this. A standard model of this piano costs upwards of $80,000. I pressed the start of the chords of For the Love of a Princesses. I closed my eyes, feeling the music flow through me. This song had been the first of many my father taught me. It became one of my favorites quickly. I could play it till my fingers ached. I flowed from one song to the next. My mother's lullaby, a song I heard often. From my mother's lullaby to my grandmother's, one I had trouble getting the hang of for some reason. It flowed better than I had ever played it before and I beamed, finally nailing it. I hopped up from the bench and made my way out of the music room and down the hallway. I wanted Grandma to see that I had finally done it. I stopped in my tracks when I saw a woman in the room. A woman I recognized. She looked up at me from her spot by the back door. She had obviously just arrived. Her golden eyes widened in surprise and then narrowed. Her hair was pale blonde and dead straight, cut off just below her chin. Her fiery gaze didn't go unnoticed by my family. Irina, my grandfather questioned. It's you, she murmured in surprise. I didn't know what she meant. Had we met before? I thought you were dead. She looked furious and made a move to step towards me when suddenly Uncle Emmett blocked my view from her. I saw my father step around him and towards her. What is that supposed to mean? He hissed at her. No, I peered around Emmett. To see my father stagger back in shock from something he read in her mind. You're the one who got her killed. I gasped. I hoped he wasn't talking about who I thought he was. Edward, what is going on? Grandpa asked, stepping towards him slowly. She went to the Volturi and informed them that Renesmee was an immortal child. My head was spinning and tears gathered in my eyes. I knew I recognized her. She was there when I was hunting with Mother. I only saw her for a second before she was gone. That was only days before I had to run from my home. It was the Volturi that killed her, the people that came to our house. I turned out of the room and ran towards the guest bedroom on the other side of the house. Tears blurred my vision as I rifled through my bag to find my laptop. I needed answers. I needed retribution for my mother. I googled Volterra. It was a small mountaintop town in Tuscany. I immediately googled flights from the closest international airport. One was leaving in 2 hours. I could make that if I left now. They were going to see that they made a mistake. I was no immortal child. They had murdered an innocent woman. I booked a ticket and grabbed my bag, not bothering to shove it in. I needed to leave now. I opened the window and climbed out and onto the roof. I would have used the front door, but if I went past the front door my father would notice me leaving. It was freezing outside, but I pushed it to the back of my mind and jumped off the roof and onto the soft snow before sprinting into the trees and away from that house. My father would be furious if he knew where I was going. But if he could leave to find my mother's killer, then so could I. Blank, underscore, blank. Edward Pav. I saw it in her mind. I saw her tell Era what she saw. She couldn't have been more wrong. She was the reason my Bella was killed. I kicked at the glass coffee table and watched it shatter. I hadn't have thought of the Volturi, my efforts being so focused on Victoria. Carlyle tried to calm me, but it was no use. I was furious. Irina struggled against Jasper and Rosalie's grasp. Everyone's thoughts invaded my mind, horrified at what she had done. Edward I had no idea that she was a hybrid. She looked at me with pleading eyes, before looking over at her own family. Please believe me. You didn't take the time to find out before you condemned my mate to death, I hissed. Turning away from her. We need to go to Volterra, immediately. Carlyle looked at me with sympathy. I didn't need his pity. Edward, there is little that we can do now. We have no business antagonizing the Volturi. He placed a hand on my shoulder. From what Irina has told us, they assume Renesmee is dead. We don't need them finding out about her. She had slipped my mind in all of my rage. Renesmee. I whipped around, expecting her to be standing behind Emmett. Where is she? I growled. My brother looked at me with wide eyes. She ran off to the guest room too. Hours ago, just before the fighting started, I imagined she just needed some alone time. The room went silent apart from Irina's struggling. No heartbeat. She wasn't here. Emmett, I roared, running towards her guest room. To find it empty as I had expected. Her laptop was flipped upside down on the floor, next to where her duffel bag filled with her clothes should have sat. I knew that because TS where I had set them down moments after we arrived. I opened the laptop and groaned when I saw what she had viewed last in her browser. Flight 3290 leaving for Florence Airport, FLR, departing from Anchorage International Airport, ANC, at 10 a.m. I had just missed her. I slammed my fist into the wall beside me and felt it cave in beneath the weight of the blow. She was going to Volterra, the one place I had prayed she would never visit. We had no chance in getting to her before she arrived. I was going to lose my daughter and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Edward Pav. I felt empty. Like I had lost the remaining spark that was keeping me alive. I heard Carlyle's thoughts from behind me. I've chartered a private jet at Anchorage International. We'll get her, Edward. Why would she do this? I groaned. She wasn't like this. She never made rash decisions like this. She's young, Edward. Carlyle placed his hand on my shoulder in comfort. She wants answers as much as you do. I saw Spur enter the room out of the corner of my eye. The jet is fueled, it's time to go. Blank. Renesmee Pav. The flight was horribly long. The cab ride to Tuscany felt even longer. The scenery was beautiful, but I paid little attention to it. The closer I got to the city, the more terrified I became. Maybe coming here was a bad idea. Maybe coming here alone was an even worse idea. But there was no turning back. I needed answers. I needed them to see that I was no threat, that they wouldn't come after my family. They couldn't be the most unreasonable people, they must have some compassion. The city grew closer. I could see the clock tower in the distance. I looked down at the map of the city in my hand. The castle was in the heart of the city, near a large fountain. It shouldn't be too hard to find. Dove TP Asareb Aser Lasciato Perder? The cab driver asked, turning back to me. I wasn't even sure where I was going at the point. My Italian was rusty, but I was sure he asked me where I wanted to be dropped off. Just drop me close to the clock tower, please. He nodded and pulled into one of the winding streets. The city was beautiful, its Tuscan houses all close together. If only I was here to actually enjoy it. He pulled to a stop and turned to me. That will be €130, he told me in his broken English. Crazy. I handed him over the money and scooted out of the cab. He pulled away moments later. Now I was really alone. I pulled the strap of my backpack and hiked up the small cobblestone hill through alleyways until I made it into what looked like a town square. It was filled with people and the air smells of fresh baked bread and espresso. All right, everyone, gather around. We are moments away from starting our tour of the Volterra castle. The voice caught my attention. I hadn't actually thought of how I was going to get in. I searched for the owner of the voice through the small crowd of people, tourists, but I couldn't see over the many people. They began to walk and I slipped in with the group as they strolled past me, falling in line with a family. I didn't know that the castle held tours. A bit strange. We made our way through the town center and towards the fountain. I recognized from the pictures on the map, behind it was the clock tower. I was so close. The large wooden doors were swung open and the tour group filed in. The corridors were dimly lit by old lamps on the wall. I was shaking. I was beyond nervous. The tour was led into what looked like a throne room, while the group oohed and ahead over the architecture and the history of the castle. I was taking notice of all the large throne room doors that was starting to close all around us. The tour group fanned out around the room, leaving me standing directly in the middle. I was frozen still. Everyone in the group didn't take notice of the pale creatures that stood around the room, as still as I was. I watched two young children laugh and play with each other meters away from me and I shivered at what I knew was about to come. This was no tour. This was feeding time. The screaming started seconds later. The vampires who stood against the wall pounced and started feeding. The children from before were being feasted on by two female vampires, their heads buried into their necks. A blood-stained teddy bear had slid to my feet and I couldn't help stare at it in horror. The screams died eventually, the room silent apart from the disgusting sounds being made by those who were feeding. A male stood from his meal, his eyes a bright red from his fresh kill, and he stalked towards me. A mischievous grin on his face. Anyone up for dessert? He chuckled darkly and pulled on one of my ringlets. His friends laughed along with him, stalking closer to me. I need to speak to your leader. I spoke, hoping my voice didn't display how nervous I was. I have a matter I need to discuss with him. The male who continued to toy with my hair looked up at me in surprise. Do you now? Little one. He looked around to his friends. This human wants to speak with Arrow. They continued to laugh. The male leant forward, inhaling my scent. Tell me, little one, what is your name? Renesmee Cullen. I spoke proudly, hoping he'd recognize the name. He stepped back abruptly, almost like I had shocked him. Cullen. He eyed me suspiciously. Did he tell another human about our kind? I am your kind. I stood my ground and lifted my head tall, showing this vampire I wasn't afraid of him. Now show me to Arrow or I'll be on my way. Take her to the dungeons. Till Arrow returns. He flicked his wrist to two vampires on my right. He'll want to hear what she wants to say, and if he doesn't, he bared his teeth in a blinding smile, she'll be desert for all of us. The two guards who took hold of my arms turned me around and I was horrified by the sight of the blood-stained bodies. I closed my eyes as they dragged me away and I desperately tried not to think of their eyes staring at me. They took me down a winding flight of stairs before pulling me through a wooden door to what was obviously their dungeons. It was dark down here and smelled damp. The only light source was the small fire torches that were held up by iron on the walls. They opened one of the cell doors and chucked me in. Let's hope she doesn't eat you, she hasn't fed in a while. They chuckled as they walked away. I was terrified to turn around. I could feel someone else's presence behind me and I knew that I wasn't going to get my meeting with Arrow. I waited for the end to come, expecting this other prisoner to pounce on me, but they didn't. I turned slowly, surprised when I saw the figure curled up into a ball in the corner of the cell. They were covered in dirt from the cell floor and their hair was matted. It was obviously a woman, her long brown hair covered her face. I also noticed two dead bodies in the corner of the room. They were fresh and I could still smell their blood. The guards weren't lying when they said she hadn't fed in a while. I walked closer, slowly, hoping not to startle the woman. I lowered myself to the ground beside her. She looked paler than a vampire should. Her skin almost translucent. She moved slightly and I could see her head raising. My breath caught in my throat and my eyes welled with tears. Mom. She moved slowly, obviously weak, and looked up at me. Renesmee. She croaked out. I moved my hand to her dirt-covered face. Her eyes were the blackest I had ever seen them. The dark rings around her eyes looked more black, then purple. The tears started free-flowing as I wrapped my arms around her and held her. I've missed you so much, Mom. I thought you were dead. I felt her arms wrap around me but not hold onto me tightly, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. I pulled back away from her and held her face in my hands. You're so weak, what happened? They refused to let me leave to hunt. They keep bringing Inhumans and I refused them every time. She brought her hand up to my cheek and caressed it. How long has it been since you fed? It had to be a long time. I had never seen anyone like this before. It's been months. She sighed and held my cheek in her palm. He told me he killed you. She closed her eyes tightly. I hope I'm not hallucinating. You're not, Mom. I'm really here. Why are you here? She snapped her eyes open. Renesmee, why on earth did you come here? I found out that it was the Volturi who murdered you. I wanted to know why. She rolled her eyes and I almost laughed. I had missed that so much. That was so silly of you, Renesmee. You should know better than that. She kissed the palm of my hand softly. But I can't help but feel so happy that you're here. I missed you so much, baby. I missed you too, Mom. It's been a long 3 years without you. Her eyes filled with tears that wouldn't fall. Where have you been? What have you been doing? Have you been alone all these years? She questioned, pulling my hand into hers and holding on as tight as she could. I shook my head at all of her questions, chuckling lightly. I've been with Dad. Her eyes widened and her hand tightened further on mine. You found him? I nodded. I found him even before I read my birthday note, although the note is what told me he was my dad. I chuckled at the memory and lowered my eyes. He's going to be so furious with me. I pulled my backpack off and placed it next to me. I stupidly ran away before I could talk to him. I left my laptop open so I imagine he knows exactly where I am. I unzipped my backpack and pulled out my cell phone, which unsurprisingly had no service when I turned it back on and no messages or phone calls from my family. I'm so happy you found him, she smiled lightly. I smiled in return and squeezed her hand. I'm happy I found him too. He's been my best friend for the past 3 years. I can't wait until we're all back together again. She shook her head softly to my surprise. I don't want you to expect too much. We can be friends, Renesmee, but your father doesn't love me anymore, honey. Now it was my turn to roll my eyes. Don't be stupid, Mom. He loves you more than anything. I poked her stomach. Not more than me, but he still loves you. He lied to you that day when he told you he didn't love you. He should be the one telling you this, and he will when he comes for us. But just give him a chance to explain himself. A smile rose on her face and she opened her arm for me to sit beside her. I had forgotten how much I missed this. I tucked myself under her arm and leant into her. Tell me everything that's happened in the past 3 years. I've missed out on so much. She squeezed my body. You've grown so much. It's been great. I've got in so many memories with them. I played with the hem of her worn t-shirt and continued, but even all the memories and the good times didn't stop me from missing you so much. I missed you more than you could imagine. Hearing that you had been killed. She stopped there, unable to continue, but she shook it off and grinned down at me. Enough with the heavy. I want to hear about all the good stuff. I chuckled at her and pulled up my phone in front of us. There are so many things to show you. I opened the pictures app and scrolled back all the way to the top to when I first got the phone. He phone was a birthday present from Dad. I was so excited when I got it. I clicked on one of the first photos I took. It was a picture of my bedroom in Portland. In the back of the photo you could see the amazing view I missed so much. I scrolled to the next photo and smiled. It was a candid photo of Dad sitting in my bed with one of my books. He was looking down, his long wild hair falling in front of his eyes. I looked up at Mom and looked at the amazement in her eyes. She hadn't seen him in years and this was the first she had seen of him. I scrolled to the next one, which made me laugh. It was almost identical to the first one. Except he noticed I was taking photos of him and he was glaring at me playfully. The next one was a photo of him, mouth open mid-sentence, telling me to stop taking photos. The next photo was him mid-throw with the book flying towards me. Mom laughed at that photo and traced his laughing face with her finger. He looks different, older almost. She smiled down at the picture. That's because he's an old man now. He's come into his dad role and is now starting to look like one. I chuckled and scrolled past a few irrelevant test shot photos. He fell into the role quick, believe me. She chuckled with me and kept her eyes down on my phone. I stopped at a picture that I insisted on taking. A picture of the entire family sitting posed on the living room couch. I remember deleting so many of the photos before this one because Emmett kept on ruining it. Mom smiled brightly at this photo. Oh Alice, she whispered, how is everyone? I've missed them all so much. They're good, annoying as usual. She laughed loudly and nodded in understanding. I scrolled through the rest of the photos, stopping at random ones and explaining the memory. She got choked up on the stories that I told of Dad. Especially the photo of the both of us in snuggled up under the blankets in my room, a photo sneakily taken by Alice. They look like they've taken care of you. I nodded and shut off my phone. They've been amazing to me. They've missed you so much. I couldn't wait until we were all reunited. It will be like a missing puzzle piece finally put into its rightful place. That was if we even got out of here alive. I heard the dungeon door creak open and watched as 2 guards unlocked the cell door and came towards us. I jumped up, shielding my weak mother. They both laughed and one reached forward to hold onto my arm. The other one stepped around me and roughly pulled my mother off the ground. Stop, where are you taking us? I hissed at them, pulling away from the man that held me. He chuckled at me and shoved me out of the cell. It seems you've got a visitor. I craned my head to look at my mother, who looked even weaker standing up. She could hardly walk. I was surprised that she had been able to resist the blood-filled bodies in her cell, but my mother was a strong woman. I knew that even more now. I could hear familiar voices in the next room. Thrown room doors swung open and I was met with the sight of all of my family members. My eyes caught sight of my father first, who turned away from grandfather at the sound of the door being opened. Renesmee, he murmured. Eyes wide with relief. I shook off the guard and sprinted towards him. Daddy. I crashed into his chest and inhaled his familiar scent. I felt his body relax as soon as I was in his arms. I'm so sorry, Daddy. I choked out. I found her. I pushed back from him and held his face in my hands. Daddy, I found her. His eyes shot over to something behind me and I felt him stiffen. I followed his line of sight. The guards had only just brought her into the room and let her drop. Her weak legs unable to hold her weight. He went to her immediately and gathered her in his arms. My Bella, he had only whispered it but I knew the whole room had heard him. He raised his hand up cautiously and caressed her face. What have they done to you? I went to both of them and kneeled next to them. She needs to hunt Dad. She hasn't fed in months. Grandpa joined us next and assessed her. Carlisle, she breathed. He halted his assessment for the moment and smoothed back her hair. Hello Bella. The remaining members of my family stood back, watching. Members of the Denali clan had joined my family here it seemed. Tanya, Eliezer and Irina stood behind my uncles and my aunts. Dee pulled Mom up from the ground and held her in his arms. Moments later another set of doors in the throne room swung open and a cloaked man with slicked back hair walked in, smiling at everyone in the room. His smile didn't seem friendly at all. Friends, he greeted, I had not expected a visit from you all. To what do I owe the pleasure? Grandfather stepped forward. We've come to take our family home Arrow. So this was Arrow. His smile looked sinister. Ah yes, your precious Bella. He let her name roll off his tongue in an unattractive way. It seems we have been reunited and oh, who is this? His gaze fell to me. His sinister smile widened as he stepped forward from the throne. A human, Carlisle, a hybrid. Arrow's gaze snapped from me back to my grandfather. The infamous immortal child, Irina claims she saw. Not an immortal child at all. Arrow walked towards me and held out his hand, almost as if he wanted to shake my hand. I heard my father growl from behind me and Arrow tutted him. Now Edward, I mean no harm to her. His hand stayed outstretched and I looked up at Grandpa, a silent question if it was safe to touch. Arrow can see all the memories and thoughts anyone has ever had from a single touch. Oh, I see. This freaky man wanted to dig around in my brain. I stepped closer to Arrow and placed my hand on his cheek, showing him my father and my memories with the Cullens and my memories with my mother and Mia. Showing him the day his friends decided to come to my home, the day I had to run away. I stepped back and watched his eyes widen. Marvelous. Where on earth did she come from? Bella is her mother. I am her father, biologically. She was conceived while Bella was still human. Dad spoke up from behind me. Remarkable. Arrow's grin widened as he looked down at me. How am I to be sure you are not dangerous, young one? She is nothing like an immortal child. She has blood that runs through her veins. She grows as any other child would. She deems no threat, Grandpa explained, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. Old friend, I hope you can see past the mistake that has been made. We wish to take our family home. I see your predicament, Carlisle, but it seems that we must rectify the damage that has been done. He flicked his wrist towards Irina and she stepped forward. Irina, is this the child you saw? She hesitated and looked towards me, her eyes dropping to the ground. She's grown. I was mistaken. I take full responsibility for this. After the words left her mouth, two guards grabbed a hold of her arms, pulling sideways until they were detached. Her head was next. All I could hear was screaming. My head felt full and my eyes watered. She died because of me. Tanya screeched and ran towards Arrow, although she was held back by Jasper and Emmett. The room fell quiet again. Aside from Tanya's sobs, I felt a hand slip into mine and looked back to see it was my mother who had slipped it there. She squeezed my hand comfortingly. I'm glad we have rectified this situation. Dear friend, please return home with your family. I hope to see you all soon. That was it. I hope to see you all soon. He just kills a family member and we're all free to go as if nothing had happened. I appreciate your cordiality. We will meet again, I am sure. We were escorted out by the guard. It was nighttime when we left, giving us good cover to escape from this horrible city. The family led us to cars nearby and we were off and away from Volterra. Thankfully with my mother, we had found her finally and now we could go home and everything could be normal again. We'll stop at a hotel, Edward. I'm sure Bells would like to have a shower. Carlisle can stop off at the hospital and borrow one of their blood bags, Jasper announced from the front seat about 20 minutes after we left the town. We all stopped not too far up the road and a little motel. Grandpa booked a room and the whole family squeezed in. Alice and Rose took Mom from Dad to help her get shower. Ed while we waited for Grandpa to return. The hospital wasn't too far up the road and he had said that he was going to slip in and out and come back as quick as he could. He was back by the time Mom had gotten out of the shower. She was starting to look like her old self. Her hair was not free, her clothes had been changed and she was no longer covered in dirt. She tried to refuse the blood bags, but after some encouragement, she downed the 4 bags he brought back quickly. I could already see some life return to her. We'll wait here overnight and leave early in the morning, give Renesmee a chance to rest and Bella a chance to regain her strength. Everyone agreed and got comfortable for the night ahead. Dad made sure to not be apart from Mom any longer than he needed to be, sitting beside her on the bed, stroking her arms softly. The sight warmed my heart. I climbed into the bed beside them and snuggled into my father's lap. "Thank you for coming after me, Dad." He chuckled and ran his fingers through my hair. "Don't think we're not going to talk about that stunt you pulled when we get home." For the first time, I actually looked forward to going home and getting scolded. The airport was crowded, the loud commotion, the bustling people, it made my head spin. I can only imagine what Dad was feeling. Finally we stepped through the doors and into the fresh night air of Boston's International Airport. The closest airport to home. It was just the 3 of us traveling back to New Hampshire. The rest of the family returned to Alaska with our cousins as they were all in mourning for their lost sister. I looked around for my mother when I exited, but she was nowhere to be seen. I span around, searching for her, and saw her standing by herself just inside the doors, watching me. I was confused. Why wasn't she leaving? "Mom." I walked back inside and held out my hand for her. "Come on, it's time to go home." "No, Renesmee." Now I was really confused. Ever since she started getting our strength back and started becoming more lucid, she was starting to act weird. As a matter of fact, as soon as I woke up in the dingy motel in Italy is when I noticed her acting weird. I need to go back to Anchorage. Mia will be waiting for me there. That's what we decided. She had explained to me that a few months after she was kept imprisoned, she agreed to feed once, but only if they let Mia go, and they did. They agreed to meet each other back home once she escaped. Dad popped up behind me. "Let me come with you." "No." She stepped back as he tried to come closer to her. "No, I think it will be best if Renesmee and I went back home." My eyes widened. Without Dad? I looked up at him. Our expressions matched identically. There was no way I was leaving without him. "Are you insane?" "Bella, let me come with you," Dad pleaded. Again trying to step closer to her. "Please, I just need some space." She sighed and dropped her head. "You lied to me, that can't just be forgiven with an apology." "I understand that we talked about this, I thought we were okay." I looked back between the both of them, their expressions filled with pain. That was before I remembered that I spent 5 years raising our daughter alone. "Thinking that you didn't love me." She slung the duffel bag carrying both of our clothes over her shoulder and reached out to grab my wrist. "We need to get going now." She directed this at me and began to turn away, taking me with her. My mind started going into overdrive. There was no way I was leaving without Dad. I felt him reach out and grab my other wrist. "No." He hissed. "You cannot take her away from me because of our divide, you can't do that to her." Mom tugged on my arm and pulled me closer to her and out of my father's grasp. "She needs to go home." I didn't want to leave him. But I didn't want to leave my mother either. I pulled myself out of her grasp and backed away from them both. "Don't you dare do this to me. Do not make me choose between the both of you." I glared at the both of them and stepped back again. "You guys need to fix this, without me in the picture." I spun around and darted through a large group of humans, over a few barricades and around a few security guards. Because of my head start, my parents were left frantically trying to rush through the hordes of humans to get to me, but it was too late. I had already darted out of the building and onto the busy main street, where I found a cab. "Get me out of the city," I said to him after slamming the door and sliding into the back seat. "You got it, kid." He rolled his eyes and darted into traffic. I sighed as the airport and my parents became further away from my view. They wouldn't be able to catch me, not in the city. Too many human eyes would catch them if they used the speed they were capable of. I felt guilty for pulling another disappearing act, but I couldn't stand another second of their back and forth. They both loved each other immensely, and the fact that they couldn't reconcile shows me how deeply idiotic they both are. Everything seemed fine in Italy, right up until I fell asleep and they discussed some things apparently. The two of them couldn't be more stubborn if they tried. Maybe me running away again would get them to work together, force them to sort out their problems without Mom running away from them. Personally, I think my plan is shaping out to be a perfect one. Blank. Bella Pav. He was a liar. After Renesmee fell asleep, we wandered outside the motel and talked. He told me the entire story and all it did was make me furious. He lied to me and told me he didn't love me, to protect me. Well, he defiantly wasn't protecting me when I was alone pregnant with his child. When I almost died giving birth to her. It made me furious for Renesmee. All of the milestones he missed, all because he was trying to protect me. Our conversation only opened my eyes to how selfish he was. And now she was gone. I tried to run after her but was stopped by the thousands of humans gathered around the airport. She got away quickly, speeding away in a cab moments later. I turned to look at him. I wanted to know where she was going, what she was thinking. His eyes were closed, his thumb and forefinger holding the bridge of his nose in frustration, something I'd seen Renesmee do so often. We need to go home, he sighed, finally opening his eyes. We might find her there. I nodded and turned in the direction of the ticketing counter when I felt a warm hand grab my wrist. I spun around to look at him, confused at why he stopped me. Where are you going? Home, Edward. Our home is in Alaska. His eyes closed for a moment before he shook his head and pulled me in the direction of the exit. No, Bella, our home is in New Hampshire. I didn't argue back and followed him towards the car rentals. It will take 2 hours to get back home, but I can get us there in less. We might even beat her there if that's where she's heading. And if she's not heading there? I challenged, crossing my arms over my chest. He sighed, then we'll try and figure out where she could have run off to. He dealt with the salesman at the CA.R. rental terminal and walked towards me with car keys in his hand and directed us towards a back Maserati. A Maserati? Why am I not surprised in the slightest? I caught him grinning out of the corner of my eye. We were in the car and speeding towards his home moments later. I kept my gaze out the passenger side window and watched the scenery fly past. Every so often I'd see him turn his head to me and then look back at the road. I suppose I held a grudge all these years, and finally knowing that his reason for leaving me was all a lie brought back all those feelings. I thought I could just act normal, but the feelings were still there. I was still hurt by what he had done. So many questions ran through my head, still with no answers. Why? I asked, turning to look at him. His eyebrows furrowed, but he did not turn to look at me. Why did you leave that night? How long had you been thinking about it? His furrowed brows ceased and his expression turned to one of sadness. The moment Jasper lunged at you. I let out a harsh laugh and rolled my eyes. But you had sex with me anyway and then just disappeared. I watched his hands grip the wheel tighter. Bella, if I had known. I cut him off with a flick of my wrist. What? If you had known I was pregnant you wouldn't have told me you didn't love me and you would have just stuck around. He huffed, but still kept his eyes on the road. Yes, I would have stayed. Lucky me. I crossed my arms over my chest like a disobedient child and stayed silent the rest of the way. Which wasn't much longer since he drove like a maniac. The house we pulled up to was much like the one in Forks, almost identical actually. He leads me up to the small porch and in through the large glass doors. Much like the house in Forks, it was filled with natural light. The familiar scene almost made me feel like I was 18 and human again. I jumped when Edward pulled the duffel bag off my shoulder and took it with him up the stairs. I followed him into a room. And without even being told I knew it was Renesmee's. I watched him dump the bag on her bed and pull out her clothes, which he chucked in a laundry basket next to him. A weird sight to see. Edward Cullen doing laundry. He turned, sat down on the edge of her bed and stared at a picture that sat on her bedside table. I walked closer and saw that it was a photo of him and Renesmee. She never stopped thinking about you, every day. Her thoughts were of you. I wasn't sure of the point he was making, but what he described sounded like myself the past 3 years. The only thing that kept me going was her. I think if we want her to be happy we need to come to an agreement. What kind of agreement? I asked, sitting next to him. To be civil. He hesitated for a second before continuing. If you don't love me anymore I understand. But I think for the sake of Ren. I rolled my eyes and cut him off mid-sentence. Oh Edward, stop. I stood up abruptly and glared down at him. If you think for a second that I don't love you, you're more ignorant than I originally thought. His brows furrowed and he opened his mouth to speak but thought against it. I love you as much as I did when my heart was still beating, Edward. But you cannot just erase the past 8 years. I wish I could. I should have stayed for you, for her, but I was selfish. I let out a dry laugh. I'm glad you're recognizing that now. He went to speak but was cut off by the vibrating sound of his phone. He looked down at the screen and growled before turning it to me so I could view the message. I'm fine. Don't even think about looking for me. I'll go to Grandpa and stay with them. Spend some time together and don't think about me. Once you guys have worked out your issues, I'll come home. I'll call you in a couple of hours, so you know I'm okay. Love you both XX. Stubborn as always, I wonder who she inherited that from, he murmured, looking down at the phone screen to reply before slipping it into his pocket. You, I imagine. I rolled my eyes. I was worried about her, but news of her meeting up with Carlyle calmed me momentarily. I stood and made my way over to her bookshelf, which was filled to the brim with books, knickknacks and framed photos. Some with me in them. I smiled at one I recognized, a photo of Renesmee and I taken candidly in our backyard back home. Mia took that one. I need to see Mia, I announced, turning to look at him over my shoulder. I can't just leave her there alone. He nodded thoughtfully. We'll leave in the morning. I can go alone, I protested, raising my voice slightly. I lived 8 years without him. I could live a few more days. Bella, don't fight me on this. He stood and made his way to me slowly, a look in his eyes I don't recognize. I only just found you again and I don't intend to have you away from me anytime soon. He was so close, I could feel the warmth from his hand centimeters away from mine, his chest almost as close. I closed my eyes. Edward, please. I felt his ND brush against mine before he took a step back. I'll book us for the earliest flight tomorrow, but for tonight, we can just relax. I opened my eyes to see him retreating from the room, the basket of clothes from before tucked under his arm. Still a strange sight to see. I left Renesmee's room and wandered down the hall. It seemed there was only 3 bedrooms on this level. Renesmee's bedroom sat directly across from the stairs, with what I'm imagining, the best view in the whole house. The other bedroom I stuck my head in, I believed was Carlyle and Esme. It was decorated with dark woods and artwork gracing every wall, but the medical textbook on the table near the door is what answered my suspicions. The other bedroom at the opposite end of the hall I believed to be Edward's. I could hear the clunking of the washing machine downstairs and the rustling of clothes, so I knew he was down in the laundry room. I stalked towards the door and opened it slowly, as if something was going to jump out at me. The room was nothing like I imagined. The cold white futon I remembered from Forks was nowhere to be seen, no artwork on the walls. The elegance and modern design of the room I expected were replaced with warm colors. A large canopy bed with a dark iron frame, a wooden desk pressed against the wall that was covered in papers, a child's drawings and some books. The walls featured framed photos, mostly of Renesmee. A few stuffed animals sat against the pillows on his bed. The room was not what I was expecting. Sorry, it's a bit messy. I jumped at the sound of his voice behind me. Sorry, I didn't mean to. He cut me off with a wave of his hand and a small smile before walking into the room and picking up a stray stuffed toy on the ground and chucking it on his bed. He sat on the edge and gave me another small smile and a nod. An unspoken invitation to enter his room. I took a closer look at his desk and at the drawings, which were obviously works of Renesmee. The pictures showed portraits of Edward, some of me and a lot of all 3 of us together. She's talented, I heard him say from behind me. I nodded in agreement. She gets that from you, I murmured, looking over my shoulder to smile at him. Which he returned. He leant down and picked up another toy animal from the floor and held it in his hands. I'm sorry about her messing up your room. He looked up at me in confusion and shook his head, letting out a small chuckle. Bella, she's my daughter, what's mine is hers. I felt stupid for apologizing. I kept forgetting that she spent 3 years in his care. He raised her for 3 years, thank you for taking care of her while I was away. I'm her father, I would do anything for her. There was silence for a few moments before I spoke. You've changed. His gaze snapped to mine in surprise. What do you mean? I narrowed my gaze at the stuffed animal in his hand and gestured to the children's drawings on his desk. Edward Cullen, the dad. I smiled at him and took a step towards him. He chuckled. It happened so quickly. One day there was this girl living in our home that I was too terrified to be near. The next she had me so enthralled and I felt so connected to her. It only took 2 days to figure out why that was. He looked down at the animal in his hands and smiled. I think I fell into fatherhood pretty quickly. His eyebrows furrowed and his expression became clouded. We went back to your home in Alaska, not long after we discovered she was my daughter. He shook his head and his expression turned angry. The loss of you clouded my judgment and I was thinking of doing something that was beyond selfish. I realized that I had to care for 2 people now, not just myself. She's everything to me. His expression softened again and he looked up at me, his eyes filled with sadness. Please don't take her away from me. My heart broke with his words and I was quick to gather him in my arms. His head rested on my shoulder, the stuffed animal crushing beneath us. I won't, I couldn't, I murmured into his hair, breathing in and taking his familiar scent in. He pulled back a bit and dropped the animal, placing his hands on the small of my back. I stared down at him. If my heart was still beating, it would be thundering in my chest. Everything moved so slowly. I turned my head slightly and leaned in. Our lips touched softly, so softly I'm surprised I felt it. We kissed again, and again, deeper than we ever had. It was nothing like it was when I was human. I could feel him give everything to me, there was no holding back. He pulled me to him until I was straddling him. His lips left my own, trailing down my jaw and down my throat, stopping at my collarbone where he nipped and kissed my flesh. I couldn't stop the moan rising from my throat. He growled at my reaction and his hands came up to rip down the back of my t-shirt. His hands massaged my back, feeling every curve and dip, almost like he was trying to memorize every inch of it. The t-shirt was quickly stripped away and thrown onto the floor in the direction of the door. The top half of me was bare and Edward took full advantage of this, trailing his kisses down my chest, nipping at the newly uncovered skin. My skin felt like it was on fire. I burned for him. My early thoughts of anger quickly dissipated. I ground into him, feeling his arousal resting against the inside of my thigh. He responded to this by flipping me over and continuing his work with me beneath him. He sat up momentarily and stripped his t-shirt, which was tossed in the direction of my own. My new EYs saw his body like it was the first time. My human eyes simply couldn't comprehend how beautiful he was. The definition of his toned stomach standing out to me more than it had before, his skin softer than I remembered. He smirked at me, trailing his hands up my hips and coming to rest on the waistband of my yoga tights. He dipped his fingers into the waistband and pulled them down, making him groan when he realized that I hadn't only just skipped the bra this morning but underwear as well. His eyes worshipped me as I was spread out before him. He was quick to discard his jeans, leaving him in black boxer briefs. Looking like a Calvin Klein ad campaign. He was back on top of me seconds later, settling between my legs, his arms holding himself just above my body, his lower half on the oath. Hand pressed exactly where I wanted him. My legs wrapped around him, heels digging into his thighs. His head dropped to my chest and I was rewarded with another groan. He surprised me by grabbing a handful of my ass and grinding into me where I wanted him most. Please, I whispered to him, moving my fingers to dip into the waistband of his briefs. He shudders and places an open-mouthed kiss to my neck. It's been so long, he groans. Grinding into me again, making me moan like a harlot. He slides the briefs down his legs and settles back between my legs. I'm already ready for him, I had been since he kissed me. Tell me to stop, Bella, if you don't want this. Always the gentleman. I want you, I breath out, tightening my legs around him. He slides home seconds later, moaning when he is fully in. He pulls out almost all the way, and slides back in again, making us both moan in pleasure. He does it, again and again. I know he's trying to tease me. Take me, Edward, he growls into my ear and quickens his pace. My eyes roll back into my head and I know already that this won't take me long. I couldn't get enough of him, I ached for him. He lifts up my left leg higher and moves his body slightly to take me from a different angle, and I knew instantly that he was strongly holding back when I was human. Our first time didn't hold a candle to what he was doing to me now. He thrust into me faster, making me moan so loud I was sure that I had scared the animals in the forest away. I was teetering on the edge and I knew I was close. Harder, I moaned. His hand trailed up to the back of my neck and he took a fistful of my hair, pulling as he thrust into me harder. He had defiantly been holding back. God, Edward, so good. He moaned at my words and quickened his pace. So close, he breathed out. I was beyond overwhelmed. Deep in my stomach, the burn was becoming more prominent. Please, I panted. With me, Bella, he commanded, plunging into me harder. I'll follow you. He looked down at me, his gaze almost primal before he lowered his head and kissed me deeply. I came seconds after him. My body felt as if it was shattering into millions of pieces. He pulsed inside me and slowed, placing soft kisses on my chest and neck. He pulled out seconds later and rolled, pulling me onto his chest. Incredible, he murmured, closing his eyes and resting his head back on the pillow. I'll tell you were holding back the first time, I teased, kissing his chin and looking up to see his reaction. He grinned and opened one eye to look down at me. You wouldn't have been able to handle that, he teased back. In reality, he was right. All of his fears about him killing me during our lovemaking was valid. If he had lost control, there was no doubt he could have killed me. I giggled into his chest. I can hardly handle it now. I laid my head on his chest and looked beside him. I let out a giggle, which soon turned into uncontrollable laughter. He looked down at me confused about my outburst. I lifted the stuffed unicorn that was next to him and rested it above his head. I forgot we had company. He guffawed and I felt his body shake with laughter beneath me. Life of a parent, hey. Our laughter died down and we laid in comfortable silence. Are we okay? He asked, stroking his fingertips down my spine. I nodded. I still think we need to discuss some things, but yeah, we're okay. We laid tangled in each other until buzzing coming from the floor interrupted our relaxing silence. We untangled for a few seconds so he could grab his phone. He chuckled at the screen. It's our daughter calling. He answered. Hello darling. Hey dad, hope you two haven't torn the house down yet. He looked back at me and smirked. We may have in one way or another. Yuck dad, that's disgusting. I giggled at her reaction. So I gather you two are fine now. We're perfect. He slipped his hand into my own and placed a kiss onto my knuckles. You can come home now. No can do dad, I booked a flight to see grandpa already. I didn't think you two would have made up so quickly. He rolled his eyes. Your mother and I will meet you there. We'll take a flight out in the morning. Alrighty, I'll see you soon. I heard rustling from her end and a muffled thank you. I'm about to board dad. I love you both. We love you too. The call disconnected moments after. He placed the cell on his night stand and came back to wrap his arms around me. We have the house to ourselves for the night. What should we do? I asked, trailing my fingertips up and down his biceps. I think we have a lot of catching up to do, he answered. Rolling on top of me. I knew exactly what he meant by catching up. Renesmee Pav. The plane landed promptly at Port Angeles Domestic and I quickly made my way through the bus. Y airport lines and out the front doors to the taxi rank. It was chilly outside, enough to make me shiver. My father would be furious when he found out that the grandfather I told him I'd be with, was the one he would have been thinking about. I slipped into the taxi and told him to take me to Forks. He looked at me strangely for a moment before turning around and starting the car. I watched as buildings and homes became few and far between before all I could see was dense forest and dirt. It wasn't long until the "Welcome to Forks" sign came into view. Anywhere specific you want me to drop you? The driver spoke up for the first time since I hopped in the car. I had no idea where to go from this point. I knew his name and that was it. Just into town will be fine. He turned down a street. Reed and dropped me out the front of a small cafe. I slid $100 bill under the window and thanked him before stepping out onto the curb. The town's shopping area was minuscule. A small cafe, a boutique clothing store and a store called Olympic Outfitters were the only stores on this street. That and what looked to be a police station. Maybe I could ask them where he lived, surely they might know. I walked through the small car park and up the front steps, slowly opening the door and stepping inside the station's small waiting area. A woman at the front desk smiled at me as I walked towards her. How can I help, honey? I smiled in return. I'm looking for someone and I thought it might be easier to come to a police station to try and find them. She let out a hearty laugh and I stared back, confused at her reaction. We don't have a police station, we have a sheriff's department. Her smile dropped and she looked quite conflicted. I also don't think it'll be of much help. It's no exactly policy to give out an individual's home address. It's part of our policy. Roadblock. Of course, something as stupid as a policy would keep me from finding him. I let out a sigh and she looked at me sadly in return. Can I call your parents for you, honey? I shook my head. No thank you, I'll be. I was cut off by a door to the left of me opening. All right, Sandra, I'm heading home for Bella. I turned and looked up at him. Stunned. His eyes looked dejected once I turned to him face on. Oh sorry, I thought you were someone else. Chief Swan, this young girl is looking for someone and I'm not sure how to help her. Sandra spoke from behind the desk. I had completely forgotten she was there for a moment. I was too lost staring into the eyes of the male version of my mother. I could strongly see the resemblance. He walked closer towards me with a kind but weary smile on his face. Maybe I can be of some help. Who were you after? I hesitated, my mind wanting to say, you, but for some dumb reason my mouth decided to go a whole different route and say, Bella Swan. His eyes widened and his back straightened, no longer bent to be at my level. Could we please talk? I asked. His demeanor changed almost immediately. Look, kid, I don't know what kind of game you're playing here, but my daughter is dead and I don't appreciate this little prank or whatever this is. He looked to Sandra and said goodnight before storming out of the station. I looked back at Sandra. my eyes wide. She shook her head at me and sighed, looking back at her computer. I turned and immediately ran out the door, but was too late. He'd already gotten into the police car and drove off. I felt tears well in my eyes and I was even more determined to find him, again. I zipped my hoodie closed and pulled the hood over my head and started walking. I'd walk all over this town to find his home if it was the last thing I did. It started to rain the moment I stepped onto the curb. I hugged my arms to my chest and started to walk, hiking all over town to find his home. It had been 2 hours before I finally reached the last street in town. I was soaked, my wet hair clung to my face and my hoodie felt like it was weighing me down. My eyes widened when I finally found his police car, outside of a white wooden house that I remembered vaguely from when my father brought me here 3 years ago. The light was on, downstairs, and when I walked up the front steps I could see the television on through the window. I took a deep breath before knocking on the door. I could hear heavy footsteps before the door was pulled open and there he stood. Red-eyed and mouth open. "Jesus kid, you're soaked." "I'm sorry," my teeth chattered as I spoke and his eyes softened. "Get in here kid." He pulled me in, leaving me for a few moments in his foyer and returned with a towel. He ushered me to sit in front of the fire before leaving again. I could hear his footsteps go upstairs and then come back down, a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt in hand. "Get changed and get warm, then we'll be having a chat." I was directed to the bathroom on the 2nd floor, where I changed out of my soaked clothes. I wrapped the towel around my wet hair and retreated downstairs. The fire still burning and the television turned off. He waved his hand for me to sit and I did so quickly. We sat in silence for a few moments before he spoke. "Look, kid. I don't really appreciate you coming here and bringing up my dead daughter, but you seem determined to speak to me, so have at it. What are you after?" I just wanted to talk to you about her." Lame response, Renesmee. He looked at me curiously. "What about her? What happened to her?" He huffed and sat back in his chair. "She disappeared one day and then a few months later they found her truck on the side of the road. Burnt out and her bloodied clothes next to the car. There's not much else to tell, so if that's all you wanted to know you can get out of here once you get dried up." He and to stand up but stopped when I spoke. "I'm sorry." My eyes filled with tears. "I'm sorry that you lost her." He looked at me confused. "Not like it was your fault kid." I sighed and lowered my head. "He lost her because of me, because I just had to be in this world." We sat in silence, the only sound coming from the crackling from the fire and the patter of rain outside. "What if it was?" I asked him, looking up. He shook his head and scoffed. "I doubt there was anything a 6-year-old would have done to make my daughter disappear." He rolled his eyes and huffed. "That's how old you would have been when she died." I shook my head. "She's not dead." His eyes snapped to mine and he almost looked furious. "I don't appreciate your jokes kid." "She's alive," I insisted. I had to tell him. I had to let him know she was still alive. His eyes narrowed. "What's your name?" "Renesmee." His facial expression didn't change. "Carly Cullen." He scoffed and stood up. "Of course you're a Cullen." He looked furious as he paced in front of the fireplace. "If you want to know about my daughter so badly, ask Edward. He was the one that broke her." He spoke with such disgust for my father. My eyes welled up with tears and I let out a quiet sob before I saw him stop in front of the fireplace and reach up to touch a photo on the mantel. I stood up and walked towards him slowly, scared he'd turn and yell at me. I stopped next to him and watched a stray tear trail down his cheek, his gaze never wandering from a picture of my mother. I lifted my hand to rest on his bicep. "I want to tell you my story. Then after I tell you and you want me gone, I'll leave and you'll never see me again." He turned away from me and I expected him to walk out of the room, but he sat at his place on the sofa and waited for me. I sat back in my original spot and took a deep breath. "I could get in so much trouble for telling you this, so I need you to listen to me. Every unbelievable detail. I need you to listen and not comment until I'm done, okay?" He nodded his head slowly and I continued. "I'm going to tell you a story, a jumbled up mess of a story, but I guarantee it has a happy ending and I'm going to start it with how I came to find out about you." I waited for him to comment, but he didn't, so I took another deep breath and started. "I first saw you 3 years ago. You were standing in your kitchen and I was standing in the tree line of your backyard." His eyes widened but he did not speak. "I had no idea who you were until my father brought me here to see you. We were on our way to Alaska at the time. A time where I was almost certain that my mother was dead." He stared at me, sadness in his eyes. "When we got to Alaska, we discovered that she was in fact dead. I didn't know at the time that she had only been kidnapped. But I lived 3 years thinking she was no more. It was only until around 3 days ago when I found her again. I sighed. My mother is a beautiful, intelligent and caring woman who lived many years without my father, raising me alone with my aunt. My mother gave birth to me on the side of the road in Alaska. She almost died, in a way she did. She had run away from home 3 months earlier, her home here in Forks. He stared at me, waiting for me to continue. I'm named after my grandparents, my name a combination of both of my grandparents, my first name a mix between Renee and Esme. His eyes widened in recognition, my middle a mix between my grandfathers, Carlisle and Charlie. His eyes began to fill with tears and he slid forward off the couch and onto his knees in front of me. Taking my face in his hands, I knew I wasn't seeing things. You've got her eyes. I reached up to stroke his rough cheek. I've got your eyes. A tear fell and he roughly wiped it away and shook his head. I don't understand. This isn't possible. You're like what, 12? 7. He sat back on his heels and looked at me with wide eyes. Not possible. I can't exactly give you the details. My father would kill me just for being here, let alone spilling all our secrets. He reached up and pulled the towel off my head and his eyes widened. Your father? He ran his fingers through my wet curls. Edward. I nodded at his discovery. I knew I recognized the shade of your hair from somewhere. No one on this earth has the same hair as that kid. I chuckled. He's not exactly a kid. He scoffed. Yeah, what is he? Like 24 now. I chuckled and shook my head. Maybe times that by 5 inches. His eyes widened and he began to speak, but I cut him off. My dad is probably old enough to be your great-great-grandfather. His mouth dropped open, but we are on a need-to-know basis at the moment. I reached out and took his hand. All you really need to know is that your daughter is alive, my Ohm is alive and your granddaughter is sitting here right in front of you. He shook his head. I can't believe this. He squeezed my hand. I can't believe she's alive, that you're here. She'd be down here immediately, murdering me if she knew I was here. I chuckled. They think I'm with Pa in Alaska, at least that's what I told them. And they just let you go? He asked, his eyes widening. I laughed loudly. God no. I ran away. His eyes narrowed. Renesmee, you shouldn't have done that. He shook his head and stood up, taking his seat back on the couch. They would be worried sick. I called Dad yesterday and told him I was fine. The only way him and Mom would settle their differences is if I wasn't in the way, and from my phone call it seemed they were working out their problems just fine. I wrinkled my nose in disgust. I'll have to leave tomorrow morning for Alaska. I have to meet them both there before they find out that I came here or they'll be furious with me. I'm coming with you, he stated, but I shook my head. It wouldn't be a good idea. It'd be very dangerous for you. I sighed. It's dangerous for you now. I've already told you too much, but I couldn't let you go on any longer without knowing that Mom was still alive and that you had a granddaughter you didn't even know about. He scoffed. I'm coming with you, Renesmee. I've lived 7 years thinking my baby was taken from her car and murdered on the side of the road. She was just giving birth to me. The car being burnt out would have been from my Aunt Mia. She would have been making it look like she had been taken or murdered, he huffed. But why? He started to raise his voice. Was she in some sort of trouble? I could have helped her. She didn't have to leave. She would have died if she stayed. The only reason she's alive now is that she was changed. Changed? He stared at me, confused. What do you mean changed? That doesn't explain why she couldn't have come here after. I sighed. She would have killed you. She stayed away to keep you safe. He rolled his eyes. That's my bloody job. It's my job to keep her safe, not the other way around. She didn't have a choice. He sighed and rested his head on the back of the couch. This is all so much to take in, he murmured. I'm sorry, I apologized, standing up and sitting next to him. I know she misses you. It would be impossible for her not to, but she'd be putting you in so much danger if she came back. Then why did you come? He turned to look at me. If it's so dangerous for me to know, why did you come? I shrugged. I guess I get my selfishness from my father. He scoffed and rolled his eyes. I can only imagine. I yawned after he said that and he chuckled at me. Come on, you can sleep in your mother's room. I'll take you to the airport tomorrow. I looked up at him and smiled as he stood to direct me to her room upstairs. When he opened the door, I was met with a stale smell, no scent of the human who once slept in here. A single bed with purple covers sat near the window. A desk with an ancient computer sat across from it, books stacked upon it and a cardigan draped over the chair. The covers on the bed were pulled back and the cupboard door was ajar. I haven't been in here since the night she disappeared. There was a photo on the side of her bed of an older woman and my human mother. I sighed and picked it up. She looks so different. I stroked her face over the glass. Who is she with? Your grandmother, Renee. I smiled softly and watched as he fluffed the pillow for me and brought me an extra blanket from the cupboard. I hope it's comfortable enough in here for you. It's perfect. I placed my cell phone on the bedside table and got into bed, yawning again as he tucked me in. Good night, Renesmee. I closed my eyes and smiled. Good night, Pop. I was drifting away moments later. Blank. Bella Pav. I laid in Edward's arms, my eyes closed as he traced patterns softly over my naked shoulder. His phone started to buzz and he halted his movements to reach over and grab it. Our daughter, he chuckled. He answered and held the phone up to his ear. Hello, princess, shouldn't you be asleep? It's 3 a.m. in Alaska. I waited to hear my daughter's soft voice, but what I got wasn't what I was expecting at all. Edward Cullen, what I would do to have my hands around your neck at this moment, I would recognize that voice anywhere. I was quick to snatch the phone from him. Dad, Bella Pav. Dad, how I where's Renesmee? 7 years without any contact whatsoever and that's all I get. Air was silence for a few moments before he spoke again. I thought you were dead, Bella. Dad, I'm so sorry. Let me come down there and I'll get Renesmee and I'll explain everything. Don't bother, I'd like to spend some time with the granddaughter I had no idea existed, he grumbled. I'll see you in Alaska. And with that, he hung up. It was the first time I'd heard his voice in 7 years. I had so many questions swimming around in my head. The largest being, what the hell was Renesmee doing in Forks? We have to go to Forks immediately. I sat up quickly and looked down at Edward, who had stayed silent since I'd answered the phone. He sighed but gave me a small smile. You heard Charlie, he'll meet us in Alaska. What? My eyes widened in surprise, not expecting something like that to come from Edward of all people. You agree with him? You should be wanting to get to Forks immediately. That was the old me, Bella. He pulled me back down to his chest unexpectedly and held me there. That was when I wasn't a father. Now I think Charlie and I could see eye to eye on a few things, like not seeing his daughter for 7 years. I was about to protest but what I was about to say died in my throat, instead I sighed. Understanding what he was saying, I missed my dad so much, not saying a proper goodbye took a toll on me. Just let him have tomorrow with his granddaughter, he'll meet us in Alaska by the afternoon. I nodded and then shook my head roughly. God, why did she do this? Does she not realize how much danger she's put him in? There was a reason why I left. I felt Edward's chest rumble as he chuckled. It seems you and I have more in common than you think. Renesmee Pav. I woke up to the sound of rain pattering on my window and heavy footsteps downstairs. I smiled to myself and snuggled further into the pillow. I'm glad I got to meet my grandfather, even if it was only once, then he would drop me to the airport and I could get by without. My parents even know I took a detour and Charlie living the rest of his life knowing that his daughter is alive. I should probably check my phone, in case Dad called me in the middle of the night. I turned and reached out my hand to where I'd left it and was surprised when my hand touched the cool wood of the bedside table and no phone. My eyes widened and I sat up, my eyes searching everywhere in sight. I flung myself over the side of the bed and peered under it and the bedside table, only finding dust bunnies. In my haste, I didn't hear the door open. Looking for this, I lifted my head to see Pop holding out my phone from the doorway. I narrowed my eyes slightly. What did you do with that? He waved his hand around and shook his head. Oh, nothing, I just put it downstairs for you. I keep seeing these doctor specials on the TV about how having a phone next to your head can give you brain tumors. Before I could open my mouth, he had turned around and was ushering me out of the room. Come on, kid. I made you some breakfast. I followed him immediately, on his tail right until we got into the kitchen, which smelled a lot like burnt toast. My eyes zeroed in on the pile of burnt bread next to the stove top. The culprit of the smell, Pop could see what I was looking at and gave a hearty chuckle. Oh right, so I had a couple of test runs which obviously didn't go very well. He waved his hand in front of full plates on the island. I think for an old man I did all right. I smiled and walked towards the bench. He'd eventually gotten the toast right it seems and there was a plate of awkwardly shaped pancakes and a bowl of scrambled eggs. I looked up at him and smiled. He was scratching the back of his head with a sheepish smile. So I'm not Gordon Ramsay and the pancakes came fr. A shaker bottle but I think it's all edible. I laughed and helped him bring the plates to the table. I dug in immediately, realizing that I hadn't eaten since the plane ride over here yesterday. We ate in silence before I heard him clear his throat. So I've got a confession, kid. I looked up and raised an eyebrow. What's the confession? I took your phone. He looked at me for a moment, waiting for a reaction, but all I did was laugh. Yeah, I know, you already told me, Pop. Yeah, well, I didn't tell you that I called your dad. The fork I had been holding clanged to the plate as I dropped it in. My eyes bugged out of my head so far I thought they might pop out. You did what? I could have started hyperventilating. Dad is going to be furious with me. He rested his hand on my arm in attempt to calm me down. I told you I was coming with you to Alaska. I don't scare easily, kid. He retracted his hand and scooped some eggs into his mouth. Besides, I already told your mother I was coming. You spoke to Mom. Mom was going to be even more furious than Dad. I couldn't believe he had called them. Briefly, he replied, I called and booked a flight at 4 o'clock this afternoon. We'll get to Anchorage by 6 inches. And there is nothing I can do to change your mind. Not a damn thing. He smirked and continued eating. I followed suit, finishing my breakfast. My mother would be deadly when I saw her. But at least she would be seeing her dad. I know if I had been kept away from Dad for 7 years, nothing would keep me away if I had the opportunity to see him again. I got up from the table and cleared the plates, instinctively placing them in the sink to be washed before turning the taps to fill the basin. Charlie's hand reached around me and shut it off. Don't worry about it, kid, we'll worry about that later. I smiled at him and nodded. I'm just going to go upstairs and get changed and then I'll be down. He nodded and called after me when I took off upstairs. There's a toothbrush under the sink if you need one. I got changed quickly, before brushing my teeth and washing my face quickly. I made my way back downstairs to see Pop standing by the front door. Come on, kid. I grinned but didn't question him. He hopped in his car and backed out before cruising down the street. I watched the scenery fly past. Memories of my pit stop here 3 years ago flashed into my head. Almost as if Pop was reading my mind, he asked, so you said that you had been here before? I nodded and looked over to him. His gaze remained on the stretch of road in front of him. Yeah, Dad took me past here 3 years ago. We stopped at the back of the house in the woods and I could see you inside in the kitchen. Didn't think to pop in and say hello. He turned and grinned before focusing again. I chuckled lightly and sighed. We were only passing through. I stayed silent for a moment, staring out the window before I spoke again. I don't think I was ever supposed to meet you, I said solemnly. I heard him huff briefly. And why would that be? Because you're too dangerous. If only you knew just how much. I closed my eyes and felt tears sting behind my lids. I doubt you'd want me around. I've been a cop for almost 30 years, kid. It'd sure take a lot more than a small girl to scare me. He huffed again and patted my knee. Forget it, kid, let's enjoy our day before we have to leave. I smiled at him and nodded. So where are you taking me anyway? We're almost there. He nodded in a gesture towards a sign on the side of the road. I caught sight of it for only a second before my eyes widened and panic had begun to set in. Quileute reservation ahead. I thought we could make a pit stop to meet some friends of mine. No stop, I yelled, bracing my hands against the door and pressing my feet to the floor. Almost like that'd make the car stop moving. I squeezed my eyes shut and I knew the moment we'd crossed the line, almost like we'd moved through an invisible force field. Please stop, we can't, I can't. I felt the car slow to a stop. Jesus, kid, what's wrong? I didn't open my eyes. I'm not allowed to be here. I heard his door open and shut before I felt the passenger's side door open next to me and the cold air hit my skin. Open your eyes, Renesmee, what's the problem? I opened my eyes slowly to see him kneeled next to my open door. I'm not allowed to be here, I repeated slowly. He furrowed his eyebrows in confusion and was about to say something when he was interrupted by a voice behind him. Charlie. Pop turned his head to look at the one who called his name. A few meters away, a dark-skinned man sat on the porch of the home we stopped in front of. He had a kind smile on his face as he waved to my grandfather. In a minute, Billy, Pop called and turned back to me. I don't know what you're talking about, kiddo, but you're safe here. He pulled me out of the car by my hand and led me to the front of the house where the man named Billy waited for us. His smile shifted when he caught sight of me and his expression turned to one of weariness. Hey Bill, I have someone I want to introduce you to. He leads me up the steps and stopped in front of his friend. This is Renesmee, my granddaughter. Billy's eyes widened and his gaze snapped to my happy grandfather, who was oblivious to his friend's reaction because his gaze was too focused on me. I smiled shyly and gave a small wave. Hello, I greeted. My voice cracking halfway through. Bella had adopted. I cut him off before he had a chance to get it out. It was the first thing that popped into my head. And I'm sure I could make it believable if I spun it the right way. I looked up to Pop to gauge his reaction. He seemed confused but nodded slowly when he looked down at me. Right, yes, adopted granddaughter. Billy's eyes narrowed slightly. I thought Bella had passed. She has, I answered quickly. Now, a few years ago in fact, when I was quite young. Billy nodded slowly and looked to my grandfather for confirmation. He only smiled in response. So, I hope you've got some beers. Pop teased and grabbed the handles of Billy's wheelchair, wheeling him through the front door quickly and into the hallway. I could hear loud noises coming from a room in front of us. Boys, loud ones. I gasped when I saw one walk past the doorway. He was tall and well built, but the large tattoo on his bicep is what caught my eye. The fear was building in my chest and I could hear my heart thudding in my head with every step I took. I wasn't supposed to be here. I knew the stories. My father told me of them not long after our trip to Forks. I knew about the treaty and what it meant, the rules I was breaking. He would be furious if he knew I was here. We entered the room finally and I was terrified at the sight in front of me. Boys who looked identical to the one I saw moments before sitting around a large dining table, bare-chested, tattooed armed wolves. The boys turned at the sight of us entering. They all grinned and greeted Charlie and then they saw me and their grins fell. Boys, this is my granddaughter, Renesmee. Their eyes widened, much like Billy's had, but no one spoke. Renesmee, this is Quill, Seth, Embry, Jared and Paul. I raised my hand in a small wave. Adopted granddaughter. Now this I've got to hear. The one named Paul spoke up, crossing his arms and leaning back in his seat. There was a misunderstanding relating to my daughter's passing and I would appreciate some respect from you boys. Pop placed a hand on my shoulder and gave me a slight squeeze before sitting down at the table with a beer. The room was silent for a few moments before the boys all continued with their conversations. Pop patted an empty seat next to him and I hesitated, but when one of the boys turned to me and gave me a small smile, I decided to take the seat. Hey, I'm Seth, he greeted and held his hand out to me. I shook it and was surprised at the warmth. I had obviously never shaken hands with a wolf before. I flinched slightly at the burning sensation and his smile fell. Sorry, it was just a surprise, I apologized. His smile returned and he shook his head. Don't worry about it, he looked around at the boys and returned his gaze to me and leaned in slightly. I'm sorry about them, they can be a bit rude sometimes. His confession earned him a jab to the ribs by one of the boys next to him, which he returned playfully. We were all affected by Bella's death around here, but I'm sure you'd just call her mom, hey? I nodded. She passed away a few years ago. It was quite a surprise. To Charlie when he found out that she didn't die when everyone thought she did. She adopted me when I was quite young and when I got older she had told me that she ran away from home, so when she died, I wanted to see where she came from. I spun the elaborate tale and watched from my peripherals at everyone's heads turn to look at me during my story, just like I wanted. I didn't need any of these people assuming what I was. Even though I'm sure many did from my appearance. I'm sorry to hear that, he said sadly. He seemed genuine and I was happy my story had worked. Shame Jacob didn't get to hear the good news. Paul spat from across the table. I was taken aback by his tone. I was confused obviously as I had no idea who this Jacob person was. Paul, you'd want to watch what you're saying, Pop warned, pointing his finger at him. What? Paul scoffed and crossed his arms. I'm just saying that Jacob wouldn't have had to run away from his family if he'd known Bella didn't actually die. I'm sorry I didn't. I was cut off by Paul waving his hand at me and rolling his eyes. What? You're sorry that your mother was the reason one of our boys ran away because he was so devastated from hearing about her dying. And she didn't die. We haven't seen him in 7 years and yet here you are wandering in here like. A hand slamming on the table cut him off. That's quite enough, Paul, Pop roared. He rolled his eyes and looked away. The table remained in an awkward silence. A car could be heard rolling up outside and everyone's attention turned towards that. Sam must be home, I heard Billy murmur. The back screen door slid open and a man I recognized stepped through it. I stood up immediately, my chair scrapping awkwardly against the wooden floor. His eyes narrowed as soon as he saw me. You, he hissed. I almost tripped over the chair trying to step backwards. I remembered him from when my father brought me here. You know her, Sam? One of the boys asked standing next to him. Sam ignored him and stepped forward as I stepped back. You're not supposed to be here. I'm sore, I began but was quickly cut off by one Paul standing up. She's one of them? He asked, disgust in his voice. Sam laughed humorously. One of them? She's Edward Cullen's daughter. Pop stood in between us and held his hand out to stop Sam from coming any closer to me. You'd want to step away from my granddau. GHTER before we both do something we're going to regret. She's violated the treaty, I heard one of the boys say, followed by Billy speaking up. You need to step aside, Charlie, we don't want to hurt you. What the hell are you talking about, Billy? She's the one I caught in the woods with Cullen years ago. I told you what would happen if I caught you back in Forks, Sam warned, keeping his gaze on me and stepping so close that Pop's hand touched his chest. I turned on my heel and bolted out of the room and through the front door, skipping the porch steps and sprinting towards the woods. I heard them following me the moment I exited the house. I pushed further until I knew I had made it past the treaty line and slowed when I couldn't hear them behind me any longer. My chest heaved as I tried to fill my lungs with air. I couldn't believe I left Pop there, but I knew that they wouldn't hurt him. Billy was his friend and there was no point in harming a human who didn't even know the treaty existed. I hoped anyway. When I finally caught my breath again, I began to walk again. I can't believe the mess I've gotten myself into. I dug into my pockets to retrieve my phone when I came up empty. I groaned when I realized that I must have dropped it in my haste. Looking for this, I spun around to look at the one who startled me and was met with a tall woman with flaming red hair and eyes to match. I nodded slowly in response and she smiled a sinister smile. I've been looking for you too, little one. Renesmee Pav. She stepped closer to me and her smile got wider when I stepped back. Who are you? She threw her head back and laughed before looking at me again with the same sinister smile. Your mommy and daddy never told you about me. She stepped forward again and my path backwards was blocked by a tree. I pressed my body against it and prayed the tree would give and swallow me whole. I shouldn't have come here. I've been waiting for the perfect opportunity to get revenge on our parents, and then you rolled into town and I knew my perfect opportunity had arrived. I don't understand. I shook my head and closed my eyes. How do you know my parents? She cackled again and I felt the rush of her presence get closer to me. I knew for sure when I felt her bony hand grasp onto my bicep. They murdered my mate. They wouldn't do that, I choked out, feeling her grasp tighten. Will you better believe it? Your daddy has been trying to find me for a few years now. My eyes snapped open and I was shocked to see how closer she was standing in front of me, so close our noses almost touched. You're Victoria. She smiled slowly and brought the hand she was using to grasp my arm to my face to stroke my cheek. So you do know me. She trailed her finger down my jaw and maneuvered her hand around my throat, tightening slowly. I've been waiting years for a sweet moment like this. The next moment happened so quickly I didn't have time to register that her strong hand had picked me up by my throat and tossed me carelessly into the tree behind her. I felt my head smack onto the trunk and my body fell to the forest floor. I raised my dirt-covered hands to the back of my skull. Feeling the new tender wound she had just created, I brought my fingers back down to eye level to inspect them and saw they were now caked with my own blood as well as dirt. I looked up at her as she stalked towards me. I'm going to rip you limb from limb, just like they did to my James. I heard movement from the trees to my left and I stiffened. I noticed in that second that she did too. Shit, she murmured. Seconds later a wolf sprung from the foliage and leapt at her. But she was fast, too fast. Adrenaline pumped through my body. I needed to get out of her. I stood, holding onto the tree for leverage. I hadn't noticed more wolves join the fight to take her down. She was quick and maneuvered around them with precision. I pushed myself into the opposite direction, hoping they wouldn't notice my escape. I looked around me and checked that no one was following me. When I looked back to the direction I was going, she was in front of me. A wild look on her face, she held her grip on my wrist and flung me in the direction of the wolves. I crashed into a few rocks, my head knocking back into them. The wolves surrounded me, but not to attack, but to protect. Me being a threat to them no longer the issue at hand. A wolf with sadly colored fur looked back at me and nudged his head in the direction he wanted me to go. I didn't need to be a mind reader to know what he meant. Adrenaline still coursing through my body. I pushed myself up and onward, sprinting harder than I had ever sprinted before. I looked up to the sun and knew I was headed in the right direction, Dad having taught me basic survival skills if I was ever in a situation where I was lost with no means of communication. I could hear the ocean within moments and followed along the water's edge and along the IFFs until I hit a bottleneck of water and entered it, pushing my body through the strong currents and dipping under the water for minutes at a time when I knew there was a chance I might be spotted by a human on a boat. I knew I had finally crossed into the Canadian border when I reached land on the other side. The adrenaline coursing through my body kept me going, pushing myself further than I ever had. My legs pumping harder and harder with every step I took, through every town I passed through. I contemplated on stopping, but knew I had to keep going, the further away the better. I was nearing Port Hardy, a small town in the island I was on, as the sign told me as I crossed the highway, which meant I was nearing the ocean again, my next swim until I crossed over to the mainland. I paused for a moment when I noticed the sun coming down, pain suddenly shooting up my leg, my wrist and the back of my head. I knelt down and cringed, my short pause enough for the adrenaline in my veins to fade and the pain of what had happened to sink in. My head began to spin and I knew instantly that my journey to Alaska was being cut short. I wouldn't be able to run the rest of the way. I used my good wrist to feel my ankle. It was quite obviously swollen, maybe a sprain, my wrist in just as bad condition, and I wouldn't even start on my head. It was throbbing and I could feel my hair becoming matted from the dried blood. I needed to keep moving though, I couldn't stay here much longer, giving up was not an option. I pushed myself up and limped towards the town, surely I could find a pay phone and some spare change. I ducked between buildings and into alleyways, keeping out of the public eye as much as I could. I didn't need any unwanted attention. I had caught my reflection in a shop window and knew I looked like a mess. "Come on darling, the ferry is leaving in 10 minutes and we'll be late if we don't hurry," I caught an older woman saying as she walked past the alleyway I was hiding in. She was tugging on the arm of a young girl, who would have had to be her daughter. "I don't like going to visit Grandpa, why can't he live here instead of in Prince Rupert?" she whined, snatching her arm back from her mother and sulking beside her as they walked away in the direction of the harbor. I knew where Prince Rupert was. It's a small port city on British Columbia's northwest coast. That is only about a day and a bit away from Anchorage. Well, by car, I'm imagining it would be a lot further on foot, especially since I could hardly walk now. I ducked out of the alley and kept my head down as I walked towards the docks. Slipping behind a boat workshop and peering out to the water, I could see the woman and her daughter get onto a small cruise ship. I didn't have any money on me to purchase a ticket and no passport or ID. I needed to get onto this boat. I watched employees direct passengers with cars onto the back of the ship, maybe I could climb up through there and get on without anyone noticing me. I decided that I would try it. I looked around and made sure no one was watching me and lowered myself off one of the docks and into the water. It was freezing, but I didn't have time to worry about the temperature of the water, because it looked as if they were loading some of the last cars in. I dipped underwater and opened my eyes, waiting for them to adjust to the salty ocean water. I swam towards the boat and popped out of the water just under the ship's drawbridge-like platform that they used to get the cars into the cargo area. "All right Joey, close, up, ATS the last one," I heard a man yell from the dock. I heard footsteps thud over the platform moments before I noticed it start to raise. I jumped into action quickly and pulled myself up and over the platform, looking around as soon as I got up to see if anyone had witnessed me climb on. I crawled between cars and boxes and settled in between two big cargo boxes, sighing when the lights were shut off and I heard a door being closed. I could finally breathe. I rested my head against the metal of the ship wall and closed my eyes. My soaked clothes stuck to my skin and my shoes were destroyed beyond recognition. I pulled them off my feet, watching out for my ankle, and cringed when I saw how pruned my toes looked. I stretched my legs out and wrapped my arms around myself. "Attention passengers, welcome aboard BC Ferries. It is now 4:30 p.m. in Port Hardy and we are expected to arrive at our destination on time at 9 p.m. tomorrow evening, should the weather cooperate. On behalf of our cabin crew and staff, we are pleased to have you on board with us, thank you." I could hear the muffled voice of an announcement through the floor above. I'd be on this ship for 21 long hours. I closed my eyes and let a tear fall. 21 hours and I'd be that much closer to my parents. They were going to be furious when they got a hold of me. I jumped when I heard movement from behind the cars. My heart was racing immediately. I froze when a face popped out from behind one of the cargo boxes and my eyes widened in horror. Bella Pav. Our flight arrived in Anchorage in the late afternoon and I was anxious to see my daughter again, as well as my father. "It will be fine Bella," Edward assured me almost as if he could read my blank mind, squeezing my hand from his spot in the front seat of the vehicle we rented at the airport. Something more inconspicuous this time. "He'll be thrilled to see you again." "Yeah, after he chews me out," I snarked back. His phone buzzed from its spot on the console and he smiled when he saw the name on the screen. He answered it immediately, pressing the loudspeaker button and placing it back down. Hey princess, your mother and I are looking forward to seeing you today. Oh Edward, I'm looking forward to seeing you too. My body ran cold at the voice. Edward's driving faltered as he almost swerved off the road but instead slammed on his brakes. I stared at the phone wide-eyed and terrified. I knew that voice anywhere. I looked up at Edward, his face mirroring my expression. He knew it too. What, you guys aren't excited to see me again? I thought you would, Edward. I know you've been looking for me. You, Edward began, his voice filled with anger. She cut him off immediately. Let's play a game of hide and seek, Cullen. My chest clenched at the thoughts that ran through my mind. How did she come to have Renesmee's phone and what had she done with her? We hide, you seek. Bella Pav. I watched Edward pace back and forth, the family. Lee sat around the Denali's living room in silence. She's going to kill her. Edward spoke up. My heart clenched at his words. Alice, can you see what she is going to decide? I looked over to Alice, who was visibly distraught. Jasper rubbed her back in comfort and grasped onto her hand when she shook her head. She's finding a way around my vision somehow. I can only see snippets of her, but then she's gone. She's treating it like a game, Edward. She won't harm Renesmee until she knows you're there to witness it. Rosalie spoke up from behind me. I felt numb. Memories of when I first thought he had been murdered 3 years ago flooded back into my mind and I cringed at the thought. She said that she'd call with a location for her game soon enough, I murmured. Carlisle reached over from his spot on the couch and squeezed my hand. And when she does, we'll be ready. Blank, underscore, blank. Renesmee Pav. My heart was thundering in my chest. I had been caught. Not by Victoria or the wolves, but one of the ship's crew members. The older man smiled softly at me and called over his shoulder, Hey Nate, looks like we've got a stowaway. He moved around the crate and kneeled in front of me while I tried my best to shove myself as far into the ship's wall as I could. Hey, it's okay, I'm not going to hurt you. He spoke softly and looked over my body before shaking his head. Jesus, you're a mess, kid. He pushed his long sandy blonde hair away from his eyes and turned around just as a younger man stepped around one of the cars and into view. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't worry about it, darlin'. He waved his hand around to stop me and held it out to help me up. Why don't we get you cleaned up? I looked at the both of them and decided that I should trust them. Sue. Rely, my day couldn't get any worse than what it was. He supported my weight over to a chair and a desk in the corner of the cargo hold and flicked on a lamp. The boy, who I assumed was Nate, placed a first aid kit on the table. I'm Nate. He started with a small smile, and that's my uncle, Walter. Walter looked over his shoulder and smiled. I noticed he was preparing something at a table nearby. It only took me a second to realize he had damp rags that he was gathering. I'm Renesmee, I spoke softly, and returning the smile. What happened to you, kid? Walter asked, sitting across from me and bringing up my damaged ankle to rest on his knee. If you're in some serious trouble, we can help you. I shook my head. No, it was just a problem I caused for myself, an accident. They looked at me skeptically and nodded. If you're sure, kiddo. He looks over my ankle and presses down in some spots that make me wince. It doesn't feel broken, most likely just a sprain, but we'll put some ice on it to get the swelling down. I nodded in response as he stood up and placed my foot gently on the chair in front of me and walking behind me. Now let's see what we've got here. I flinched when I felt his hand on my hair. Jesus, kiddo. This is quite the cut you've got back here. I felt him squeeze my shoulder. We'll clean that up and I'll see what I can do about maybe giving you some stitches. My yes widened in response and Nate caught my reaction. He chuckled. Uncle Walter used to be in the Marines, so he's got heaps of first aid training from when he was on the job, so he got used to patching up dodgy wounds. His statement didn't make me any less worried. Stop freaking her out, boy, and go get me a clean bucket of water and some ice. Nate retreated with a chuckle and Walter sighed. Don't pay much attention to him, darlin'. He's just trying to ruffle your feathers. There was silence for a few moments whilst he concentrated on cleaning the blood and debris from my hair. Where are you heading to? Alaska, I answered simply. That's where my parents are. I heard him hum in response. That's a far ways away from here. And this accident, what happened? I hesitated. I ran away from my grandfather and get lost in the woods. Fell over and got scraped up a bit. He wasn't abusing you, was he? He asked softly. I jumped and felt his hand press into my wound by accident as I jolted. Ouch. I didn't want anyone thinking he abused me. The thought alone makes my stomach turn. I had only spent a total of about 15 hours with him and I knew that he wouldn't be capable of such a thing. Shit, you alright? I nodded. Yeah, sorry, I'm fine, and no, there was no abuse, just a misunderstanding and I made a mistake. My mistake alone, I should have left the reservation immediately. Better yet, I should have gone straight to Alaska like my parents thought I was going to and stayed put. If I had just done that, I wouldn't be in the mess I was in now, and I wouldn't have broken the treaty. Victoria would come for me if the wolves didn't finish her off. A queasy feeling in my gut knew they didn't. She was too quick, too smart. Nate returned moments later with a clean bucket of water he placed next to his uncle in an ice pack. I thanked him when he placed it carefully on my ankle and kneeled beside my chair. I felt pressure on the back of my head. Sorry kiddo, I'm just trying to get the first out of the wound. It might sting a bit. It's fine, I murmured, and looked above my head at the roof and listened for the commotion above. Nate noticed me looking and answered my unspoken question. We're below the staff room right now. There's some rowdy boys. I hoped they wouldn't come down here. They might not be as kind as Nate and Walter. Don't let their commotion scare you. They don't come down here ever, Walter commented, reaching past me for a clear bottle of liquid vodka, the table told me. He unscrewed the cap and I could smell it from my seat. It smelled strong, almost like nail polish remover. I'm not going to lie to you, kid. This is going to sting like hell, but if you tell me to stop when it gets too much, I will. Do it, I said simply. I had had stitches before. Only twice, but I was familiar with the sensation of them being put in. The first time was 2 years ago. Emmett and I were goofing around in the foyer and he accidentally knocked one of Grandma's glass vases off the table and onto the floor. I stood on a piece and it cut so deeply I needed 10 stitches. The second set of stitches I got was unsurprisingly also in Emmett's presence. Something as simple as falling from a tree and banging the back of my head. I felt the undeniable sting of the vodka being poured onto the wound and bit my lip to stop from crying out. I felt the pulling next. Feeling the sensation of my skin being pulled together more than I had ever felt with Pa, although both times he used a general anesthetic and this time I had nothing more than a bit of vodka over it. Almost done, darlin', Walter said. More to himself than me. It couldn't have taken more than 20 minutes. I knew he was done when he wrapped a bandage over the wound and around my head. Thank you, I whispered. He only nodded and gave me a small smile in response. You should get some sleep, you look exhausted, Nate commented, holding out his hand for me to take. I shook my head but yawned at the same time. Maybe I should rest my eyes for a bit. Come, we've got a spare bed in our bunk area. He led me to a small door and stepped through it. A double bunk bed and a single bed were pressed against two opposite walls. A desk against the wall furthest from me. Uncle Walt and I have some work to do around the ship for a couple of hours, so you'll have the room to yourself. He pulled back the heats to the single bed and fluffed the pillow. There's a bathroom next door. We shouldn't be gone for more than a few hours. We'll try to bring you some food from the lunch room. I nodded and slipped my dirty sneakers off and slid them under the bed. The clean sheets felt so comforting to slip into. I knew I'd be asleep as soon as my eyes shut. Nate retreated from the room and gave a slight wave. See you soon. Walter and Nate were great people, I decided. They didn't even know me, but they were doing more than enough to try to help me. I don't think I'd be able to thank them enough. I shut my eyes and sighed, snuggling further under the sheets and turning to my side. I couldn't wait to get back home. Blank. Bella Pav. We'd been sitting in the living room for hours. Although for our kind it felt like minutes. Edward's phone sat in the middle of the coffee table. We didn't speak, not a word was uttered. Every so often Edward would reach over and squeeze my hand, then sit back in his original position, unmoving. I heard vibrating before I heard a ringtone. Renesmee. I could see the caller ID from where I sat and I knew it wasn't my darling daughter who was calling. I looked at Edward, who sat unmoving still, his gaze on the phone. Edward, please, I whispered, almost pleading with him to pick it up. He reached forward and pressed accept. Holding it in his hand and not bothering to put it on loudspeaker, we could all hear it anyway. Victoria, he greeted coldly. Hello Edward, I was beginning to think you weren't going to pick up. Her voice made my stomach turn. If I was still a human, I'm certain my stomach contents would be on the floor by now. I don't know how she got to her, and I don't even want to think of what had possibly happened to my father. Let me speak to my daughter, he replied dryly. Now Edward, don't be like that. She laughed softly. We're having a conversation after all. Give me a location so I can come down there. Rip your throat out. His voice was cold, a tone I wasn't familiar with. He looked deadly. That's not the attitude I'm looking for. It'd be a shame if I had to harm her, wouldn't it? He growled shly. GHTLY, and I saw his grip tighten on the phone. Don't touch her, he hissed, the phone cracking slightly under the pressure. I closed my eyes and listened to her cackle on the other end. This was my worst nightmare. We'll make a deal, Edward. You and your mate come down here and get her. My breath got caught in my throat and I knew something else was coming with this request, and your darling Matt. He can take her away and live happily ever after. I wish she would stop there, but I knew she wasn't finished. But you have to stay with me and let me rip you limb from limb in front of them, mate for a mate after all. No, I yelled as Edward replied coldly, deal. I reached forward and snatched the phone from his hand. Give me back my daughter, you crazy bitch. Lowell Point, Friday, 5 p.m., she instructed. And don't bring any party crashers. And then she hung up. I slapped my hand over my mouth and tried to keep back the sounds that were threatening to escape, but I couldn't help it. I sobbed. Friday is only 2 days from now. Alice spoke up. Doesn't give us much time to come up with a plan. You heard her, Alice, only Bella and I. Edward sighed. I can't risk her causing Renesmee any harm. And what about you? I spoke up, my voice raising with every word. Sacrificing yourself, do you know what that would do to her? If it will get her back home in one piece, it'll let her do whatever she wants to me, he hissed. Turning away from me and storming off. I shoved my hands into my hair and resisted the urge to scream. Just when I thought everything in my life was about to shift and finally become perfect, something had to set in and ruin it. I looked around at the family. They sat silent, not knowing what to say or do. I stood. We need a plan, immediately. Renesmee Pav. We were sure to arrive at the port in a few short minutes. I spent the majority of the cruise sleeping, often waking up to take the food Walter or Nate had brought to me once I had woken up. How's your head feeling? I looked up at Walter and smiled. Better, a bit stiff from the stitches, but I think I'll live. I leaned over the railing and stared at the water below me. So what's the plan once you get off the boat? He asked, nudging my elbow to get my attention. I had thought of taking a flight, but I didn't have any money on me and I certainly wasn't going to ask for a handout from anyone. Especially not Nate or Walter. They had done too much already. In the middle of the night whilst I had been sleeping, I was at risk of being caught. Walter and Nate, boss, came down searching for something and was seconds away from catching my sleeping form in the small cabin. Hiding me was something they could have lost their jobs for, and I was forever grateful. I'm going to try and hitch a ride, maybe. He rolled his eyes. I'll dig into my savings and get you a flight back. There's no way I could let you hitch a ride home, some freak. I shook my head rapidly. No, defiantly not. I'd rather walk than take your money. I won't hear anything of it. I want you to get home, darlin'. Wall. I said no, Renesmee. He cut me off sternly and I knew that was the end of the conversation. I smiled slightly. He reminded me of Charlie. I'm sure the two of them would get along. Attention passengers, the time is now 8:50 and in 10 minutes time we will be arriving at Prince Rupert. On behalf of all our staff, we would like to thank you for traveling with us. Just on time. Nate sighed and gave me a small smile. We'll give you a ride to the airport and get you on the first available flight. I couldn't possibly allow you both to do this, I pleaded. Is there anything I can do to change your mind? I don't want you digging into your savings for this. Walter and Nate gave a slight chuckle when Walter patted my hand. I wouldn't dream of it, darlin'. We'll make it work. I sighed and placed my hand over his as we came into the port. As the ships started lining up to the port, Walter and Nate began preparing to lower the back drawbridge. Quickly slip out and wait for us in the parking lot before anyone notices you sneaking off. I nodded and waited for the perfect opportunity to make my break for it. When the bridge had connected with the dock, I made my way over it and sprinted towards the car park, hiding behind crates and other objects when I thought someone might spot me. I made it safely thr. Ow, and waited for Walter and Nate to join me. It had been about an hour when I finally saw them enter the car park and give me a wave from my waiting spot. They unlocked a light blue pickup and chucked their bags into the tray. Hop in, kiddo, the airport's just around the corner. He wasn't lying. Prince Rupert Airport was only a 10-minute drive away from the dock. The small municipal airport was very busy, which made it easy to find a park and quickly run in. The petite lady at the front desk gave us all a bright smile and asked how she could be of assistance. A one-way ticket to Anchorage. On your closest flight for one, Walter asked, slipping his bank card out of his wallet and onto the desk. She typed away on her computer and looked up at us. So I've got some good news and some bad news. I waited for her to continue. The good news is that I've found a flight for you, the bad news is that it's 5 hours from now. I groaned, just when I thought things couldn't get worse. You'll be scheduled to arrive in Anchorage at 4 p.m. on Friday, she added with a sympathetic smile. I nodded, I'll take it. Walter looked down at me, you sure you'll be alright to wait that long? I nodded again and patted his hand. I've waited long enough, I'm sure I can wait 5 hours. She began rattling off the costs and at that point I had tuned out, not wanting to listen to how much I had set him back. Once it was taken care of, he led me over to the departure gates. All right now, I guess this is where we leave you, he murmured holding onto my shoulders. Thank you so much, I don't think I could properly repay you for how much you've helped me, he waved his hand and squeezed my shoulder. Don't think anything of it. You remind me a lot of my daughter when she was young, causing trouble, he winked and I let out a small laugh. I spotted a pen in his jacket pocket and I plucked it from its place and grabbed my hand. I wrote my father's phone number on it, this is my dad's number, I lost Min. A couple of days ago so this will be the only number you'll be able to reach me on for a while. His eyes welled up with tears that did not fall. He let out a manly cough and pulled me into a hug, I'll call very soon darlin'. He pulled back and passed me on to Nate, who squeezed me so hard I thought he'd broken a rib. Don't be a stranger Renesmee, I hope we'll see you soon. Thank you both so much. I stepped back and felt tears well up in my own eyes. I looked towards the departure gate and stuck my thumb towards it, I better get going. Good luck kiddo, Walter squeezed my hand one last time. As I walked through the gate and was shielded off from both of my saviors. They were both truly kind men and I'd be sure to visit them once this drama in my life had subsided. I looked around at the food options and huffed when I realized I had no money to buy anything. I shook off my hunger and went off to find my gate. Which I found quite quickly. It was so late at night that the airport was relatively empty and the majority of the seating was free. I picked a seat closest to the gate and curled up. I was looking forward to returning home. The 10-hour flight getting me one step closer to my family and a safe haven. I was getting tired and soon enough I let sleep take me. Blank. Bella Pav. It had been several hours since the phone call with Volturi. And the family had split off with their respective partners to simply bask in their presence. Edward and I sat together on the porch, staring into the night sky. I can't help but be furious with you, I spoke for the first time in hours. I saw from my peripherals, Edward turned his head to look at me. How dare you give yourself up? I heard him sigh, there is simply no other option. We could have found one Edward. You didn't need to sacrifice yourself. I groaned and pounded my fist into his knee in frustration, just when I thought you'd gotten rid of your selfish tendencies. Don't even pretend that you wouldn't do the same thing. Renesmee's life is at stake and giving mine so she can live is a small price to pay, he argued back. It won't come to that. I rubbed the spot on his knee that I had punched, it's 2 against 1. Quite foolish of her if you ask me. As long as she returns our daughter in one piece, I don't care what tricks she has up her sleeve. I hope she's all right, I murmured, leaning my head on his shoulder. She's strong, like her mother, I smiled at his compliment and turned to kiss his shoulder. As long as you both get out of there, I will have succeeded. I didn't reply, but simply closed my eyes. How long now? I asked after much time had passed. 11 hours, he replied, do you want to go inside? I shook my head, give me a few more hours. Renesmee Pav. The flight was dragging on. I knew we were nearing Anchorage but it felt like a 20-hour flight rather than a 10-hour flight. I was getting jittery. Man sitting next to me narrowed his eyes when my knee accidentally bumped his. The fasten seatbelt sign dinged and I knew finally that we were making our descent. I was nervous to see my parents again. They were going to be furious when I finally told them the entire story and what had occurred on the reservation. The treaty had been broken and surely there was bound to be an all-out war. Although, when Victoria has attacked, I was sure that the wolves would have hurt me too. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I knew it wouldn't take much to take me down, my physique resembling much like a human. Sure I had similar speed to a vampire and my strength was far beyond a simple human, but I was weak compared to the huge bear-like wolves who could have squished me under one paw had they chosen to. But instead, they spared me. Let me live and flee from the red-headed witch. The jump from the wheels hitting the tarmac alerted me of our arrival back down to earth and my stomach twisted with nerves. I couldn't waste any time getting out of here. If I ran fast enough, I could make it to the Denali's in under an hour. As usual, everyone took their sweet time collecting their carry-on luggage from the overhead compartment, and I was left tapping my foot impatiently. Once the flow of people started to move down the plane, I darted out of my seat and followed. My exit from the airport was swift, having no luggage or personal items that needed to be checked or collected. Once I had cleared the airport, I headed towards the direction of Denali National Park and sprinted, using every ounce of vampire speed that my body could spare. The paved roads began to disappear through the trees, and it was soon a dirt road that had recently been plowed. I could see the house up ahead and I almost cried in relief. Pushing open the front door, I sprinted into the home and into the living room. My quick check of the members in the room deducted two of the most important people. My parents, Renesmee, they chorused. Alice and Rosalie were up from their seats immediately, checking over my body in alarm. How did you escape? Are they okay? Did they kill her? There were so many questions I didn't know which one to answer first. Stop. I pushed Alice and Rosalie's hands away from me and stepped back, my eyes darting to all of my family members. Where are they? Renesmee, they went to go get you, Alice spoke slowly. From Victoria, my eyes widened in alarm. Victoria never had me. I escaped from her in Forks and came straight home. The room went silent and my heart was thundering in my chest. Someone tell me what is going on, I demanded. My eyes caught sight of an antique clock that sat upon the mantel. 5 p.m. Renesmee Pav. It was a trap, Alice stated slowly, looking around the room to the other members of my family. Where are they? I asked no one in particular. They went to Lowell Point, to get you, she kept talking, but it was drowned out by the thoughts running through my head. Victoria would have led them there, no doubt to kill them. I knew where Lowell Point was, but I doubt I would be able to run there in time. I had to try anyway. I turned on my heels and exited the home, ignoring the yells of protest from my family members. I could hear them following behind and I pushed my feet harder into the thin layer of snow. I had to get there in time. Blank. Bella Pav. We stood in the small clearing. It was 5 p.m. She was late. Second turned into minutes. I turned to Edward, but he was busy concentrating. She's coming, he murmured. I saw a flash of red hair behind a tree and I knew she had arrived. Where is she? Edward asked before she had even stepped into view. I couldn't hear Renesmee's heartbeat and I knew instantly that Victoria hadn't brought her. Where is my daughter, you sadistic bitch? I spat, stepping forward towards her. Edward grasped my arm and held me in place. Now Bella, you wouldn't nt me to tell my partner to hurt her now, would you? She hissed. You'll get your precious daughter when I get your mate's head unattached from his body. I saw movement to my left and watched a second ruby-eyed vampire step out. He looked young, no older than 21. She's playing you, Riley, Edward spoke to him, obviously hearing his name from one of their minds. She has no use for you other than back up, she doesn't love you. This Riley rolled his eyes and bared his teeth. She told me about your mind tricks. Don't listen to him, Riley. When I give you the word, you can bring the child to her mother and we can be on her merry way. My heart ached. There was no way we would both be able to get out of this alive. Not if Victoria had other plans up her sleeve. Let's get this show on the road then, shall we? Victoria chuckled and walked towards Edward. Neil, she barked at him. No, I turned to him and pulled on his arm. He didn't look at me. Please Edward, don't do this, we can do this another way. He finally tore his gaze away from Victoria and looked down at me. He brought his hand up to stroke my cheek. Once you get her, you run and never look back. He pressed his forehead to my own. Tell her that I will always love her. Edward, please, I pleaded with him, but he kneeled onto the wet ground and held his head up high. I love you, he whispered. I love you, I replied softly and closed my eyes. I felt a hand wrap around my elbow and pull me backwards. You try anything funny and I'll kill your daughter before you can even blink, Riley warned. I opened my eyes slowly and looked at the scene before me. Edward kneeled in front of Victoria, no fear in his eyes. She stalked towards him and brushed a stray hair off his forehead. I've been waiting years for this moment. Her hand trailed down his forehead, to his neck and then down to his right arm. The scene in front of me moved almost like it was in slow motion and my legs felt like they had turned to jello. The loud, cracking sound of Edward's arm being ripped from his body rang throughout the small clearing. He cried out in pain and fell forward onto the ground. As I did, almost feeling the pain he had to endure. I hunched over and moaned. My movement was halted by Riley, who wrenched me to my feet and held me in place. Edward lifted himself onto his remaining arm and retook his previous position. Her fingers railed down his left shoulder and I knew she was going to continue to torture him. I waited for the moment to come, but it was halted by a figure flying out of the trees. A large figure. Emmett crashed into her and knocked her to the other side of the clearing. I noticed the rest of my family come out of the trees, but I didn't pay much attention to them because I took the opportunity to turn out F. Riley's grasp and push him back into the direction of Victoria. My family members took off past me and sped towards them, ready to kill them. I couldn't help but be furious with them. We told them not to come. Renesmee's life was in more danger than before. I watched the fight between them begin and I turned to see Edward lying on his back on the ground. My daughter right next to him. I ran towards them immediately and took her into my arms. How? I asked, holding her at arm's length and watched the tears trail down her cheeks. She never had me, Mom, she sobbed and looked down at her injured father. I'm so sorry. I shook my head. We'll worry about all of that later. I pulled Edward's head into my lap and stroked his hair. His eyes were closed and I knew that he was in extreme pain. His arm lay meters away. I could hear the roaring of a fire behind me and Victoria's screeching, and I knew that they were being taken care of. I wished that I could have had a hand at her death, but I will let my family take that honor as long as she was being put to an end. Carlisle appeared in front of us, a look of concern on his face as he looked down at his adopted son. Can you fix this? I asked him and he responded with a nod. We'll need to move him back home. Emmett and Jasper appeared moments later. We'll grab him. Jasper spoke softly and moved towards Edward. Eliezer came to help as well. The four men gently picked him. Jasper and Emmett supporting his back and Carlisle and Eliezer supporting his legs. I had never seen Edward look so weak and broken. He kept his eyes closed and winced when they moved him, moaning and crying out in pain with every step they took. Esme squeezed my shoulder in comfort and moved past me to collect Edward's arm. The remaining women came to stand behind me. They've been dealt with. Bella. Victoria is gone. I sighed and lowered my head. It's finally over. Blank. We'd been back at the home for hours. Carlisle, Eliezer and Edward in one of the bedrooms. The rest of the family downstairs waiting in silence. We'd all spent the last few hours listening to Edward scream as they tried to attend to his arm. Renesmee spent that time crying into my chest, her tears subsiding from having been crying for hours, but the sobbing didn't stop. I know she blamed herself for what happened to Edward. I heard the bedroom door open and footsteps move towards the living room. Carlisle appeared first, then Eliezer. Renesmee and I stood up immediately. We've reconnected his arm and bandaged it. He's just resting at the moment, but he's requested to see you both. We immediately moved into the direction of the room and Renesmee bounded in, slamming the door open as she went in. She went straight to him, climbing on the bed. Hay had put him on and cuddled to his side. The sobbing began again and he used his free arm to stroke her back. Daddy, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. She looked up at him. I should never have one to forks, but I didn't expect this to happen. Unexpectedly, she sat up and slapped her hand down on his chest. He looked at her wide-eyed. Aunt Alice told me that you were sacrificing yourself for me. Why would you do something so stupid? She hugged him again. Do you know what that would do to me? I would do it again in a heartbeat if it ensured your safety. He spoke softly. I could tell by his voice how weak he is. His eyes a dull yellow. I walked towards the bed and he held his hand out towards me, which I took immediately. I noticed the thick bandage wrapped around his shoulder. Holding his still arm in place until the venom forged the skin and bone back together. I snuggled into Renesmee's back and draped my arm over her and rested it on Edward's stomach. Finally, with my girls, he sighed and closed his eyes. We stayed in that position all night and into the morning. We waited until Edward's arm had fully healed before we made the journey home. It took roughly 3 days before he had full movement in it and we decided that it was time to leave. Renesmee was ecstatic to return home. She bolted from the car the moment it stopped in the drive and ran towards the front door. The majority of the family had returned days ago, leaving Edward, Renesmee, Carlisle, Esme and I still in Alaska. Edward pulled me towards the front door. There's someone here to see you. I looked up at him shocked. What? Who? I followed him up the staircase and towards the living room. I could hear Renesmee chatting away with whoever it was. I walked in and almost dropped to my knees at the familiar person sitting next to my daughter. She stood and smiled. Mia. I rushed towards her and hugged her. She laughed when I sobbed into her shoulder. I thought I'd never see you again. Please, she pushed me away from her gently, as if you could get rid of me that easily. How did you know where to find me? She rolled her eyes and looked towards the tiny woman in the corner of the room. That tiny devil showed up at the house a couple of days ago and dragged me here, Alice giggled from the corner of the room. I told you it would be worth it, she teased, tucking herself under Jasper's arm. I noticed a man I didn't recognize step towards Mia and place his hand on her shoulder. Bella, there is someone I'd like you to meet. He held his hand out towards me and gave me a warm smile. His amber eyes brightened when he looked down at Mia and back up to me. I'm Elliot, I've heard so much about you. I shook his hand and he ran a hand through his thick blonde hair. You've got a lot of explaining to do, I directed at Mia playfully. She rolled her eyes and sat back down on the couch next to Renesmee and pulled Elliot next to her. I met Elliot not long after the Volturi let me go. She held onto his hand as she spoke. I was hunting around Alaska and I literally bumped into him. She grinned up at him. We were going for the same bear. I chuckled and leaned forward to clutch her free hand. I'm so glad you weren't alone. She shook her head. Not for a second. I stuck around Alaska in case you ever came back, but now that you are, Elliot and I are going to travel. You're not staying. She gave me a sad smile and squeezed my hand. We'll be sticking around for a few days, but then we'll be leaving for South America. So I've only got you for a couple of days then. She nodded. Well, we better start catching up then. Blank. We spent the remainder of the days together, catching up and chatting about her travel plans. I had missed her so much and I was so glad that we had these days left. She promised she'd visit a few times a year if they had the time and she would always call when she could. I hugged her tightly at the front porch when it was time for her to leave. The entire family had already said their goodbyes inside and they gave us space to say our own. I'll see you soon, okay? She whispered and squeezed me before releasing me. I nodded. Don't leave it too long, okay? She nudged me with her elbow. Take care, Belle, and take care of that hunk inside. She winked and blew me a kiss before taking off into the forest with Elliot. I smiled when she was out of sight. I was happy for her, immensely. She deserved so much happiness. I walked back inside and towards the kitchen. I could smell food cooking and Edward singing softly. I recognized the song to be, Isn't She Lovely, by Stevie Wonder. I chuckled softly as I got closer to the kitchen door and my heart swelled at the sight inside. Renesmee stood on Edward's toes as he slowly waltzed her around in circles. He had his eyes closed as he rested his head on top of hers while he sang to her. She giggled when he dipped her slightly and pulled her back into his arms. I didn't make a noise, not wanting to ruin the tender moment between father and daughter. I couldn't wait to have this in my life forever. This happiness, my own little family made just for me. 3 weeks later, Bella Pav. Unsurprisingly, once Edward had recovered, the family sprung into their usual routine. Although I loved seeing everyone so carefree and happy, I felt like I was on the outside looking in. It was strange to see Edward in this fatherly state. Even though I had witnessed it for weeks now, it was still a culture shock seeing him interact with our daughter. My heart swelled when I learned one day that they were continuing with their own routines, starting up their lessons again. My daughter springing up from her bed at 8 a.m. Monday morning to my shock and sprinting into the music room. Edward was patiently waiting for her on the piano stool. I knew she'd always wanted to learn, but I never had the resources to give that to her. I slowly started to become a part of their schedules. Becoming involved when her studies started again, loving how much she had grown with her intelligence in the 3 years that I had not been by her side. Edward and I waited for our daughter to return from her hunt with her uncles, as we were finally going to give her the good news. I felt Edward brush my hair over my shoulder and run his fingertips down my neck. How are you feeling about this? He asked softly. I smiled slightly but didn't turn to him. I was talking to her about this before everything that had happened. I'm happy for her to start this new chapter in her life. As am I. He nodded thoughtfully. I agree, I think it's time. I didn't respond, only pulling his hand into my own and squeezing softly. She's coming, he murmured. I knew he had heard her mind. That being the reason I had not sensed her myself. I heard her moments later, giggling with the boys about something before they crashed through the front door. I could still hear her giggles as she got closer to the kitchen. She stopped when she saw us both in there. She looked at us warily. What's going on? She stepped into the room. Look, I was going to tell you abo. Booted, and I honestly didn't mean to. Okay. My eyebrows furrowed with confusion. Her sudden confession unexpected. What? Edward piped up from beside me. Renesmee, what did you do? She coughed and shook her head quickly. No, nothing. She cut herself off when she saw her father's stern look. Fine, I broke that vase yesterday in the living room and didn't tell anyone. I saw Edward roll his eyes out of the corner of eye. We knew that was you, Renesmee. I know everything you do, Missy. He waved her over and tapped one of the kitchen stools. Sit, we want to talk. She grumbled and plopped herself on the stool. Am I in trouble for something? I shook my head and patted her hand. We just wanted to have a chat about your future. She looked at me wide-eyed. What about it? Your father and I decided that it was time to get you enrolled for the new school, yay. Yes, she screamed, launching from the stool to wrap her little arms around us both awkwardly. I knew it. I've been waiting for this for so long. We know, and that's why we went out and bought your textbooks already. She started jumping up and down in her spot. Thank you, she repeated over and over. She turned on her heels and sprinted from the room, calling for Alice on her way upstairs, quite obviously wanting to talk outfits for the new school year. Well, that went exactly how I was picturing it too, Edward commented, turning to pull me in his arms. I chuckled and rested my head on his chest. Now I want to discuss your future too. I crinkled my brows and looked up at him in confusion. He spun me around and sat me in the stool Renesmee had just been sitting in. I was nervous, terrified that he was going to tell me something I didn't want to hear. Almost like he'd gained the ability to read my thoughts. He pinched my cheek lightly and shook his head. Don't stress, love, it's nothing bad. I sighed in relief and stared up at him, waiting for him to begin. He stood straighter and stared at me dead in my eyes. Bella. I love you more than I thought possible to love another. You've given me the greatest gift someone could give me, and quite out of order for someone who comes from the era I do. I stared at him, still confused as to where he was taking this. He saw my expression and chuckled. Had I met you when I was human, I would have courted you, taken you for chaperoned walks with my parents, and had iced tea on the porch. He pulled my hands into his own and stepped closer to me so his thighs touched my knees. I would have stolen a kiss or two, but not before I presented you with a ring. Ill with my hands in his own, he kneeled in front of me. My eyes widened and my chest swelled with nervous excitement. This isn't how I would have liked to do this. I wanted to do this somewhere special. Somewhere with significance to us, but after standing with you and our daughter, I knew I didn't want to wait a second longer without you being my fiancé. He took his hand away from my own for a second to reach into his back pocket and pull out a velvet box. A box that only could have housed a ring. I've been carrying this in my pocket for 2 weeks now, trying to figure out the right time to do this. He opened the box and I was met with the most beautiful ring I had ever seen. It was my mother's, he said simply. I felt tears well in my eyes and I squeezed Edward's hand, willing him to continue. Isabella Swan. I will love you and our daughter with my whole heart for as long as I should be on this earth. Will you do the extraordinary honor of marrying me? I was nodding before he had even finished his sentence. He slipped the ring on my finger before picking me up from the stool and swinging me around in a circle. He peppered kisses over my face and lowered his face into my neck. I could feel his large grin. I love you, I choked out. I love you. He lifted his face to mine and kissed me, tightening his hold on me. If I had been human, I would have been rendered unconscious. Clapping from the doorway startled us. We turned to see our daughter with tears in her eyes and her hands clasped together. She looked proud. Edward raised his arm and motioned for her to join us, tucking her between us. She giggled and let her tears fall onto his crisp shirt. I couldn't wait to have this forever. Blank, _ blank. 6 years later. Renesmee Pav. Yes, Dad, I promise I got in fine. My roommate is fast asleep. I rolled my eyes at my father's overprotectiveness and opened the door to my dorm slowly. I hadn't been here for over a week yet, and I swear I had spoken to him more than I had, ever. It was my first time being away from my family. I made the decision to move away on my own, enrolling in classes in a local community college that I got into on my own merit. Dad wanted me to go to an Ivy, saying that his daughter should be experiencing nothing less. But I chose the University of Washington, to be close to Charlie and to be at least an 8-hour plane trip from my parents. I wanted to do something all by myself for once, without being under my family watchful eye. Although my father had been wary to let me go back to Washington after what happened 6 years ago. He had slowly come around once a renegotiation of the treaty had been discussed. I was allowed to enter Forks to visit my grandfather, and after being approved by the Wolves, I was even allowed to visit the reservation with him. Their wariness of me faded once they realized that I was closer to human than I was a vampire and posed no threats to any humans. The one condition I was giving in Living here was that Grandma and Grandpa were to live nearby, in case I needed them. Dad insisted that they be close and he was letting me live in a dorm, so I wasn't going to argue any further. Fine, I can tell where I'm not wanted, he chuckled. Have a good day today, princess, study hard for us. I rolled my eyes. I love you, Dad, tell Mom I miss her and love her. I heard a muffled, love you baby, in the background and I giggled. We love you baby, bye. I smiled when I placed my phone down and looked at the time that was displayed on the screen. It was 7 a.m. I had woken up early to go for a run, trying to work out all the stress and anxiety of being away from home. But I wouldn't tell my parents that. I had a morning lecture at 8 and I still hadn't eaten yet. I tiptoed to the bathroom and tried not to wake my roommate up. She stirred when I flicked on the tap but just rolled over. Her name was Kate. She was a sweet girl, quiet and focused on her study. I knew we were going to get along from the moment we met. I splashed some water on my face and redid my hair into a messy bun on top of my head. I was still flushed from my run and I could see lilac bags around my eyes from my lack of sleep. I also sprayed some deodorant under my arms and spritzed some perfume onto my neck and wrists. I re-entered the room and collected my books and my laptop, tucking them under my arm and looking at my watch in the process. I had time for a coffee and something to eat before my class began, and there was an amazing coffee cart not too far away from my building. I exited the room and closed the door softly before jogging out of the room and down the stairs, waving a quick bye to the girl at the desk and pushing out into the cold Seattle air. I shivered slightly but pushed forward, the coffee cart coming into sight within minutes. I could smell the beans and the fresh croissants from a mile away, and I stuck my nose into the air and took a deep breath, relishing in the sweet smell. Laughed. From my left caught my attention and I looked over to a group sitting by a fountain. In that second that I looked over, I didn't notice my path cross with someone else's. It felt like it just slammed into a brick wall. My books went flying to the ground and my small pencil case rolled a few feet away. Luckily my laptop stayed close to my chest and I protected it with my dear life. I hadn't even looked at my personal space intruder yet but cursed when I knelt down to hastily pick up my things. I'm so sorry. He spoke quickly, I wasn't watching. It's fine, honestly, I cut him off, finally looking up at him and widening my eyes when I finally did. Holy shit, he was stunning. I looked back down instantly, feeling my cheeks catch a flame. Curse my mother and her human tendencies. I gathered my things without lifting my gaze. But I knew this beautiful man was still in front of me as I was still face to face with his shoes. I raised slowly and came to meet him face to face. His deep brown eyes stared at me like they were looking straight through me. His tanned hand raised out to shake mine and introduce himself. Jacob Black, Charlie Pav. After Renesmee disappeared into the woods, I made sure to have some stern words with Billy and he cleared up some of the need to know that my granddaughter mentioned. After that, he suggested that it was time for me to leave the reservation. He didn't have to persuade me much. I was worried about Renesmee, almost convinced that she'd be calling in some of my buddies down at the office to set up a search party, but Billy told me that doing that would put her in more danger. So I waited a few days for her to show up. Wishful thinking, but I didn't know what else to do. It had been over 3 weeks now. I kept my eyes trained and the kitchen cupboard in front of me and took a small sip of my beer. My mind was rattled by what I could do. I heard a truck pull up out the front and listened to the slamming of the door. 2 in fact. It took at least a minute for the visitors to ring the doorbell and I shot up. Maybe it was Renesmee. Maybe she found her way back. I swung open the door and saw Billy staring up at me. Sue by his side. She smiled at me, a sweet smile that put a fluttering in my stomach. Charlie, Billy greeted, I haven't seen you in a couple of weeks, you all right? I nodded and stepped aside to let them both in. Been busy, I replied shortly and returned to my seat in the kitchen. What brings you around? He shoved his hand into his pocket and retrieved a small rectangular object that he slid across the kitchen table and in front of me. It was an iPhone. The case was familiar but I couldn't place where I had seen it. The boys found it when they were going for a run the other day. I pressed the small button on the bottom of the screen and the display shone with a familiar picture. We thought it would be in safe hands with you. Finally, a way to contact her. I appreciate this, Billy. We just wanted to deliver it to you in person. Make sure you're okay, Sue commented and reached over to grasp my wrist. We know you didn't get to say goodbye to her and the boys feel responsible for that. Billy grumbled from his spot. We'll be going. Sure, you've got some phone calls to make. I nodded silently. We'll let ourselves out. Sue squeezed my wrist once more and wheeled Billy from the room. The soft click of the door alerted me of their departure. I unlocked the phone and scrolled through the contacts. The first one I saw was home. I pressed it and immediately held it to my ear, hearing the ringing for a moment before it stopped. Cullen residence. A small voice answered. A familiar voice. Renesmee. I asked. There was silence on the other end for a moment before I heard a soft gasp. Grandpa. I chuckled at her. You've seemed to have left something here, kid. She giggled quietly and I heard some rustling on her end, followed by a door shutting. You. I meant your phone, but yeah, I guess you left me here too, kiddo. Then come here. I'll get you a ticket immediately and you can come and give it to me in person, she sighed softly. Besides, I know Mom would love to see you. Is that why she hasn't come down here yet? I replied, rolling my eyes. She would have. She paused for a moment, but Dad got really hurt when I was in Alaska and he's taken quite a bit to recover. Mom hasn't wanted to leave him. But I'm sure a visit here would really surprise her. I sighed and gave a hearty chuckle. When can you get me out of here, kiddo? Blank, blank. My back was achy and those commercial seats really are small. Renesmee insisted for business class but I wouldn't hear of it. Too expensive for a seat out of cattle class. Although after having to endure that flight for 10 hours. Perhaps I could be persuaded to an upgrade on the way home. My cab driver made small talk as he drove me towards the Cullens' new home, towards my daughter. Renesmee made sure to keep my visit a surprise. Which meant me having to catch a cab to their home. We were coming up to the home and I could feel my heart beating so hard I thought it might leap out of my chest and through the window. He stopped out the front of the house and made a move to get out of the car to help me with my bag, but I waved him off. I was quite capable of carrying my own bag out of the trunk. I gave him a generous tip for the distance he had to drive and gave him a nod. I gazed up at the house and walked towards the front door, where I could see the silhouette of a small girl. I smiled instantly, knowing exactly who was waiting for me. The door swung open and she rushed towards me, throwing her small arms over my shoulders and leaping into my arms. My luggage now in a heap on the ground. Oh, Grandpa, I missed you so much. I squeezed Renesmee in my arms and sighed, finally feeling at peace. You've got so much explaining to do, kiddo. She stepped back and grinned, pulling me by my arm towards the house. I know, but we'll worry about that later. She tugged me into the foyer and grabbed my bag out of my hand and placed it on a bench in the hallway. I'm home alone, but we've only got a few minutes until they came back. You were a bit later than I expected. I grumbled at the thought of my cab driver taking 3 wrong turns, but the thoughts of my bumpy arrival were dizzy me. SSED at the thought of seeing my baby again. Finally, where did they all go? I asked, following her up the staircase and into a large sitting area. They went hun. She cut herself off and turned towards me to see if I noticed. Which I quite obviously did, but gave me a small grin and shook her head. They just went for a short hike. They went hunting, I stated simply. Her mouth dropped wide open. I chuckled and tapped her chin to close her mouth. You better close that, kid, or you'll catch flies. She grinned at me and rolled her eyes. I'm so glad you're here. It's a huge surprise. Mom has no idea you're coming. I opened my mouth to respond, but the quick turn of her head cuts me off. She watches the back window, the one that faces towards the expansive view of the forest, and waits, almost like she's listening for something. A smile crept onto her face. They're home. She pulled me down onto the couch and held onto my hands with both of her own. Dad will know you're here. Don't ask how, but he knows and might tell Mom. Her cryptic request was forgotten in the midst of the nerves circling around my stomach. I was nervous to see my own daughter. Imagine that. Her gaze snapped to mine again. Also, please don't lose it at Dad. I know you'll want to have words, but maybe worry about that another time. I roll my eyes and nod. I'll want to have my hands wrapped around pretty boy's neck as soon as I see his face. But I don't tell Renesmee that. I hear a door opening and footsteps coming up the staircase. I see Carlisle first. He looks the same as he did 7 years ago, not a wrinkle in his porcelain face. 7 years ago I didn't know what he was, now I was wiser. He smiles brightly and nods at me in greeting. I stand, watching one by one as the Cullen family files into the room. 2 are missing, but I hear the footsteps and know that I am seconds away from seeing her. I see her brown locks first, shinier and full of life than when I last saw her. I hardly took notice of Edward. My gaze solely focused on my baby. I felt my eyes welling with tears. The overwhelming feeling of being so close to her. Her head turned and her eyes finally locked on mine and the tears finally fell. My baby had changed, but yet hadn't at the same time. She looked like a grown woman and my heart swelled with pride. Her teenage features still there, but more refined and enhanced. Her eyes, wide with surprise, that previously had been like my own, were now a light shade of amber, evidence of her new life. "Dad," her voice sounded like music to my ears. She cautiously approached me until my arms opened for her to come to me. She leapt into my arms, her grip stronger than I remember her being and her body more solid and the same temperature I remember the Cullens being. Ice cold. "Bella," I breathed, closing my eyes and burying my head into her hair. "Dad, I can't believe you're here." She pulled back and held me at arm's length. "How?" She cut herself off and turned her gaze to Renesmee. "My baby's baby." "Renesmee." She began to speak, but I cut her off by bringing my hand to her face and turning it to look at me. "Don't you get angry with her. She did the right thing by bringing me here. Telling me that you were alive." Her eyes filled with remorse and she dropped her head sadly. "I'm so sorry," she whispered. "I'm so sorry." I shook my head and squeezed her arms. "Don't be." Renesmee explained some things, but left out the need to know details. I looked around the room at the Cullens. They hadn't aged a day, but I don't care. Those details were cleared up and I've come to terms with how crazy my life is now. She shook her head. "It's too dangerous." "It wasn't too dangerous when it was you who wanted to stay with us," a blonde woman spoke up. "Rosalie, if I remember correctly." Her words didn't hold any malice, only simply making an observation. Bells dropped her head once more. "You're right, Rosalie, but it still doesn't excuse how dangerous it is. I know that now." "I don't know what danger you are talking about, but I can handle it," I retaliated. The room was filled with quiet chuckles seconds after. "Dad, this danger is something far worse than criminal." Bella smiled at me lightly and pulled me down to sit on the couch next to her. "But if you say you can handle it, then I believe you, but soon you'll need to return home, where you can be protected. There are people that won't take kindly to a human knowing their secrets." I rolled my eyes, not understanding these rules, but I nodded in compliance. I would do whatever it took to stay in my daughter's life. "I won't push. I'm happy just being here with you." I held onto her ice-cold hand and squeezed it. "We've got so much catching up to do." She smiled and squeezed my hand softly. "We've got so much time." I felt at peace for the first time in 7 years. I looked past my daughter to my granddaughter. Finally seeing them next to each other showed me how much Renesmee took after her mother. I buried my happiness for a moment and turned my attention to a certain Cullen that stayed silent since they entered the room. I stood, ignoring the protest of my daughter. I stalked towards him and watched his grin widen at my approach. "Now there are a few things I think we need to talk about, Cullen." Jacob Pov. This girl was beautiful. Renesmee. I had never been so happy to bump into someone. I assumed after Bella had died that I wouldn't be happy ever again. But I was wrong, and I knew that the moment I imprinted. It was by chance too. I wasn't even supposed to be on the campus, but I decided to pass through that morning. I hadn't even seen her when I bumped into her, my attention elsewhere, I can't even remember on what. But then I felt this force smack into my chest, her books and pens flying everywhere. I remember feeling horrible, knowing my hard body would have probably caused some damage. But then she looked up at me and every previous thought I had disappeared. The world stopped spinning for a moment. It was her. And almost as if someone pressed play, the world started moving again and I noticed everyone around us. Some had even witnessed our collision. She smiled at me and I swear I felt myself being taken back in time. She looked so similar to Bella, her bright smile and her chocolate irises. I had to know her. Jacob Black," I remember saying. She gave me a shy smile and shook my hand. Her skin was warm. Renesmee Masson, a strange name for a beautiful girl. I bought her coffee to apologize for bumping into her and we talked for hours, her lecture forgotten about. She was so bright and intelligent. From then we became closer. For the first time in years, I stayed in the same place, needing to see her every day, even if she didn't know I was there. She became my life and soon enough my girlfriend. Officially, I tried to move at a regular pace with her, but I already knew she was my soulmate even though she had no idea. I needed to tell her what I was, why she was so important to me. It had been roughly 6 months, it was time. I wanted to tell her everything, even though she hadn't told me much about herself. When she went to visit family she didn't tell me much about them. Maybe she was just guarded. I knocked on her dorm room door and let myself in. Her roommate was nowhere to be seen but Ness was sitting on her bed with her laptop, waiting for me with a smile. "Hey you." She grinned and patted the spot beside her. She was amazing. I walked towards her bed and pulled the laptop from her, placing it on her desk. "We need to talk," I murmured after placing a kiss on her forehead. She looked up at me, worried. "What's up?" she asked, her full attention on me. "I need to tell you something that I've been wanting to tell you for months now," she chuckled nervously and playfully smacked my knee. "You're not going to tell me you're gay, are you?" I rolled my eyes and lowered them to my lap. I felt her finger trace my cheek before bringing it under my chin to lift my face to hers. "I'm just kidding, what's wrong? You know you can tell me anything. I just don't want you to be scared of me," I whispered. I knew she'd run for the hills. "She's too perfect, too normal. I could never." "Come on. Get it off your chest," she urged. "I'm a shapeshifter," I blurted. Her eyes widened momentarily at my outburst. She waited for me to continue, sensing I had more to say. I stuttered. I couldn't figure out the right words. "I'm descendant from a tribe called the Quileutes. They were shapeshifters." I paused, gauging her reaction. "Werewolves." She stared at me blankly, and I knew I needed to get everything out before she ran away screaming. It's so hard to explain and there's so much background, but essentially the tribe lay dormant until my blood began to boil. Anger rising at the thought, until the leeches came back to my hometown and the gene in our blood makes us change, to protect the tribe from the filthy bloodsuckers. I saw her eyes grow even wider at the end of the sentence. "I would never hurt you, Ness." She didn't say anything, so I took a deep breath and continued. "I started to phase when I was 16, soon after I ran away from home after something had happened. I wandered alone until I met you and I imprinted." Her eyebrows furrowed and I knew I had to explain. I took another deep breath, willing me through this. "I wandered for so long. Feeling so lost, but then everything changed the day I came to the campus. I was no longer drifting, like something was holding me to earth, a steel cable holding me down, pulling me to the center of the universe." I squeezed her hand in my own. "You. Imprinting is this crazy shapeshifter mechanism to point you toward your soulmate, and that day on campus pointed me to you. For the first time since I dropped my bomb." She spoke. "So you're essentially saying that I'm your soulmate?" I rolled my eyes. "I just told you that I can change to become a giant wolf, and that's the only piece of information you focused on." She smiled slightly. "Not exactly. I focused on the filthy bloodsucker part, in which I assume you mean vampires." I pulled her hands into mine. "You have nothing to worry about. I will protect you from everything. Not one of them would be able to lay a single filthy hand on you." She looked down sadly, and for a moment I became worried. I shouldn't have said that. Now she's afraid of me. "I'm sorry." She shot her head up and looked at me startled. "I didn't mean to scare you." She looked relieved for a moment. "I'm not afraid of you, Jacob." She paused. "I could never be afraid of you. I love you." I smiled brightly. How could I have become so lucky? This beautiful, naive, human girl loved and accepted me. I pulled her to me and held her to my chest. "I'm so sorry I didn't tell you sooner." She shook her head. "Don't apologize. Thank you for telling me when you were ready. I just didn't want to scare you off." I murmured into her hair before giving it a soft kiss. She chuckled and pushed away from me before standing up. "I should be the one scaring you off." I looked up at her confused. What did she mean by that?" She shook her head and held out her hand to me. "Nothing. Let's go to the cafeteria. I'm starving." I watched her strangely as she walked towards the door with her purse. "Come on, wolf boy, I could go a pizza." The end.